December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
If you cannot burn.
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumsi going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
Have to fight. Oh my god, catches Suvin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down.
Oh my
Rosa
god!
going to go to the Genzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura!
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan triko akan gas ternyata di masa
and be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3-1 immediately traded out. Make that members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Oheb of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular Beatrix and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for Loud. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in after he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claim the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Carl TZ if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Carl TZ, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yaoi goes down, but Carl TZ in the backside. Eddie QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. There's that's Fight Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fight Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play. We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What on the hub, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
2030 vision where they just literally see the future.
There's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again! He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he has again! Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now. They're flying and they're soaring. And again, Naomi! What in the world was that?
Away គ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិ If you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky. You're a man of saving. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. Why they say that I finished what they want? So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'm reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Again, take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Gets taken out by who? Oh my, the Valley are going to M4!
I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready. The most thing I like about my team is just how much they care about this whole M4 and then the game itself. The commitment from my teammates is exceptional. I think the Valley is gonna have a hard time at first, but it's really up to how well we adapt to the Asian meta or teams that are coming to M4. The Valley definitely is more work. It's not as organized as other teams with the organizations, but I think our team bonding is way greater because we all have like one goal, which is winning. That's what keeps us together pretty much. My role in my team is I can pull the team from the negative vibes, because when the arguments gets too heated, everybody has their own opinion because everybody's a good player. We don't have a coach. So I think I can stay in the middle and then see what's the best for the team. And then just games in general. I really love game. I love playing game. I skip school to play games. So I think I'm just born to do this, I guess.
Oh! Mobus ain't able to pick up that Lord.
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others. And then he has many different experiences from different MOBAs, so he knows what he's doing. It doesn't really bother me that I left Gosu, and it was a really great experience. General basically made who I am right now. He really helped me a lot, how to set up stream. He boosted my stream. He was basically made who I am. It's just to pursue my career, to pursue the win. I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me. There wasn't any drama, it's just the fans that made it into a drama. Which I understand because I was in that team for 5 years, almost. I created that team with him, and then we were really good friends, so they thought nothing would actually break us apart. But made the decision that fans didn't want. I think that's why it became a drama. I joined Valley because I thought we actually have a shot to go to M4 with the squad that we're trying to form. That's why I wanted to join. We're preparing M4 by first watching many games from other teams, from other regions, because I think it's the best to know the enemies first, then focus on ourselves. Our playstyle definitely needs improvement. Our communication is a big problem to improve too. But I feel great. I think we'll be just fine in M4. Just new experience, new environment. I'm excited. I want to say to the other players, they need to be ready, because they say I might not do well because I've never been there. I've never gone against the pros in Asia, but I can prove them wrong.
Duma မဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ e-sport ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေရဲ့အကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတစ်နေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
The M4 group stage continues to bring us world-class MLBB actions. So let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. It's raining RRQ in Jakarta during day 2 of the M4 group stage. Despite having the home ground advantage, Skylar and the legendary Lemon had to put all the stops to claim an unconvincing victory against Occupy Thrones. The Song Rajas were then dismantled by Echo of the Philippines with a stellar performance from Sanji the Wizard. However, win or lose, the fans are here to support with all their might. On the other hand, RRQ Akira is looking like the better RRQ so far. The Samba Boys defeated the Valley in the North-South America Derby thanks to Luiz's incredible Numenon Blast. They also destroyed the Malaysian champions Team Hawk with a formidable team fight composition featuring Joy and Terizla, while utilizing the power of RRQ Ultra Fans' buff. All MLBB fans in the world, let's support your favorite team with all your passion, regardless of where you are. Now, it's time for day 3 of the M4 group stage. Dare to be great. The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as Onyx Esports and Todak take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. featuring the King of the Sky, Kyrie, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. While Todak cruised through the group stage with four mates returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a three-way tie-breaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon Esports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of the M4 group stage. Dare to be great.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause rush the streets is what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out hard to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it out hard to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Find a new environment. Live life in a different way. Follow your heart. Learn a new thing. Go for a new challenge. Risk up your life through a wonderful journey.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes on we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up,
Another day in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia, where we determine who will advance to the next stage of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. It will be a do or die situation for the teams participating in the matches today as we go to the lower brackets of the tournament, who will move on and continue their dreams of becoming a world champion. Diablo, the captain himself, is very consistent with all of his performances. In this match, his team should rely on his solid solo laning to compete against S11, Argentina's Papa Dog. This is RSG SG. But coming down here today, the competition, S11 Argentina. Chan is the one key player of S11 Gaming Argentina with his majestic plays on his signature mages. Will he be able to hold the early tempo set up by RSG SG, or will he himself dictate the early tempo?
Selamat sore semua. Welcome to the tennis indoor in Senayan in lovely Jakarta, Indonesia. At your service, my name is Leo, welcoming all of you to M4 World Championships knockout stage day number 3. Joining me are these handsome gentlemen, Assassin Dave from North America and Gideon Q from Malaysia. Fellas, how was your morning so far?
Fantastic, got some really good food, and we're excited for today's match. I cannot wait, it's do or die. So this is the time for the team to bring everything they got on the table.
Gideon?
Honestly, today is going to be a big day with the lower brackets happening. I'm excited. Some teams are going to be moving on, other teams are going to be leaving.
And that's the sad truth of the day. It's bittersweet that we're going to be seeing amazing best of 3 matches, but sadly, 4 teams are going to be going home. 4 teams are going to get knocked out of the competition. Their dreams just dashed for getting that trophy, taking home the M4 World Championship. But ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. Let's recap and see what happened so far.
The heat and the beats were intense on day 2 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. As old rivalries for past M series fueled the tension in the air. Where history repeats itself. The first series of the day saw Torak taking on their bitter old rivals, RRQ Hoshi, who defeated them in the world stage in M1 and M3. RRQ Hoshi started the party on their home turf with a gentle wave from their home ground hero, Kadita. Birthday boy Albert then showcased what the true skill ceiling in a game like MLBB can be on his special day. The second series of the day featured another international feud that started in M3. The defending champions are back to their usual winning form as they cruise through the Brazilians in dominating fashion. RRQ Akira showed signs of life when Takashi performed out of his mind to claw back in game number 1. But in the end, the Filipino representatives were too much for the Samba boys to handle. With that, we'll head on to the lower brackets today where elimination is on the line. It is the survival of the fittest. Let's see who will make it out alive. Dare to be great.
And in just the first 2 days of competition, we have seen great champions, competitors, athletes drop to the lower bracket, and they will face the winners of today's bouts. It's 4 best of 3s once more. And Dave, Gideon, in the words of Albert Ghani, I can't wait.
Honestly, I mean, the fact is, I immediately just felt the salt of 2 Malaysian teams already dropping. But today is going to be extremely important. Again, as we heard from the VO, it's survival of the fittest. Only the best may move on.
And that's interesting, given that in the lower bracket, there are teams that are champions from where they come from.
Yeah, that's just like the Valley, for example. But today, we got to talk about Incendio and RSG. I'm really excited about them because they got a good rest for the past few days. You know, because they're not in the upper bracket, they get a chance to really relax and recuperate. I found a lot of teams, including RSG, they're really trying to find themselves in the meta. Hopefully, the past few days give them the time they needed to find enough practice, enough rest to actually show what they got today.
Yep, Incendio, Dark Horse. But in the next matchup, it's RSG from Singapore versus S11 from Argentina. Here's what the talents all over the world predict will go down. YY from Myanmar has an odd choice. Out of all of the talents in this page, he believes in the hype in S11.
That's the thing. People see potential. People love going with that dark horse, but S11 is just one of those teams you just cannot just give up. And even Lucky coming in from the top, obviously, he's got to lean with his boys. Topmo as well. They see that potential.
Dave, given these odds, I'm reading maybe what, an 80-20, 85-15 if you're really generous.
Yeah.
What do you think that's gonna do for S11? Because again, they're outnumbered here.
I mean, this is it. When we talk about S11, I got to talk to our coach and see them in the hotel moving around. This is a team that coming in with no burden at all, right? They are really chill. And can they actually just put everything on the table because they have no pressure? If they win, it's going to be the biggest upset against the champion of the Singapore. If they lose, you know, it's kind of like they're pretty chilled already. So this is the time for them to show everything they have.
Well, let's go on ahead with the competition. We're gonna throw over to the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it on a best of 3.
Thank you very much, Dave, Gideon, and also Leo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 3. This is the knockout stage, and this is when we have to see some teams go home. My name is Joey. Joining me on the desk is, of course, the one and only Merkel and the biggest brain, Wolf.
Wow, thank you for that. No, but I share the sentiments, man. It's exciting, but at the same time, disheartening to know that there will be teams that will say goodbye today. After a wonderful group stages that we saw, unfortunately, some of the teams have to be going home after today.
Every single team needs to go all out here against their opponents. Again, it's knockout time.
Yeah, of course, we are in the lower brackets, but of course, M4 is powered by Muntan, presented by TikTok, the official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair, and esports charts, our analytical partner, Gank, our media, our merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, but last but not least, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you very much for actually supporting M4 and making sure that we have a good one.
It's absolutely insane, and you know what else is absolutely insane? It's the M4 Pass that's available right now, and you guys can all complete all active tasks, and you guys will be able to reach level 75 at ease, and for free. Log in now with exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Light Chaser skin and the Stellar Brilliant skin, and also the M4 Beatrix figurine that is awaiting you, that you can see right here, alright, once the camera pans back out. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to be great.
Man, it's truly exciting to see, you know, the tasks that I've been doing. I think I'm like, what, level 53 right now. Definitely need to do those tasks and activities as well. But we'll be taking a look at the team lineup very, very soon. We got to know what is these teams, what is their strengths, what is the things they need to solve. Wolf, can you take us through this?
All right, so we are going to see RSG Singapore going up against S11 as the panel has talked about. A lot of struggles between these two teams during the group stages. They have to correct that come the knockout stages. RSG Singapore will deploy 505 Diablo Baby Cake Spray, and LOLC so far winning only against Occupy Thrones. It even came to a very close 25-minute match. Gonna be going up against S11 with Chan, Papadog, Kai, Jordan, and Erwin.
Yeah, but of course, you know, RSG, this is their key lineup. This is the one they're very comfortable with in MPL Singapore. But on the other side, S11 Argentina, you can take a look at the player rooms right here. They're just, trying to hype themselves up because they need everything, like hype, luck, everything. As they're walking up to the player room, they're going to slowly start to walk towards the stadium very, very soon. And, this is going to be the survival of the fittest.
We'll see them as they're walking up on stage with full confidence in the Tennis Indoor Senayan Arena. Welcome to the stage as they walk up, qualifying from the TAM S11 Gaming from Argentina.
They have snapped a very important streak during the group stages. After losing in the first day, they came back day number 3 for the group stages. Guns a-blazing against RRQ Akira with their wonderful playstyle. And you feel the aggression, you feel the energy, the hype from SA11. And I hope that they bring that today. It was very impressive on how they were able to win against RRQ Akira. But they have to muster that once again in the knockout stages.
It comes down to them really fixing those little mistakes, right? We saw the glimpses of brilliance from both of these teams, but now we're focusing more on the Singaporean champions. You can see them right now. They are looking confident, and hey, someone else is looking confident right next to me as his team is going to be walking up on the stage. You can see this lineup. They've been here before, they participated, and they are veterans showing up in the lower brackets. Jays, it's your team.
Ladies and gentlemen, hailing from the red dot, it is our homeboys. Give it up for RSG!
RSG Singapore. There's a lot of promise in this team. Already a lot of experience between their players. A lot of international performances already for the squad from Singapore. They have won one game against Occupy Thrones. It went very close, but it was a good start already for RSG Singapore. They have lost steam during the mid-game, but they still managed to close it out. Unfortunately, against the Titanic teams of Echo and RRQ Hoshi, they weren't able to find an opening, and now they are in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be honest with you, RSG was going up with big names in Group C, right? Echo, RRQ, we were thinking about that was a group of death. Unfortunately, spoiler alert, nope, it's not a group of death. We went into a tiebreaker for one of the groups. However, on the other side, at position 11 in their only group, in Group D, S11, they need to do a lot more. Like what we said, this is the survival of the fittest. It could be the struggle of the fittest.
Both teams here on stage, you see, for both RSGSG and S11 Gaming, were only able to get one match in the group stage. So I would say right now, it's time, right, for them to reveal all those secrets. I feel like both teams were still hiding and holding back, especially after losing game number 2, because hey, they still got that lower brackets, might as well reveal it now.
And the thing is, this is a best of 3 series, which kind of means that it is true, Mirko, that we might find some teams that are going to be deploying their secret strategies, because just on looking at RSG Singapore, it's almost the same. The draft looks almost all the same all throughout their 3 games.
I understand. And also, not only just the draft, it's also about the roster, right? There's no swap. They have Roy as a substitute, but let's take a look at the team head-to-head this time round. Super clear, RSG on the left, S11 on the right. You can see the Lord control rate is 57.1%. That's compared to S11 Gaming. Mirko, what do you make of this?
Well, if you take a look at just the chart, right, it does feel like RSGSG have more to their game with more objective control overall. And so far, that's been the name of the game, except from S11's victory up against RRQ Akira, where they did not care about the objectives. They actually went just for kills, kills, and kills, and they were able to finally control and punish RRQ Akira.
And even if you just look at how both of the teams play, in the game that S11 was able to win, they were very aggressive. And even in the games that they lose, they try to be aggressive and try to get as much kills as possible. RSG Singapore really prioritized those objectives, those neutral objectives, with Turtle and the Lord control really in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. We should be looking at the audience prediction very soon. Earlier just now, you get to see the casters prediction. All across is RSG. And we also got the public enemy of Malaysia, Wolf, on the desk. I know given the geography of Malaysia and Singapore is so close, and you're on the desk with me this time round, so hopefully it doesn't apply to Singapore. but we should be looking at the audience predictions very, very soon.
Man, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose on nasi lemak and the bak kut teh. I love both of those. Yeah,
Hey, it's
come on.
fine. If you lose on that, we also still have nasi padang
Oh,
here in
well,
there for you, man. We
you
got a
say
backup
that.
for you.
Okay.
I like the fact that Indonesia literally invited you back here, adopted you as well. Now let's
Yeah.
take a look at the audience predictions right here, all across the board, leaning heavily towards RSG, except for Latam as well. But Latam, on the other hand, it's like 53-47%.
It's pretty close.
That's crazy. 47% of Latam opted to go for RSG Singapore.
Yeah.
Man, they really want to get the M4 guess,
Yeah.
right? But on the other hand, Brazil even going still for RSG SG 69% to 31.
It's weird if you think about it, but then again, you can't blame them, right? There's a lot of experience already that you can attribute to RSG Singapore. This is not their first rodeo. In fact, this is what their third or fourth, or even fifth. If you think about it, they're so experienced. While for SA11, they are definitely the underdogs in this particular matchup.
Yeah, definitely. We're talking about the fan favorites right here, RSG. There is not only just, the fact that they need to defend their slot in M4, right?
Yeah.
There is also the fact that they need to defend their brand on the world international stage. However, S11 on the other hand, well, they have nothing to lose. And when you have a team that have nothing to lose, this is when they're the most dangerous.
Exactly. Looking at the teams right now, there's more pressure definitely on RSGSG. They're
Yes.
an MPL region. They've been here before, right?
And you can see it through the eyes of this guy.
You can see it. He looks nervous, but
Yeah.
also confident. I don't know how to describe
That's like the oxymoron, right? Confidently nervous, nervously confident.
Yeah.
In Singaporean terms, we call it kanchiong a little bit. I'm feeling a little bit kanchiong spider in me,
Yeah.
but I guess, back home, if you guys are cheering for RSG, definitely, spam the chat, spam any groups that you are in, RSG, GG RSG. But of course, fan in S11, of course, please support your team.
We're talking about the fans online, but what about the fans right here in Tennis Indoor? For both RSG and S11, they're here ready to hype their teams up.
Definitely.
And looking at it, it does feel like, again, we gotta talk a little bit about the drafts, how it's gonna play out.
Yeah.
Because for both these teams, I feel like S11 and RSG-SG are very one-dimensional in the drafts.
So in combination with the fact that the meta game right now is that we have kind of limited pool when it comes to choices for XP laners, that's going to be a problem for both RSG as well as S11 because they share SA11, correct? Because they share a small pool of XP laners, the Fredrin, the Benedetta, and the Glue.
To be honest with you, Diablo in the MPL stage, he's been almost playing Esmeralda all throughout. But if you notice, even throughout M4 meta, Esmeralda was nowhere to be found, even though you see Phobias being picked in the EXP lane thus far. Because there's a lot of prioritization towards the Yuzhong, a lot of prioritization towards Lapu Lapu, and that could be a problem for Diablo.
There's a lot of Nook mages as well. For both teams, the successful heroes that they have will be between Beatrix and Xavier for both. So that is also a contested pick. Now that the carry and the 1-1 has been banned, we would expect that the Beatrix will be one of the priorities for both these teams.
Yes, well mentioned there, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into the drafting phase right now. Personally, I always believe 75% of the fights are won in the drafting phase. It's about picking up the right tools for the right job. And right now, both of these two teams, they need to try to ban away what is required and that the tools they do not want to see on stage.
You can already see the respect, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when we watched the upper brackets, we saw that in game one, a lot of the teams, they opt to go just for the regular bans, the prio bans, read out your opponents. But now in the lower brackets, it's a best of three, not a best of five.
Yeah.
You can't risk losing that first game, especially considering that, for both of these teams, momentum is very,
100%.
very important. So Lolita ban, the glue ban that we mentioned earlier, but now it does leave S11 Gaming with the first pick. And honestly, they can go for a lot of different heroes here.
Kaja, Yves is also there. Knowing S11 though, they have now picked Kaja, but they did pick up Fredrin as well as the... Not actually, they didn't pick Eve. They only picked Eve 1, so this might be not the priority.
Yeah, you're mentioning it. You're mentioning it. First pick a Benedetta, but once again, The best part about a first pick, you can pick a Kaja, you can go
Yep.
for the Fredrin. You want to surprise your opponent with these flex picks.
Correct.
However, a Benedetta technically a flex could mostly go into the XP lane.
Yep.
In some rare cases, in certain parts of the meta, you can bring it to the jungle.
This will be the first time that Once will actually deploy the Benedetta. That's why I'm surprised about it. They did ban out the Lolita, which is also twice picked by RCSG out of their 3 games. Now, I would expect that the answer for RCSG might be somewhere along the lines of Eve and Claude, or like Eve and Beatrix, together with maybe Fredrin also as a choice. Diablo finished second in the MPL SG Seasons 1 and 2, and finally won a champ in Season 4 with the Finals MVP award.
Okay, big news right here, ladies and gents. MPL Singapore. Lozi is very, very comfortable with this show. I would argue, it is one of his signature picks back at home. But apart from that, the Martyrs is also picked up by the side of RSG, something that Bray has used in other world stages. However, is that what I heard, Wolf?
Oh man, we didn't see the Eve along the group stages, but now, like we mentioned, right? Maybe S11, after losing the 2 games, or yeah, just the first game against the Valley, they started to just hide their strategies. Now that's finally coming out again in the lower brackets. We didn't get to see the Eve.
Yeah.
For the mid lane, it does feel like they have gone for more of these aggressive kind of mid laners, like the Kadira. But now, with the Eve in their hands, they're going to be able to control that mid lane really well, put some pressure down, and the poking and utility coming in from this pick is going to be massive, especially up against the Cho and the Martis that we mentioned earlier. That is going to be quite a threat, right? To end up the drafts. They pick up a Lilia, which is a pick that we haven't seen a lot here at M4.
Yeah, and Burko and Wolf, just to let you know, this is basically comfort zone for RSG. Firefly on the Lilia, Lozi on that Cho, Bray on that Martyrs. These 3 heroes. Technically, RSG is just showing, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to burst you down very quickly, create this zone of area of denial. And then, you know, the Martyrs could come in, use the fact that I'm immune to all the CCs. I'm going to try to take away these neutral objectives. On the other hand, S11 Gaming, I feel like their team, Wolf, correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like it's very team fight based.
Yeah, they definitely want a team fight as well as punish whoever is in front. Which, if you think about it, looking at the composition of Once, they want to utilize this Grok at the front lines, and then they kind of connected together, so they want to combo their World Charge into the real world manipulation, and this makes the Lilia pick so much more stronger. Also, they want to have a lot of laning presence. Lilia is one of the best laning mages out there. Martis is going to be one of the, I would say, faster junglers, if you think about it. And of course, the Cho can make the early plays, which kind of tells me that RSG, just like how they faced Occupy Thrones, they want to finish this fast.
Yes, they want to finish this fast. Most of these heroes that they pick currently, Power Spike at level 4. Well, technically, except for Lilia, Power Spike at level 1, because you can just shove your lane and then provide support from the rest of the sides. Apart from that, I'm looking at a lot of marksman bans. Take a look. RSG has already taken away my favorite Leslie, and S11 bans away the Claw. Another thing I played.
Oh man, and on top of that, you already have the Wan that was banned earlier and the
that's
carry,
your favorite.
right? My favorite too coming out. So there's already 4 marksman bans in total here by both of the teams. RSG banning 2, S11 banning 2. This leaves open just a few other marksmen that's been really showing up in M4. You know, this is weird. Harith. It's non-marksmen that are actually now up for grabs for both S11 and RSG. But from S11, it does feel like they have a little bit more to play with. Meanwhile, Baby Cakes, I think if S11 goes for the Beatrix ban, we're going to really see Baby Cakes struggle in the gold lane. He banned out the Irithel, a pick that I was about to say for Kai that has worked for him.
Well, it will definitely work for S11, but at the same time, RCSG wants to take that as well. I'm really curious on what they will choose now. Maybe they will go back to the Harith, but that means that they will have an overload when it comes to the magic damage and maybe some true damage, but they will lack in physical. I'm sure that the Martis will not build up damage, want to build up sustain, so that might be a problem now for RG Singapore. That's why I really find this very confusing and why they opted to go for the ban on the Earthom. Maybe they are interested in taking the Beatrix instead.
Maybe
Yeah.
they might just want to actually, like, for S11, looking at that, it's
Uh-huh.
time to ban the Beatrix, right? You know exactly what RSG are going for.
Yeah, but I mean, if you are RSG, during the group stages, Baby Cakes has pulled out a lot of Beatrixes. Baby Cakes, his prime, trademark is that he likes to go towards these late game marksmen, right? He likes to play safe. Well, technically, a Beatrix could play it safe with the Renner shots, but I feel like Beatrix is not really his comfort. He's better at, the 1-1 when he was superior in the MPL SG stage, but now it is the bans going in to be locked in by the side of S11 is going to be banning out the Lapu Lapu.
I think at this time, right, at this point, if you're RSG, you really need to get that gold laner onto your hands.
Yes.
Because it's going to be really risky to let this go, considering that, again, yes, Baby Cakes likes to carry into that late stage. They go for the Beatrix here, and it just, it has to be, right? With all these gold lane bans, it's just very, very evident that they need to pick this up. But now for S11, looking at their bans, it does feel like they want to play into this. They wanted Baby Cakes to pick up that Beatrix. Why? That's the main question I have in my head right now.
Maybe they want to go for the Yuzhong, but they already have the Benedetta. They need to find someone that can dive through the Beatrix as well as output the damage to kind of burst down this Lilia, because you don't want this Lilia to have a chance to reset the stacks and reset his charges of the Glooms, right? So you want to find an XP laner or maybe a jungler that can burst together with the marksman, maybe a Clit or a Harith. That's the only two heroes that I can think about. Maybe Brody if you're thinking about burst.
The odds.
Oh, well, they go for a
Not only
Granger.
does that, Merkel Wolf will be seeing another Granger match. I believe he's only picked once, and I think it's also by S11.
Falcon.
A Falcon,
It
right?
was Falcon.
Taking a leave from another team. They are adapting, and this is exactly what we want to see on a world stage.
I love it.
Love it. But then again, it exposes like the Yuzhong pick, for example, for RSG Singapore, because now you have a anti-marksman composition. You have burst with the Lilia, burst with the Beatrix. I think it's telegraphed. The way that this happened for the side of SA Onse, they banned out Lapu Lapu. Surely that's a anti-marksman, anti-Eve, but that left open the Yuzhong, and they kind of exposed their draft. The way that I see this is they picked up the Brody and the Granger because we were looking for a burst, right? You want to take down the Lilia as soon as possible, and that fits the bill. However, that opened their draft to a Yuzhong answer, which is now all of a sudden a very valuable pick.
That back line is going to be very, very vulnerable to the engage from, like you mentioned, the Yuzhong, but on top of that, the Cho, and even to a certain extent, the Martis and Lilia. Remember, this is such a dynamic draft from RSG that can dive to the back line, but can also play it front to back. That's what S11 needs to get under their win condition, right? They need to understand that before they get into game and before they head on for these skirmishes, especially early game, where the Granger is very susceptible to those ganks.
All right, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, the first match of the day, it is RSG going up against S11. This is a best of 3. Loser will need to go home.
It's gonna be about the burst potential coming out from SA Onse, the way that they should be comboing up their two marksmen. But for the side of RSG Singapore, if they play this correctly, if they play team fight, play objectively, it will be an easier game for them, at least in execution. But of course, execution is different, you know.
You can already see early on how they've opted to actually play out the lanes here is with a leash, right? The Brody helping out the Granger, and also on top of that, Erwin was actually able to just buy some time in the gold lane by putting the wall down, but it does seem like right now it is RSG who are pushing the pace. With 505 and Bray already in enemy jungle, this is what you need to do up against something like a Granger.
Yeah, Lozy really need to use the fact that the Cho could be very annoying against the enemy jungle, but Erwin on the other hand, as that Grok could be annoying as well. The first skill does a lot of damage, so it's up to RSG to make sure that Bray gets to level 4 untouched. Once he unlocks the decimation, start going for this early, turtle objective. We saw in the team head-to-head earlier, right, Wolf? The fact that RSG really prioritized these neutral objectives very quickly. However, S11 though, they are bloodthirsty.
I'm gonna be feeling it for RSG Singapore. They need to make Lilia reach level 4 as soon as possible, the first turtle fight, which kind of tells me that SA Onse might consider getting Erwin to his ultimate fast. So maybe they put him in the mid lane and then put the Eve in the top lane so that they will have 2 ultimates available, the real world manipulation as well as the wild charge. That is their key if they do want to contest the first turtle.
Yeah, but Wolf, I feel like right now, if you notice the rotation of S11, Kai is trying to walk towards the turtle. Baby Cakes, on the other hand, being the late game marksman, would love to stay in lane. But now RSG, S11, they're actually gearing up for the fight right here. Look at that, Bray's already on that turtle for now.
Jotun finally getting that level 4, has the ultimate, but Bray and Lolzy are controlling it. Lolzy jumping in, that's going to be the final blow to the back line. Is Papadog's going to be able to find that, but the Petrify connects by Diablo onto Jotun, who's still committing onto the turtle. That was reset perfectly by RSG. S11 still going at it. They want to look for it. The steal will not come down for Papadog as Lolzy is able to use the Way of the Dragon to zone Papadog away.
Wolf, do you see that? I thought it was like, what? They're putting so much damage on top of the turtle, but the turtle somehow just doesn't refuses to die. It's like an Estes healing that turtle. Do you see that?
Yeah, I did see that. And whoever made that play, I don't know if it's intended, like crazy amount of like planning for that one, or maybe it's just happenstance, but either way, it worked in favor of RSG Singapore, who had the better experience. Now, I'm not talking about like actual experience, I'm talking about in-game experience, where Lolzy already had his ultimate up, he had the flicker, he didn't manage to land it on a good hero, but then again, they still managed to get their position and set a territory around the turtle area. Unfortunately for Sionce, they had to use Jotun in the mid lane, the jungler, so that he'll get to his ultimate. And that meant that Erwin will not have his. They didn't have Wild Charge in that team fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could have went wrong for S11 went wrong. RSG already just somehow did that weird turtle reset. And they've also got their items in. Just now I saw Baby Cakes already slowly waiting towards... Oh, Diablo!
2v1, able to find a trade, but Jotun gets the kill back on top. Doesn't go for the turret gold up in the XP lane, however, which is very, very interesting here. Still respecting the other RSG members. They're not visible on the map, but let's take a look at the emblems now.
Yeah. Surprised to see a Weapon Master for the Brody, because typically you want to go for a killing spree.
Yeah.
But I guess they want to just take over the early game as soon as possible, which kind of, it kind of speeds up your damage output if you're the Brody. And they do want to go for the burst. That's what we're talking about. That's probably why they chose the Weapon Master over anything else.
Yeah, correct. I feel like the Grandeur already has that big burst. That's why you give the killing spree over to the Grandeur, the Weapon Mastery over to that Brody. The Brody, technically speaking, it's like a, this is not a short-term plan that S11 wants that Brody. Kai needs to go for that mile. He's constantly landing down those auto attacks as the second turtle has spawned.
With the second turtle, it comes down again to that control. And in the mid lane so far, it has been RSG. But right now in the 4th minute, S11 have actually been able to clear the mid lane first. But you can see the adaptation from RSG. Amazing turtle reset towards their side. As now, the mini waves are going to be crashing again into the mid lane. Erwin still in the front, getting the wall down as Papadog jumps in, but is going to be cancelled out as that's going to be Chan who picks up the turtle. Bray going to be caught. That's a lot of damage. The Torrent Pop Memory finishes him off as Lolzy tries to run away, but Kai is going to be able to take the damage down, to pick the double kill up, and to equalize and take the lead back for Argentina.
S11 literally stabilized a very dire early game. Now RSG on the back foot right here. Look at how S11 is actually punishing Baby Cakes. One manipulation, oh no, it doesn't connect on top of Baby Cakes.
Unfortunately for RSG Singapore, they weren't able to utilize their biggest team fight ultimate, which is the Dragon Force coming out from Diablo. That's why Sionce found a big opening, and they can burst the turtle so easily because of their double marksman setup. Well, because of the Brody's damage and the Weapon Master, you saw him critting over 1,000 damage onto the turtle. And of course, Jotun being a Granger can really burst that turtle down so easily, and that's why Sionce was able to just established territory this time. A great recovery from the Argentinian squad.
Ice Cream 1 already built for the side of Chan. You notice Jotun has already started to take more resources away from RSG. Bray has already completed Hunter Strike, so that could be a pulse spike. He needs to try to play around that. Unfortunately, S11, Jotun is a Grandeur. The early game, aggression that S11, they're looking for the kills, they're looking for these small little objectives, and they're looking really good.
What is that stat line, Wolf? Remember, S11 only won 1 game in the groups, and Kai has only suffered 2 deaths this M4. That's insane.
That is insane. To think that they are losing the games, and they're actually playing like long games as well, like 14, the north of 14 and 15 minutes. And
aggressive comps.
Aggressive comps. This is amazing.
Impressive positioning.
Very impressive coming out from Kai, and never doubt his choices now. Brody is proving to be a good pick for ASA Once.
Yeah, but Chen, I think, going down this real world manipulation super early on, that big team fight ultimate is going to go on cooldown, especially when the third turtle, the last turtle, that will spawn very quickly. RG, on the other hand, they're desperately trying to shove that way, but Chen, using that real world manipulation, cleared it off, leaving Fall 5 with only a bit of HP left.
Well, we'll see once again here with the mid lane control. S11 have the priority on the turtle. Lolzy trying to find an opening here as he pops the conceal, but it's going to be cancelled out. Lolzy going to be able to find the flicker, but it's going to be stunned up now. That's going to be the retribution by Bray. Joten going to be caught. Has a detonata, but it's going to fall towards Diablo, who's able to dive into the back line. Bray with a decimation 2 finds another, and it's a 2-for-1. It's only the roamer falling for RSG, and they've taken a turtle.
Good news over the side for RSG. Don't forget, they entered the team fight of 4 versus 5. It is 5 that need forced to go back and reset. However, because S11, they don't have the real world manipulation, opting to use it to clear the waves right off the bat. They don't have that big mega control. And don't forget, Lolzy coming in at a nice angle right there, Wolf.
Yeah,
going in, knock up 3, that is good enough.
I definitely want to attribute that to the experience that RSG has outside of the game, because that was wonderful positioning from Lolzy.
Uh-oh, 505 going to be caught here. Doesn't have the black shoes to get out. A good snipe by Baby Cakes, but Kai, again, going to be able to find that kill. Baby Cakes with one more hit. Kai's going to be punished, overstayed just a bit. And Baby Cakes, when you give it an inch, he takes a mile. That's Kai's 3rd death in this tournament.
That's exactly what we want to see from Baby Cakes, right? Beatrix finally popping off. I'm really happy for him. Don't forget, he's also playing with somewhat of a disadvantage. He's not on stage right now, unfortunately, but he will be playing from the hotel because of COVID.
Yeah, what we saw from back-to-back instances where RSG won is the difference between the experience of the two teams. The first fight is Lolzy as well as Diablo made the S11 panic, and you see Joten just desperately try to secure that turtle. Unfortunately, they didn't have the advantage. And afterwards, you saw Kai. He was so desperate into clearing that wave that he sacrificed his life. In exchange for one cart, one cannon, he lost his life and claimed his 3rd death.
Yeah, we've seen how damaging one auto attack is. Now we've seen how damaging one siege minion is right now. Now the map state a little bit reset. Just taking a look at the kill lead, 5v5. In terms of goal lead, not too far apart, but the first lot has spawned.
I think for me, S11, right? The main mistake that they've been doing right now is they're not utilizing the early lead that Kai has. Baby Cakes has equalized and at this point is actually ahead of Kai. That's to be Lolzy who finds the way the dragon with the GP no flicker. Everyone's gonna fall. The Torn Part memory is gonna be able to punish one member down. Diablo's gonna dash. He gets the petrify. Also 2 members. Zones the back line. Meanwhile, Kai and Papa Dog able to find a double kill. Joten still trying to find Diablo right now as the other members comes in as well. Diablo gonna fall. It's a 3-for-2 for the Argentinians. And just like you mentioned, Jace, the Lord is up.
S11, this is the time for them to try to take that one Lord away. That is a neutral objective that they don't usually prioritize, and now they're learning, they're adapting. RG, on the other hand, they fall a little bit too far. It is Diablo that overextended a little bit too far, and I have to admit, S11 using Kai and also Papa Dog to zone out the rest of RSG, that's insane, as S11 took this Lord uncontested.
Yeah. That is the skirmish that I call exchange of prisoners, wherein you kind of trade your explainers. The opposing explainers goes for your backlines, and your explainer goes to the opposing backlines. Unfortunately for RSG Singapore, after the fact that the Dragon Form is over, you don't have that teamfight integrity anymore. Whereas if you're looking for the Benedetta, there's infinite amount of damage you can get. And SA Onset just won that skirmish because they have the better firepower or more sustainable firepower compared to RSG Singapore.
Just now when the item was showing Kai's BOD, Legion, anything that has like it gives you attack damage, you already have it. This Weapon Master, S11, Kai needs to be respected. Just take a look at how fast he's just dismantling RSG one by one in terms of these turrets. It's looking very bleak for RSG.
It just, as I said, right, I felt like Kai wasn't utilizing the early lead, and just right there, he pops it, has the mid-game power spike, he goes in with the team, and that's what they need to do. Bray is going to be actually taken low here with the real-world inflation, and the Death Sonata that's going to be able to find it, and with right forward to find a wild charge, as Lolzy falls as well. Diablo has the Petrify, gets Joten up, but Kai in the back line is going to be able to free hit. Baby Cake's going to lose a lot of HP, but Kai's going to be able to flicker out. Winner nature by Baby Cakes. Papa Dog diving in, again, dealing a lot of of damage, but it's not going to be enough to take the rest of the RSG members down. It's a 2 for 2, but the Lord is munching on the turret. Meanwhile, Papa Dog gets the tier 2 down in the mid lane, and RSG are still going to be able to defend for the base turrets.
Wonderful defense coming up from RSG Singapore if you think about it. However, Incendio just found the opening. I think this is because of Papa Dog's initiation from the backlines. And this is not the first time that Papa Dog has impressed us. Even Mirko casted them outside of M4, and he's already making wonders. I think he learned a lot from that tournament, and now he's flexing it all over RSG Singapore.
Yeah, Brute Force breastplate already being built by the side of the Jotun. That's why Diablo is unable to find the target to burst him down quickly before he could do any collateral damage. The fact that, you know, Chan land down the real world manipulation catching 2, that's technically a big stun. It allows Jotun to just land down the Death Sonata. However, the kick, wrong side. Lolzy will be able to shove Papa Dog away. But wait, Erwin's in the back line.
It's a misplay here by both Lolzy and Erwin, but it's Erwin who gets punished down. Jotun looking for a play. That's the real world manipulation. Locking Baby Cakes down as the Death Sonata comes down as well. Baby Cakes flickering out and getting back to safety. Man, it was just out of vision. Lolzy wanted to get the flicker down to get behind, and on top of that, Erwin, he wanted to capitalize, but he just couldn't.
It's very difficult to beat Erwin in this game, actually, because this is like a second pick Rock. And you can see RSG Singapore, they have so many answers to that. Even just the presence of the Lilia as well as the Beatrix make it so difficult for Erwin to initiate with the Wild Charge without the flickers. That's really what happened in there too.
That's right, 10 seconds. It's going to be the Lord spawning very, very soon right now. S11 is actually mostly doing the fight in RSG side of the map. But wait, here comes the Death Sonata.
Uh-oh, Lolzy's got to be careful here. That's a lot of damage being placed onto him. That's the Roamer though. That's a big ultimate burnt down. 1 for 0. Jotun almost just bursting 505 down. Baby Cakes looking for a snipe, but S11 right now, 3.3k gold lead. They're on the Lord with a one-man advantage.
Erwin locking away Bray, not even allowing him to step into the Lord pit. He could just go in and try to take the steal, but the RSG decides to give it up over to S11, and this is looking very bad.
A wonderful Lord dance that was choreographed by SA11. You might not have noticed it, but it was actually Papa Dog going for the longer lane. So the top lane is called the long lane when the Lord is on the bottom lane. And that is how they managed to disperse RSG Singapore. RSG had to think about their lane up top and also the Lord. Well, SA11, that's the reason why they committed the real-world manipulation outside of the Lord, because they know that if they fend off RSG Singapore, if they poke RSG Singapore, RSG will not have any shot at taking the Lord.
That's right, if you noticed earlier right now, if you take a look, it's damage dealt mostly by Chan with the real-world manipulation, right? And not only just that, as Yonsei is also sending this Lord all the way down top. It is very vulnerable. RSG technically do have, you know, the Beatrix, the Bandit's Rage with the bombs as well, should be able to help to clear out the wave. However, RSG, they need to make a play. It's all up to Lolzy to be able to pick up the right targets at the right time, like how he did in the early parts of the game.
That's the siege coming down as S11 finds the base turret. Bray gonna be zoned away. Lolzy trying his best to look for that Jikundo, but it's gonna be punished in the end. That's a flicker forward. Kai almost finding the kill out of Bray, who's still gonna be able to get out. Kai dealing a whole lot of damage to 505. His Baby Cakes here is not gonna be able to defend the mid lane turret. Erwin flickers forward, finds the wild charge, and that's a Petrify to follow through. But in the back line as well, RSG are gonna be able to find the 2 marksmen from S11. Erwin gonna fall to the decimation as that's gonna be Bray picking up a triple kill. They're looking for the Maniac. Bray is walking them down. Papa Dog and Chan able to get out with the utilities. Lolzy jumps in, not able to find the Jikundo. Chan still just kiting back, dealing damage. Lolzy forced them back away. RSG have won, but they lost 3 base turrets.
It's a very expensive loss, Wolf. RSG, that was a good defense, but they need more. You saw how hard it is for Lolzy to just step forward, and you saw how confident Kai is on this Brody. I think this is like a hidden ace in the sleeve.
Yeah. And Baby Cakes just survived long enough. After the initiation coming out from Erwin, there's some hesitation coming out from SA11, but imagine if they chain together their Benedetta, Purify, and Electro Blow with the Wild Charge, and of course the real-world manipulation, there will be no chance for Baby Cakes to survive. He did survive because of the Wind of Nature, and because of the fact that he got out of the real-world manipulation, but it would have been the death of RSG Singapore had it not been that Baby Cakes was able to survive. And SA11, surely they are executing properly, but they need to be more coordinated in those pushes. Still, RSG Singapore on the back foot.
That's the Petrify, and that's Papa Dog getting out. That's the damage coming through from Kai. He's
oh
going to
my
be able
goodness.
to actually dish him down. both Baby Cakes and Lolzy falls down. Diablo trying to find the saving grace here, but Kai's gonna be able to stun him up.
no.
The Petrify will not be able to save him. Diablo gets the immortality in time, but now in a 3v1, it is Chan who picks up a triple. 505 gonna be sandwiched here by both Jolton and Erwin. That's 505 still cutting away. Jolton gonna be caught low. 505 versus World, and it's a maniac for Chan. S11, the Argentinians are looking for the end.
Chan, the real world manipulation is so crazy and it just does straight left and they're gonna have to try to fight this.
Torn apart memory by Kai to zone him away. S11 strike first in the lower brackets in a best of 3 up against the Singaporean champions.
GG well play over to S11, the Argentinian fans must be cheering. Even though everyone was voting against them, they showed us, oh, we are wrong.
What a great maneuver coming out from S11. It all started with Papadog just baiting them out, so they formed a circle. It's an outer circle versus inner circle thing where the outer circle is S11. They invited the inner circle, which was RC Singapore, inside their own territory, then took them out one by one. The phalanx of Argentina was so good, and the maneuver allowed them to take the full team wipe.
S11, what they did in this game was just punish, right? They continuously just punished RSG SG right now. And as you can see, RSG SG, it feels like, we mentioned this in the draft, they had a more multi-dimensional draft, right? Where they could actually dive, they could front and back, and they could also just play it sieging down the turrets. But they did not do that. Instead, they just went for fights and they followed Lolzy into a lot of these crazy engages that just did not work out for them.
Yeah, I just feel like, S11, man, that was a really good game.
Yeah.
Beating down RSG Singapore, but of course, we gotta talk about M4 Battle Night that's going live this January 31st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. So what do you have to do? First off, complete battle tasks in-game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin that you like from the chest, and the best part is there's a Stellaris Ghost skin. And aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play the matches and you'll get a team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double the protection points, double the XP, and double the BP for 5 matches. And of course, we're not stopping here. Free access to every single heroes in the Land of Dawn, and loads of epic skins will be available on that very same day. So save that date, log in to the game on January 21st, enjoy the match with tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate M4 Championship together, including with your friends.
I just can't get over the fact that there was the chemistry coming out from S11 is really showing up this game. There were times that there was a little bit of a blunder. There were mistakes made for sure, but when they win the fights, they look really good.
They look really good as well, but who else is looking very good as well? It is going to be our analyst, Dave, Leo, Gideon. Take us through the draft.
Uno más, mi amigos. Uno más por S11. Welcome to the analyst stand. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by my amigos. This is Dave and that's Gideon. Let's first talk about the draft. RSG SG looked solid to start, but S11 seems to have found a way to make the double marksman lineup work.
Honestly, the Super League has really impressed me so far, and especially the talent that's coming out of the Latam region. They continue to progressively get good, but this particular draft was interesting because when we look at it, my goodness, it is just alt and then the Yve. It's just every single movement you think you can get ahead, you just can't. You can't leave that real world manipulation without dying.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about how synergized this ultimate, how deadly it can be if they use in synchronization, and that's exactly what S11 did. It seems like in game 1, they are the team that's more open, more brave to do what they plan to do. Whereas if you look at RC Singapore, they started off very strong, but they're kind of nervous through the mid-game and lost the grasp of how to engage and how to follow up as a team.
But if you're going to look at the in-game stats, it's a little closer to call, right? There have been definite moments where RSG was in control. I'm talking early game, a little bit of that mid-game. But when it came to late game, again, you see the difference maker that these 2 marksmen have when it comes to taking objectives, especially if they're for free. S11 Gaming is in it.
They are. They're in it to win it for sure. They know that this is tournament live, so they're playing even harder than before. Just notice the positioning of specifically Kai and Jotun. Because if we're talking about Papa Dog, he's doing his own thing, but Kai and Jotun have to work in tandem with each other, especially against RSG like that. Yuzong could have been the game breaker for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes when Diablo trying to go for the backline, he have to go really far to reach the Granger and Brody. Whereas for Benedetta by Papa Dog, it seems like it's within reach. Every time he ults, it just reach out the backline, and Baby Cake's always in trouble. And that is something that for RSG going to game 2, they have to figure out a way how to play more backwards, how to focus on one target at a time instead of chasing all different targets at the same time.
Yep, and there was a lot on the back of one of the older brothers for RSGSG. I'm talking about Lolzy. He could find some angles on that show. He took a lot of damage, peeled as a tank, as a roamer, but in the end, again, when it comes to firepower, most likely he just ended up dying after those engages. Again, I think that's what Dave was trying to get at when it comes to the RSG, front to back, back to front. Like, how do you reset from there?
I think it comes down to the heroes that you have selection to. The Cho versus the Grok. I think, if we're talking about the muscle, physically, Lolzy looks big, but Erwin is even bigger here. The supermodel himself is able to kind of get that information, open up that space before taking him out.
No, what I see mostly in the mid game when I see from RSG is that they need to shake away the nervousness and really just go for it and wait for the team and get ready.
Yep, given the fact that they're not complete here in the stadium, it is what it is. But again, competition is going to continue. The show must go on. If there is one player we are going to highlight, it's the MVP. We're going to be awarding that very soon. I have just my eyes on the man Chan. Like, it's no doubt, right? The box that the Eve puts up, it's gotta be the Eve that helps set it up, because again, you mentioned how Diablo can actually find their targets, and you mentioned the Brody and the Granger. But what about the Eve though? What about the Eve?
Yep.
Personally, I'm hoping that it's Papa Dog, but we're gonna be seeing very shortly who it's going to be. S11, come on, give me that prediction right.
Is it going to be Papa Dog or Chan?
Maybe Irvin.
Maybe Erwin?
Oh, Chan. Okay.
All right, so you didn't get your prediction right, Gideon, but talk us through exactly what Chan brought to the table.
Look, this entire composition is dedicated around this real-world manipulation and maximizing its impact. The fact is, as soon as he gets that Ice Queen's wand, it makes it so difficult to walk out of it naturally, but add the ultimates coming in. The Grok ultimate, the Granger ultimate, and not to mention, even though, maybe it's just one person, Kai can just do all the work. Just lock down one person, and that's all you need.
And one thing I do want to talk about here with this E pick is not first picked actually in the draft. It was actually in the second rotation of the first round of draft, which is quite interesting because for RSG, in their screaming phase, they actually had a not so great of a win rate with Eve, so they're kind of shy of picking this character out. But you cannot deny how strong this character is. The amount of utility the slow can offer to the entire game is absolutely insane. Here we're taking a look at the heat map of the MVP for game 1.
Yep, again, as a mid laner, the Eve is going to start there. But you see how important Chan is to the game plan of S11. RSG, this is, I think, the stride for them, right? I think there was a successful invade in the first rotation for the purple buff, but that didn't shake Chan, that didn't shake S11.
Absolutely, because let's remember that the jungle isn't supposed to be that hyper carry that we want to, and if we're looking at the heat map, this is the first 5 minutes, right? Look at how hyper defensively Chan is playing. He never really touches the river, and even though first turtle is up, he doesn't need to be there. His ultimate, this artillery mage, still bombarding from afar.
You see, what's interesting is you can see how defensive it plays. That also is attributed because of how aggressive RSG was early game. You know, you saw the really smart invade strategy with Lolzy distracting the jungler, the support, the mage. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have the Martis invading the blue buff in the early game. Unfortunately, they were not able to open up the lead. I really like the first turtle, how RSG really play really disciplined with Diablo, the mage, Lilia, to zone away the jungler, the Granger, but they're not able to carry through that advantage going further into the game. Coming down to game 2, it's all about confidence. That word for RSG, right? Can they really just stick to the discipline, stick to the principles, and really win the game?
And that's something interesting to say because RSG, SG, the more, I'd say, veteran team here going into this matchup. And S11, yes, they are Latam Super League champions, but it's their first time on the world stage. So there has to be some nerves, but it might be that same nerves that just is like an animal put up against a corner. It fights for its life.
Absolutely, and I think, when we're talking about S11, right, and especially just how they are bred, the genes in them, some of them looking like absolute supermodels, like I got lost in Chan's eyes there for a moment, but hopefully it continues on.
Let's go ahead and throw it back to our casters, Jays, Wolf, and Mirko. Throw us back into game number 2.
Thank you very much, Dave, Leo, and Gideon. Wow, look at me in the eyes. Say that you love me. I guess that's what Chan basically mesmerizing Gideon right there. But apart from that, something else that's more mesmerizing will be our TikTok live Carnival Cheer Up for M4. Watch M4 matches on TikTok and participating in Cheer Up for M4 activities by watching M4 matches on TikTok. And also using the M4 exclusive gifts to cheer for your favorite teams. There will be a chance for you to be on TV and win abundant of gifts. So what you can do also is you can also take a sneak peek at M4 events and be the first to receive info about all the rewards you can get, right? M4 Pass will be available on 12/20, and of course rewards such like the Beatrix, like Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, M4 Beatrix figurines, emotes, sacred statues, spawn effect, recall effect, avatar border, and trail effect awaits you. And of course, I already got that one. You can also get the Aulus special skin War Lion for free by completing the tasks too. So starting from the 24th of December, M4 support chest will also be available in-game as well. It's already available now. So what you can do, open it up, get loads of M4 Pass EXP, and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. So on the final day of M4, finally happening on the 15th of January, expect to get a avatar border for free. And of course, I mentioned that earlier just now, M4 Battle Night event, unlock a skin chest by completing the task and pick a skin of your choice within the chest. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and of course, hashtag Dare to be Great.
So much being given out right now, and man, I can't wait to jump into MLBB, but we still have 2 more games, presumably, right? It really depends, because S11 have the chance right now to just take it home.
Exactly.
Knock out an MPL champion.
Exactly. That will be amazing because they're a non-MPL region. They're flying here in Southeast Asia just to take the first series of the day and eliminate an MPL champion. That will be a sight to see for sure. But how are they doing it anyways, right? Really impressed on how SA Once kind of showed us that they made the rest between the knockout stages and the group stages really worth it. Because what we saw is a definitely prepared SA Once, a strategy that we have not seen before, double marksman. They were successful with it, and they're using like the mundane elements to a different kind of approach, like utilizing a real-world manipulation for poke. That's amazing.
It's crazy, right? Because again, it really fits, but it only fits for their composition, for their style of play. Usually, that's the main damage source. You want to use that towards the end or in the middle of the team fight.
Correct.
But I think right now, on stage, it does feel like S11 are much more comfortable, much more confident than RSG-SG, who are kind of struggling. Do you think the nerves are getting to them?
Yeah, I think RSG, they are very heavy momentum kind of teams. These nerves, even in MPL Singapore, right, it can affect them. And I'm also, to be honest, rooting for my homeboys right here, but I'm also a little bit nervous. Now, the Kanchong is already hitting like 100%.
Now a bit more nervous.
It's a lot more nervous, to be honest, Mirko.
Is the problem me? Have
You're
I?
a problem. Yes, you're the problem. You're a problem. You're a problem, boy.
Have I also cursed the neighboring country, Singapore? Is that how it is?
Yes.
I hope not. I hope
As
not.
long as you don't curse Indonesia, it's all good, man.
Man, I can't have nasi lemak. I can't have bakutik. Can I only have like nasi padang now?
Don't worry, Nasi Padang will get you some gold tick later on as well. A lot of good food, but for the players right now, it's time for them to show what they've got, especially the Singaporean champions.
That's right. I just now build about it. I'll talk about it. They have a lot of things to prove on this world stage. Being the more veteran team, technically has been going through more world championship as compared to S11, but S11 being pushed against the wall, they bite back. And don't forget, the winner of this best of 3 will be going up against Falcon.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Just a reminder.
That's a big reminder. Well, we don't have to think about that, and I'm pretty sure that these players, they're not thinking about that now. They just want to be in the moment against their opponent right now, which is RSG Singapore. And of course, for the Singaporean squad, they had a lot of moments of brilliance in that game too. In fact, they are even in a big advantage during the first few minutes of the game. They even punished one of the members of SA Once, so they might be feeling like that might have been just a blunder. Let's not let them take over the game once again. Let's not let them find their momentum. Because when it comes to this, like the drafting, right? It looks like pretty. Even you can even argue that when it comes to ease of execution, it's easier to execute the RSG Singapore lineup compared to SA Once.
I know. I mean, right now, what I really want to see for RSG Wolf, right, is that they just need to slow down that tempo. I think they're a little bit overheating earlier just now. They're making a little bit few more blunders, especially towards the last second turtle onwards, especially to win the last part of the game. I mean, being caught in that real world manipulation is a little bit painful. I think they gave up maybe the Eve a little bit too earlier just now. Maybe they should go back to basics. Go for, you know, the picks that they like. They already got that troll by Lozy. They also already got Bray on that Martis. They also got 505 on that Lilia. But however, I just feel like, you know, Diablo being the EXP laner for RSG, I think this is really not his meta.
I mean, if you look at it, the draft has such a big impact on the game, right? And just now in the game, I think, for me at least, I actually like RSGSG's draft a bit better because of the multiple win conditions that they have. That they
it's
can
of
fall.
execution, right?
Exactly, right? It feels easier to execute, especially that Yu Zhong last pick. That was just the cherry on top, right? It felt like they could dive towards the back line, and the two marksman composition added with the Yve is going to really struggle. But again, I do believe it comes down to the execution.
I agree.
RSGSG did not find the comfort playing that way, and they were just really leaning towards that one style of play where they need to dive. Lolzy finds a pick and they win. They've done that in the early game, it worked. But to a certain point, it's got to be S11 learning, adapting, and that's where RSG needs to learn, needs to adapt, and needs to understand that there are many other ways to take the game than that, I mean, compared to that one early on.
Yeah, I feel like Baby Cakes right here, right? I think going back to that Beatrix, even in the group stages, that Beatrix wasn't performing very well, in particular for Baby Cakes, especially
for everyone. Beatrix has been horrible.
It is, especially in this current meta. They're like I don't know, you can go back to even the Clint to be, for example, as well. It's a lot easier to execute. You can stay further away. You don't really need to step up forward with the Negru's passion as well. But let's take a look at the player head-to-head.
Okay, so it's a 505 going up against Chan. Chan, very impressive in the previous game, but all throughout the tournament, starting from the group stages, when it comes to averages, you can attribute that to RSGSG's 505. So far, it has been Kadida. Oh no, it's not. It's Farsa, Valentina, and Xavier. So actually, 505 already played like 4 different heroes already. So pretty impressive. And the way that you notice coming out from RSG Singapore, they utilize their mid laner more on the objective side as compared to SA Once, which they want to get kills. It's for the GPM. Yeah.
It's just the different styles, right? For RSG 505 as well, he's more of that killer type of mid laner. He wants to get those kills down, and he stays in the back. Meanwhile, I mean, it's the opposite, complete polar opposite. Chan likes to go in, even on the Eve. He's the one popping, he's the one initiating on with the real world inflation. But it does seem like right now we are going to get into the drafts for game 2. So just to summarize everything we've said in the draft, RSG needs, I think, to not change the draft. They should just rely on the same kind of draft, multi-dimensional, many win conditions, but they need to fix the execution. Meanwhile, for S11, even though they won in game 1, I still believe they need to get a solid draft here. They need to be very careful because RSG are going to learn from their mistakes from the first game.
Definitely, RSG, you know, they are known for their momentum. They're also known for their adaptability. Their strongest point is when, you know, Lozy can find that good picks. We're going to be going, like what Mirko said earlier just now, we're going to go into the draft very, very soon. Expect, you know, not a lot of tweaks in terms of the draft, but also expect them to change a bit of the playstyle. But we will be going over to the draft, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2. This is potentially the final game for RSG, and RSG don't want it to be the final game in M4.
Absolutely. I can expect that SA Once will also ban out some of the comfort picks coming up from RSG Singapore. Just like in game number 1, you have that outlier, the Lolita ban, the 3rd ban coming out from SA Once. This time, it will be their first. And guess what? This is one of the comforts of RSG Singapore. Played it twice out of their 3 games during the group stages, and were very comfortable with it. And it seems like SA Once did their homework.
Oh man, RSGSG have already opted to go for the first pick, right? So far in M4, it does feel like first pick has had just a much better win rate, better games overall, even though, again, usually well, previous patches have actually been very advantageous for the second pick, right?
Yeah.
Because you get the last pick in the first phase and the first pick in the second.
I think the best part about, being second pick is that you get to pick 2 prior picks, right? You trade away 1 prior pick away to the opponent, and then you take 2. Whereas right now, there's so many good first picks, like the blue, for example, which already got banned. There's also that Eve that is wide open for RSG to take over the side of 505.
Same band so far, as you can see. It's just the Joy and the Glue that's traded back and forth, but the Eve is going to be prioritized. This is what I expected in Game 1. I expected the first pick to just go for the Eve because of how oppressive she is in lane to poke and even initiating. You're so good now with the changes being made to the real world manipulation where you can't be cancelled by any CC except for the suppression.
Well, the Kajas was the Valentina is available, which kind of means that Kaja can lock down the Eve eventually, and having the Valentina also allows for you to steal that real-world manipulation. Instead, it's going to be the Benedetta as well as the Claude. The comfort picks coming out from SA11, particularly this Benedetta, which Papa Dog really played well in the previous game.
Yeah, I think Gideon was talking about this, right? Papa Dogs being able to cut not only just the waves, I would say, cut apart the team fights, making it super difficult for RSG to synchronize together to fight as a team against a team fight composition, right? S11, on the other hand, I would have thought that they went for the Yuzhong because, you got an enemy Eve on the other side. I think that is a no-brainer over there, but I think that could be disadvantageous over the side of RSG as well. Diablo very comfortable on this Benedetta 2. He would not be able to get his hands on it.
Man, the Claude first pick and the Leslie instantly. This is why I was kind of, I'm doubting the Claude pick. I don't really agree with it because, again, first pick early on, very easy to counter. You could see RSG just want to walk the Claude down. A Lapu to dive in. You already have the utility, the poke, and a Leslie that is a counter matchup in the gold lane.
Are we going to see something like a Fredrin coming out from SA11 earlier on, or maybe are they going to answer the Eve immediately? Like the Valentina is also still there, but they can pick it up if they want to. I like the Lapu-Lapu pick because it has good laning matchup versus the Benedetta if ever. You can also cut lanes, and you can team fight much earlier compared to a Benedetta, which kind of means that you can activate this Lapu-Lapu against the Claude the early stages of the game, snowball through it. We're looking at the Kadida. Okay. So what they wanted to do is really just to burst down the members of RG Singapore, utilizing the rough waves against the Eve. You might not take out you might not cancel the real manipulation, but you can take down the Eve.
Yeah, I agree with you, right? I was thinking about, the Valentina would be good right here. You want to fight fire with fire, you want to fight water with water, right? You want to fight real world manipulation with real world manipulation. Create that Venn diagram in the middle of a team fight, and then no one stays around. But however, S11 prefers to fight with water instead. Kadita to try to find the burst, and it's very flexible. Not only just you can find the burst on top of that Eve, you can also find the burst on top of that Leslie as well if you can catch her.
It's such a smart move, honestly, now looking at it, right? I was, questioning the Claude pick early on. First pick, by the way. We haven't seen that in a long time, especially not on M4. But with the Claude pick, it did actually bait out the Leslie. That's also very vulnerable to the dive that right now S11 have drafted for, have gone for. You can see the Kadita, the Benedetta. Leslie's not going to have a good time, right? Even with the Yve behind to help the Leslie, I think, again, we could just go back to when last time I saw this kind of composition, it was Blacklist International playing at IESF for Philippines, right? They played the Leslie and the Farsa. A bit different towards the to the Eve, but still, that's a lot of dive going up against this kind of range composition that can be very, very bad for them.
So now that we can expect more jungler bans against RSG Singapore. So far, what they have played, RSG Singapore played Martis, and that is played at least twice already, all throughout the matches of RSG Singapore. There's also that Ling that RSG have also deployed before, which might be of consideration, especially against a Claude that can dive with the Lapu-Lapu and the Eve.
I personally feel Mirko and Wolf, RSG, like what we said like what we start off the day, right? This is do or die, what they've said. And not only just that, this is not only just a survival of the fittest, it is also a struggle of the fittest. The team that dropped this particular game will go home, and RSG is one game away from that. Yes, it's a very scary place, but I think RSG should be able to stabilize this. I have to believe in them. They can do this. And of course, showing support over to my homeboys. However, on the side of S11, they're banned away in the Kaja.
Well, for me, I think it's the opposite right now. Unfortunately, Jays, with the bans here, they've opted to go for Grok and Atlas, and I know exactly what S11 are going for. At least, I think. Kaja ban, Marta's ban. They're opting to go for an assassin in the jungle, preferably Hayabusa. That's Jotun's signature pick, and right now it fits so well. You're up against the Leslie. You've already banned out that Kaja. They go for the Kufra first. That's another hero that can be good up against that assassin. Thing is, for S11, they don't need to rush it. They can even go for the Haya or the Link, right? There's two options. Meanwhile, for RSG, I don't think they can go for the assassins here. That's Kufra pick to counter it, and there's only 3 heroes that can really just maneuver away from the assassins.
Heroes that I can think of might be like Fredrin, for example, that can control. There's a lot of taunts, a lot of knock-ups, a lot of crowd control, technically speaking, and you don't have a lot of dashes, and you can be in the front line so that your Leslie as well as your Eve can be peeled through by your supports. And that also means that you need a way to scout. Diggy.
I don't think
they
so.
Pick up the Ling.
Feels like RSG is feeling assassin today. Feeling like a Ling. He will be going for that Ling. At the same time, Losi will return to his Ruby roam. I don't know what to feel about the Ruby roam. Personally, I feel like a Franco is a lot better, but feels like they need that AOE. Want to hook as many people right into the real world manipulation.
Well, I can see why the Ruby can work here, right? But honestly, look at their composition. There's a huge, huge hole or weakness point in the back line with the Leslie. I thought the Diggy was going to come through just to go and defend into that. What? Wait, it's not a Hayabusa, it's a Paquito here up against RSG. It feels like with the Paquito pick, they feel they already have enough backline threats towards RSG, so they pick up a Paquito. They can do a bit of both. But in the jungle, we haven't seen. Is this the first time a Paquito has been picked?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the second time.
This is the second time. The first time was picked by Blacklist yesterday.
In the jungle?
No, it's not in the jungle. In the XP lane.
Exactly.
But this time around, it will be going into the jungle. Paquito getting nerfed out of existence because of meta, but...
Are we even sure that this will be a jungle Paquito?
It looks like it. There you go.
Well, it is. Right now, you can see it's
Jotun.
Yeah, it's Jotun's actually playing it. So that will be a jungle Paquito. Okay, so what they wanted to do is to really get into the backlines. You have a one-hit combo, if that thing exists.
Is it high and dry Paquito?
It should be.
Definitely.
You wanna eliminate the Leslie as soon as possible. You have your ways to close the gap, and you have a one-shot combo with your ultimate to take out the Leslie. And that also means that you can also dive with Papa Dog. So there's a lot of dive coming out from the side of SA Once. They don't have much peel for their Claude, but even the Claude, if you think about it, even the Claude is also a dive kind of hero. So it's all about dive for SA Once.
Yep, it's all about dive, but ladies and gentlemen, oh my god, Erwin! This is not a good start for RSG!
No.
It's a horrible start for RSG. Bray did not use the retribution, and he has the killing spree. So this is going to be S11 who's going to be able to actually control the jungle for a bit early on. Erwin with the purple buff. They're going to be able to dictate the early game.
For sure. And definitely, the turtle is going to be in favor of SA Once unless they die multiple times. But knowing that there will be a level disadvantage for the Ling means that you forfeit the first 2 minutes of the game.
If you are the side of RSG, this is really hard to watch. And not only just that, Jotun is on that high and dry. You notice Paquito finds your back line. He's gonna hurt like a truck. And right now, it's all about the side lanes. RSG needs to play around the side lanes as quickly as possible. Get that Leslie up into the late game. Get that Lapu Lapu up in the late game so that he can tank and peel for the team.
Oh man, again, you can already see the mid control here. The wave clear from S11 is going to be very good, and you can see already that's going to be Erwin finds it! He catches him while he was jumping on the wall. Erwin has a personal issue with Bray, and that's first blood over to S11.
The pathing coming out from Erwin. He went from the Pixel Brush to the Rock Ursa Bush, and then going for the Kramer's Bush to really cut down where Bray was going for. They heard that Bray is going for the crab, and they have punished Dooley. My goodness, Erwin.
RSG. No, it's that turtle going down.
Gonna be able to find it right now. Jotun gonna be able to get out as well. Erwin and Papa Dog onto 505. One more hit. Papa Dog's looking for it. Under the turret, secures it. 2 for 0. Jays, how you feeling?
Man, S11 is stalling on top of RSG. Merkel, seriously. This has gone from worse to horrible for the side of RSG. I'm not going to sugarcoat it right now. Let's take a look at the items, Wolf.
Oh, not only the items, like you're looking at the economy. If you're looking at comparing the junglers, 1.5k to 1.3k in the early stages is such a big dent in the economy of RSG.
Speaking of dictating the early game, right here, Chan was holding on to the rough waves there a bit too long. Baits out the flicker out from Lolzy, and maybe that's what they were going for. Not the kill, but to bait out a resource to push RSG to a false sense of safety. But here, Erwin, doesn't find it.
Look at how S11's dictating every part of that map. A wonderful start for S11, and of course, not only just that, right? Ling is practically like, it felt like, you know, he's playing with a handicap. S11 has like a 5-minute head start, and RSG is in that big, big disadvantage.
1.2k at 3 minutes is really bad. Lolzy getting a big caught.
He is still going to be able to get out, though. Maneuvers out of the breath of the ocean as well. S11 with a 1.3k gold lead right now. Not really going to be able to get some more kills, but they will still be able to control the enemy side of the jungle. 5 seconds for the purple buff, and that's exactly what S11 want to look for. Jotun in position. Bray already on the purple buff. RSG with 505 rotating are looking to help Bray. But now it's going to be Kai jumping in. Erwin's going to be able to find a Tyrant's Rage and the flicker combo. In the back lines though, it's going to be RSG who are able to turn it around. It's a 2 for 0. Papa Dog has the world. Jumping in. Libra Diablo, but will fall as well. In the end, it's a 3 for 2. Making it a 3 for 3. Chan not able to find Baby Cakes just yet though. No damage.
Not enough damage right there. Baby Cakes will be able to limp away alive. But RSG may have taken a bit of damage, at least this time around. Ray does have that purple buff and will be going over to that turtle. So that is one way of RSG to climb this back. However, S11 though, they've got Super Omega Burst already in the mid parts of the game.
Good idea coming out from S11 to invade the purple buff, but bad execution because RSG were prepared for it and they went in too deep. Once just really dove against RSG, duly punished by 505 with the ultimate. They were really under the strongest point for RSG Singapore. Even after the big disadvantage when it comes to economy, you don't dive like that, and already, this is a massive blunder.
RSG going back into gear number 1. They need to slow it down, but they need to go hard. But Chan finding 505.
Not going to be able to find the kill just yet here. You can see for the M4 stats, win rate of first pick, 59.26%. That's pretty massive, right? And here, everyone's going to be able to actually find the Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage onto Lolzy. He was able to flicker out, but Jotun's right there with a knockout strike. Baby Cakes perfectly timed to get Jotun off of him. But S11 have the pressure now in the gold lane. Baby Cakes gonna be sandwiched. Jotun already jumping in there. Just zoning the other members away. 505 forced to flicker. That's the high and dry doing work. Jotun not able to find the purple buff steal. And that's S11 who are able to actually get Kai into a winning lane in the gold lane up against this matchup.
Exactly. The effect of that aggression coming out from Once is that Kai is able to push a turret, make himself farmed more than the Nestle right now, about 300 gold ahead, and he's going to get his golden staff, which means that his farming rate is going to be exponentially better.
Papa Dog, gotta be careful here, has everything to get out, and RSG have wasted a few resources to just get there now.
Yeah, he's too slippery for RSG to catch right now. And don't forget, Diablo is also one of Benedetta. He knows how to give it up. But RSG right here, if you notice how Baby Cake is going in, Berserker's Fury going towards the Endless Battle as well. It's a very high damage build coming up from this Leslie as well. But Erwin charging out 505 may be in danger.
Oh man, 1.5k gold lead, not the end of the world, right? Definitely not. But Chan already is going into the enemy jungle. Bray's looking for it. S11 are playing it really well now, taking it slow. Chan's gonna be revealed. Erwin jumps in. Lolzy on the top side, and Baby Cakes looking for a trade, but it's Kai who wins out, and it's a disaster for RSG. S11 find 2, make it another with the turtle secure 2, and RSG failed to find a trade. Erwin finds the Tyrant's Revenge, not able to find the Tyrant's Rage. Oh my goodness.
It's 3 at the turtle pit, 2 at the top side. 2 cannot catch the Claude, and at the same time, RSG's huge attempts on that turtle. I think S11 managed to sandwich RSG right into submission right there at the turtle, and also losing the bottom side turret as well. But let's take a look at the emblems, Wolf.
Yeah, wow. Definitely the high and dry is going to be the big problem for RSG Singapore. You can see that he can burst down the Leslie as well as the Eve, or if not able to take out those squishy heroes, force out some of the battle spells. Oh no, Diablo going to be found. Not die for now. And another problem for RSG SG is the dive, right? Coming out from Argentina. You saw that in the last turtle fight. It's not even a fight because of the pokes that Papadog was able to do, and as well as Chan just positioning himself so that he can burst out any of the members of RSG SG. Eventually, RSG Singapore will have to answer, and that means that their formation that they wanted to have will be destroyed!
Erwin with a play, and Kai with a follow-up. Under the turret is Papadog with a final blow. Bray's getting more. Lolzy is 1. It's a 3-for-1, and S11 only lose Erwin.
It's an Omega Dive coming off MS11, bloodthirsty. And then after that, translating into objectives, and RSG right now is just leading not only just members, but also map control.
What a play!
What a play. RSG Singapore, they will feel very secure under their turret, but my oh my, Erwin is making a case for himself as one of the best setup tanks that we have in M4.
Wolf and Merkel, nowhere is safe for RSG, but here we go.
Oh my god. Papadog even against 2. Forcing
Chan!
Bray away.
Oh
Chan finds the damage onto Lolzy. That's the frontliner taken down very low. He has to recall, and you could see the map control is gone. Absolutely gone for RSG.
S11 has full map control. This is their map. This is hit their side of Land of Dawn, and that translates over to Lords. Multiple objectives as well. Bray and Papadog going at it again. RSG cannot even catch him at all.
Erwin's feeling it.
Erwin's feeling it, as well as Chan. Look at him. 2-0 with this Kadita. Positioned already very aggressively because he knows that there could be a follow-up. Anytime he makes the jump, we'll miss it for now.
Kai gonna be able to get that blazing duet down on Karakai. Diablo so low. Forced to use the Bravest Fighter defensively to get out. S11 are right now styling on RSG.
Yep. This is bad. 505 already committed the room of manipulation. This will be a turret push coming out from Argentina. Because of that Kai aggression, a big ultimate was down for RSG. Look at Erwin!
Erwin finds the revenge and the rage onto Lolzy. He's going to be taken very low, flickering out. Erwin now caught in the enemy base. Bray's going to be able to jump in, but that's going to be Erwin who flickers out. Once again, is Chan jumping in, zone the other black line away. Papadog with the final blow, getting back to safety. S11 unable to crack the base just yet.
They're trying to defend. RSG literally throwing every single utility, every single thing, every single ultimate they have in their pockets just to delay that push, but that is not the real push, because the real push is this Lord that's marching top side menacingly against RSG.
Let's see. The Lord is already munching on the top lane base turret. S11 not really going to go for anything too crazy here, knowing they still have an 8,000 gold lead. They decide to back off, play it defensively and disciplinedly.
Now they wait. Oh
my, never mind.
No, they won't. No, they won't. Erwin finds another jump. And Bray is also asking that question. How is it that Erwin is always able to find these openings and Bray bites the dust 4 deaths for the Ling?
It's really tough for RSG. Bray has no access to the purple buff at all, and Bray has no access to the jungle at all. The gold lead is going to gap even further as well. Lolzy unable to land down on that. I'm offended, and Kai going to backline.
Kai melting down the back
Oh
line. Chan
my
fighting with the rough waves. Chan is going to be able to jump in onto baby kicks, finding another.
No way.
RSG have lost their back line, their high ground defense. Jotun with a knockout strike, still able to actually get out before Bray jumps in, but the shielding comes in. Bray's going to be taken low, and that's going to be the Tyrant Revenge to lock him down. The I'm Offended's appeal is not going to be enough as S11 march forward once again. It's a 3-for-2. They've cracked the top and bot base turrets open, and they're looking for the mid lane. Diablo jumping in with Bravest Fighter, but he does not have enough tankiness. Lolzy melted down, flickering out. Diablo getting out as well. S11 back off, but RSG have lost 2 base turrets.
That's really tough to watch. RSG right there, literally throwing every single thing, even a flicker just to get out dodge. It was Diablo buying for time for BBK to come back online just in time to try to push this off. But then again, a nightmare is gonna get even worse because the Lord has spawned and RSG cannot afford to challenge this Lord.
You can see that Chan is really styling on RSG Singapore, going in with Kai. And even his ultimate, the Rathways, was able to catch one more additional member of RSG. That's why they eventually got the double kill. And now the conceal play, Erwin and Chan.
Papa Dog as well, buying so much time for a scene.
Oh no, they got
Baby Cakes. That's the goal laner down. Diablo finding stun, looking for more down. With the flicker again, and kind of follow it up. Diablo's gonna fall. Lolzy's gonna fall. It's 4-4-1 for S11. Prey finally finding one, but S11 have wiped out the Singaporean champions. Just waiting for the Enhanced Lord to march down. 14 seconds on 505, 5 seconds on Baby Cakes. The mini wave spawning once again. S11 just needs to get rid of the mini waves right now, and it is all over. RSG have been knocked out of M4 by S11 Gaming.
S11 Gaming, the Argentina fans, surprise every single one in M4, and they show that they are not a team to be looked down upon.
Sasageo, bro.
Sasageo. Erwin for the win, man. What was that? You saw it from the start. He stole a purple buff. In the mid lane, he landed a wonderful Tyrant's Revenge. And in the last moment, with Chan, they are able to find Baby Cakes. And then the Flicker ultimate just to lock down Bray in the end. They are styling on RSG. Really deserving of this victory.
Merkel, Wolf, that was the longest Lord March that ever happened in MLBB history. It's like, you know for certain that is it. And RSG was unable to defend their slot. And there you go on stage, a valiant fight. Don't forget, it is also Baby Cakes and Coach Dolly that's not on stage as well. Shout out to them as well. But S11 Gaming, thriving in the lower brackets. They will be going up against Falcon in the next bracket.
Give it up for S11 Gaming, another dark horse in the mix. Outstanding performance by the man you see on screen. It's Erwin leading the pack to victory.
The stealer of purple buffs, the bane of lanes, this bouncing ball, this Kufra, it's just something that is really hard to deal with.
All the plays that they made between like Chan, between Erwin, even Kai, aggressively going up against RSG Singapore, disrupting their tempo. They talked about how the Singaporean squad is based on team fights, on their formation around these big turtle fights, these big objectives. Argentina just did not let that happen.
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, to break down the games, what exactly went right?
And Gideon, felicidades, S11. They're moving on up through the next round in the lower bracket. This right here is Assassin Dave. That's Gideon and at your service. My name is Leo. Let's go ahead and break down game number 2 and of course, the decider for this best of 3. Could have sworn that RSG may have found a way to come back because again, there were some signature picks in the draft, but let's start there. What exactly went down here? How did S11 just sweep the competition?
Look, I think it all started in the draft that we got that hope, that extra bit of glimmer coming in from RSG to turn it around. I thought that the draft was looking so very good, but S11, they had some incredible foresight in the game itself despite their draft.
Yeah, and S11 really opened up. We saw the Kufra pick, we saw the counter pick, Keto into the jungle, knowing that you have the lane. Now RSG really want to try something. Okay, this is do or die. Let me just play however I want it, but it might be just a little bit too late when they pick the lane. We don't see RSG practice the assassin jungles that much, and it turned out the decisive engages coming out from Irvin just changed how the game goes.
I think I counted the amount of Tyrant's rages he pulled out, And it's close to 50-50, but again, the fact that you're using that skill to zone people out, even if you don't catch anybody, that's throwing RSG's game off.
It really is. Sorry, I got distracted looking at Erwin's eyes again. Gotta wipe my mouth a little bit. I'm drooling. But overall, he has performed out of his mind. I mean, as we mentioned before about the foresight and on top of the draft, and yes, the counter picks that happened, the fact that they shut down the Ling in such a strategic and systematic way in the early game really set the tone for S11.
Yeah, I think every member from S11 here are probably the hottest member of the night here in this series. They play really decisive. You know, the amount of courage that goes into the entire series have shown in the results. Now they're going to be moving on to the next stages. And unfortunately for RG, let's take a look at this kill board. Look at Kufra, 2-3-14, the most assists on the team, probably the highest kill participation as well.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful stat line from S11. Much better than that close bout they had in game 1. I have my eyes on Diablo, Jay's very own bias from MPL SG. Talk to me about this Lapu-Lapu, because who is he hunting down exactly, right? You want to find Kai, but that seems to be the only reasonable target.
And you're going to have problem doing it. Look at Kai, have 0 death the entire game. He's very careful with the position, and because RG played so aggressive, they're always putting RG in the corner, right? They're playing defensive, so Diablo can't really find those engages onto Kai.
I think they already knew that the mid game was in the bag. They just had to survive the earlier stages, and continuously just small micro movements and adjustments from S11 just showing off at this point. I mean, look at that damage deterrence. They were able to take basically everything across the game, and Kai was killing it.
And Erwin, Kai, Erwin.
Look at Erwin,
don't
84%.
say his name, it makes me shudder.
84% kill participation. In comparison to Lozy, 33%. Just to show you the tank, the roamer that played more decisive, that shot cost clearly, is usually leading the game to victory here.
And I think the Ruby pick may have been a non-starter because, again, RSG wants to be aggressive. Ruby, the hero's nature, is counter initiation. So already RSG may have been dealing with a lot in the back end, and then when it came to decision making in game and even in the draft may have been difficult. I love how Kai was just left to farm out. This is a scary Claude, a very difficult situation to be on the other side of the map of.
Yeah, it really is, and especially since you've kind of taken out the big tool from RSG to kind of set the momentum and pace. Now you've isolated their targets, and you can really start focusing down on those main carries. And again, when you are playing the Sniper Leslie herself, it's really tough when you don't have that goal.
Something very specific. The Leslie was picked as a response in the first phase. Do you agree with me, Dave? That Leslie came in maybe a little too soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually the goal lane is a pick to counter the other side. And Leslie sometimes is not really the most popular pick in the current meta. And when it's picked out so early, it can be easily countered, especially needs that ramp ups to late game of a character.
Yep. Let's go ahead and award our MVP for this game 2 winning bout. Of course, it's the supermodel himself. It's Erwin.
Oh, let's just savor this moment. Let's just stay a little bit longer on the
Bask in
stage.
it.
Bask in it. I mean, just because he's a Greek goddess doesn't mean that he doesn't play like one, because he's absolutely making the biggest impact on the map. And honestly, the fact that MY and SG had to break up, I'm pretty sure they had already predicted it. The foresight that this team has systematically taking out jungle supports and then affecting the lanes, immaculate.
No, at the same time, I want to give the MVP just to S11 overall, because tonight they have shown me the BTK vibes from M3. They have nothing to lose. They put everything on the table and just go for it. You see how ferocious they played in the entire series. This might just be the deciding factor for them to move forward in the loser bracket.
And more now in the knockout stage, wherein there's more games to be played and strategies let out, no holds barred. I think I also have to agree with you, Dave. I'm getting BTK vibes because their mechanics are so on point.
I mean, if history is repeating itself, they could be the reincarnation here to make it happen, because it was BTK that knocked out a Singaporean team during M3.
You know what? I was looking at the lobby in the hotels when S11 was really chill. They have nothing to lose. And this is reflecting here, right? They're playing so relaxed, they're playing so happy, and it's showing in their results, right? Nothing to lose is going in. You saw in the mid lane, when Kufra goes in, diving onto Eve is absolutely insane. Here we're taking a look at Irvin's heat map. Holy crazy.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
I love the beard and mustache combo. He's like a conquistador. he took over that river. And again, he's playing against a Ling. And I'm pretty sure even 505, you'll see in, I hate to point out like negatives for players, but 505, usually Eves don't die that much. Because of the way Erwin played, he put that Eve in such a weird position.
I think 505 was very careful, specifically against his matchup in Kadita, because there's a lot of kill pressure there. But I think Erwin, understanding that 1v1 matchup, can start thinking ahead of time, hey, he wants to position the opposite angle. We cover as many places as possible. We can find this opening, and it will make it so easy if the mid lane is compromised.
Oh my god, look at Kufra. A little bit of extension into the enemy jungle here, right? He's always getting vision of exactly where Ling was, and that's why Ling wasn't able to find any assassinations in the entire game at all. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and take a look at the highlights of the past match.
Notice where Erwin puts himself very specifically, and whether it be large team fights like this, he sets it up for Kai, or whether it's tighter bouts like here in the bottom lane where it was extended, you see he places himself where he needs to be. If he's gonna die, so be it, but if he needs to help get kills, again, put it onto the cores, then job well done.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this is game number 1 in and of itself. He's slowly building up that confidence. He's starting to learn small habits that he noticed from RSG when they were collapsing the game. How does the lane work? So does he talk to your laners? How do you want to position? As we jump in towards game 2, it became even more devastating.
Yeah, this is the engage I was talking about, right? Irvin jumping in decisively under tier 1 tower, and the entire team followed up. Here, one more time, Irvin setting up those engages. What a beautiful play. And when you have a team to follow up and you have aggressive tank like Urban, it makes the play look so synchronized, so beautiful. It's the music, it's the song, it's a delicious dish that you want to taste. So this is absolutely crazy. Look at over here. They started off with 1 kill on Papa Dog, but look at S11, right? They retaliated immediately, just very, very decisive game, and it wiped out the entire team of RG, and that ended the game right here.
I'm not sure if we saw it in the highlights, but there was one shining moment for RSG, and I think that was because they picked off Erwin first. So a lot of this game, a lot of this series was on the back of the supermodel Erwin, and I think for their future opponents, that's something that they have to watch out for, because again, S11 is not afraid to pull out old tricks. Akufra against the Ling, double marksman going into a draft. S11, the sky's the limit. On behalf of Dave and Gideon, at your service, my name is Leo. We're done here at the analyst stand. Let's throw it over to our hosts there with S11 Gaming. Let's get to the bottom of things and see where their minds were at after this winning bout.
Here we are, Mara and Clara with the winner, S11 Gaming from Argentina! Congratulations, congratulations. Wait, I have to point out you did amazing stuff. Usually what we see right now is double tank and double fighter, but you guys did double marksman and jungle Paquito. So let's talk about the decision behind that, because it's not the normal, but you dominated your opponent.
Creo que un poco fue parte de estrategia de nosotros. Pensamos que en la situación fue lo mejor que pudo funcionar. Realmente confiamos en cada uno de los héroes que sacamos, que elegimos. Y bueno, en las partidas se vio la confianza y la intención de dominar el juego, de llevar el hilo de la partida.
So, under the circumstances, we analyze very well our opponent. So, in such a sense, we make decision based in the strategy that we made in the prior days in order to prepare our match. So, we feel very confident during the game to choose him and make this decision in order to win the game.
And it's a good decision, Clara.
That's right, 2-0. And how does it feel like to sweep the MPL region's team like that? You were so cool, and it's just so amazing for you guys.
So how does it feel to be able to defeat an MPL region and to sweep them?
Nada, se siente muy conmovedor, o sea, ganarle a un equipo que tiene MPL y tiene más recorrido que nosotros. Y también demostrar que estamos a la altura de ser mejores o mejorar a más, porque aún estamos aprendiendo.
So we feel very proud to beat a team coming from the MPL region, and this gives us more confidence in order to for the next matches that we will be having. So we are very well prepared for that, and we feel proud of all the members from the team.
Okay, Chan, when you look at me like that and you talk that way, it makes me lose my mind. Okay, so your next opponent is going to be Falcon Esports, and you're doing really great. Even Naomi is making a lot of noise. People are saying he's a god tank. So what do you guys think about your next opponent, and do you have any message for them?
Sabemos que es un rival duro, que tuvo una fase de grupo extraordinaria, salieron primeros. No hay que confianza y hay que seguir con nuestro juego como hicimos con RSG y todo se va a dar bien.
So they are very competitive. They have shown us in the group stage that they are a very good team. However, we need to keep playing with our own identity, with our own strategy, in order to beat them.
And I feel that they have cemented right now their identity with this match. Congratulations once again, S11 Gaming Argentina, and to the translator, Carlos. Congratulations!
Woohoo! Again and again, they proved themselves with really good game. 2-0, and it was really fast, Mara.
That's absolutely right. But you know what? That's not just what we have for today. We have back-to-back game coming your way. So stay tuned for more MLBB action. Only here on Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great!
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumsi going to be the focus again.
Oh,
can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survived.
The moves and grooves. Behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord. He's already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Sufin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my Rosa going to come to Alexis Genzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, The Dark Horse.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
2019 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Nobody guessed that Todak, a debutant for MPL Malaysia-Singapore, then would qualify for M1. They topped their group stage with aggressive gameplay.
They get a mega kill. They're walking in to win this game. Todak take game 1.
And end up being the second runner-up of the first ever M Series. Fast forward to M2. After dominating the Myanmar MLBB scene for a few seasons, Burmese Ghoul finally shines at the world stage.
And they decimate Brand Esports from underneath their own tower.
It's gonna be Flaptizi who's gonna get caught out here, stuck against the. That's gonna be GG. Burmese Ghouls take the 5th round.
Dominated the competition and extended the grand finals to a full 7-game series. And in M3, North America represents. BTK rises above all expectations when they defeated Blacklist International in the upper bracket.
The break for it. They flicker on for it. They find another kill. That's 2. They can get the 3rd. Mobazane. They have done it.
And pummeled their way to the lower bracket finals without any coach and team staff. M4 is finally coming. Which team do you think will rise to greatness and be the next dark horse? See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're going to get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo trying to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Danny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making the play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. There's wow! That's Fried Chicken taking 1 versus 3. Erwin is the next target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What
on the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20-30 vision where they just literally see the future.
No way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi! Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់ៗសុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួន ប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិ If you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest ocean now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished what they want, I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, only you get your hands up, only you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch touch the sky. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me is strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The heat and the beats were intense on day 2 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. As old rivalries for past M series fueled the tension in the air. Where history repeats itself. The first series of the day saw Torak taking on their bitter old rivals, RRQ Hoshi, who defeated them in the world stage in M1 and M3. RRQ Hoshi started the party on their home turf with a gentle wave from their home ground hero, Kadita. Birthday boy Albert then showcased what the true skill ceiling in a game like MLBB can be on his special day. The second series of the day featured another international feud that started in M3. The defending champions are back to their usual winning form as they cruise through the Brazilians in dominating fashion. RRQ Akira showed signs of life when Takashi performed out of his mind to claw back in game number 1. But in the end, the Filipino representatives were too much for the Samba boys to handle. With that, we'll head on to the lower brackets today where elimination is on the line. It is the survival of the fittest. Let's see who will make it out alive. Dare to be great.
I'm the
Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
။ဘူးမှမဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့စုံဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ e-sport ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေအကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတနေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ e-sport ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမူကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will
time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends M4 World Championship for another lower bracket match for today. We have a showdown between Incendio Supremacy and MDH Esports. Who will come out on top to continue their dream for the crown? Incendio Supremacy arriving here at the venue. Alien sets up great initiations with his out-of-this-world plays done everywhere on the map. With the help of his team, especially Rosa's burst damage, Incendio's specialty to best their opponents in their team fights. MDH arriving at the venue. Everybody on the team needs help from Need My Help. He must control any lane he thinks that will be the weak one or the most controlled by the opponents. They must do whatever it takes to win against Incendio Supremacy.
The Turkish face off against the Vietnamese. Lone representatives of their regions are going to clash with one going home after this best of three. At your service, my name is Leo. Welcome to the analyst stand, joined here by Gideon Q and Assassin Dave. We just saw RSGSG get swept here today. 3 more teams are going to be sent home. Gideon, are you as nervous as I?
I really am. With so many upsets potentially happening today, and already my neighboring country being knocked out so early on into the competition, 2 of these teams, they got to play their best.
Hey, a lot of people are saying they're actually less suspicion, or you might actually have a better idea of the result of the upcoming match, because Incendio is looking really good in this series. I'm excited.
Yep, it's no secret that in the group stage, Incendio took their group all the way. There's a lot of potential in this Turkish squad, but both of them, I'm talking about Incendio, I'm talking about MDH, have nothing to lose. If anything, they have so much to gain. Imagine if either of them go far, because really it only comes down to one, right? Imagine what that would do for the Mekong region. Imagine what that would do for Turkey, for all of their neighboring regions up there, even the CIS, right? It's gotta mean a lot of growth, so that's all on their shoulders here today in a best of 3.
Absolutely, and I think, I'm a little worried, and I'm leaning more towards the Mekong region, mainly because we've seen Vietnam previously, historically, during MSC. At that time, Overclockers was the representatives, didn't do well in groups, did amazing during their knockout stage.
But I gotta say though, MDH in its entire phase of M4 feel like they're on an isolated area, like an isolated island. It's hard to find scrims, it's hard to find them to practice. Nobody knows what they have been preparing or cooking up for us. So I'm excited to see what's going on. What do they have in store today?
While we have them prepare, again, they just entered the stadium. They get settled into their booths. Here we see the talent prediction. It's Incendio all across. Save for Mainan, who is from Vietnam. It's clear that Incendio has won a lot of hearts, have just garnered a lot of fans throughout their performance in the group stage. And was that just 1 out of possibly 12? 1 out of 12.
1 out of 12 odds so far. And I think, the impression left from the group stage still sticks with you until the knockouts.
Hey, their prediction is definitely deserved. Look at the group stage they did, right? Knocked out Falcon for 1 game, almost took away a game from Blacklist. They had an incredible performance. No one expected Incendio to come in swinging. And today, they might just show the power of supremacy. 2-0, maybe, possibly, potentially.
Well, with nothing to lose, everything to gain, Incendio Supremacy and MDH Esports have a lot on their minds. But one thing is for sure, they're going to take this 1 game at a time. And speaking of which, let's about get into game 1. Let's throw it over to our casters. On behalf of Assassin Dave and Gideon Q, my name is Leo. Let's go to the desk.
Thank you very much, Leo, Gideon, and Dave. Welcome back to the caster desk. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Merkel and MYSG Public Enemy.
Oh my goodness. Well,
can't blame you. I mean, I think that
We have to have a conversation when we go back to our room.
Stats-wise, it's what 3-0. Unfortunately, when I'm on the desk or on the stand. So.
Well, no, it's fine because I got you.
All right, nasi
You're
padang.
public and yeah, nasi padang, right? You might be blacklisted here from MYSG so far with the results, but you're good with me, man.
Blacklisted. Get it. Okay, but anyways, this is going to be another heated match as well. It is going to be Incendio. I would say arguably almost becoming one of the dark horses in their own group. But all of a sudden, the day one debuff of Falcon just went off, and then, Falcon started landing on and just really surprising all of us. But of course, Incendio from Group A, whereas on the other side, MDH, they're from Group B. Unfortunately, no wins during the group stage.
Unfortunately, this will be a night and day when it comes to their performance, right?
Yep. And with that said, I think let's take a look at the team lineup for now. We gotta see who are on their roster. Are there any changes? Are there any swaps regarding anything else?
Probably not. This will be Rosa, Alien, Sunshine, Tianzi, and Apex 47. Wonderful performance during the group stages, almost taking a game away from Blacklist International, then winning against Bird and Falcon. Unfortunately, they lost a tiebreaker, but they had a great performance all throughout.
Looking at as well, the other side, we have MDH Esports from Vietnam. Qualifying through the Mekong qualifiers, dominant performance by them. But here at M4, they have really struggled to get to a position where they find that comfort. Right now, walking up to the stage though, first it's going to be MDH Esports with their lineup. Once again, they need to find comfort, they need to be confident, and they just need to stick with what works. Don't change too much, and here it is. Welcome them to the stage.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen, hailing all the way from the Mekong qualifiers, it is MDH!
Not the best performance in the group stages, but we saw some flair coming out from this team. One of the veterans, Nart, must muster all of his confidence into his teammates. Maybe show us something different in the knockout stages. Because if we're just going to look at the groups, it will not look that good. Vietnam has to pull something out of their bag.
Which is interesting, right? Because usually, for the Mekong qualifiers here, the teams usually are able to compete up against the best. Sure, they haven't found a whole lot of success throughout the years so far, but IDNS back then were able to take a few games off of the others. Also, kind of a dark horse. But here, hey, it's another dark horse in the making. A lot of people have rooted or predicted that Incendio will take the series. Out of 12, there was only one person, one talent who rooted for MDH. All the way from Turkey, they're coming up onto the stage, being welcomed as the dark horse.
And of course, looking to incinerate everyone along their way to success. It is going to be all the way from Turkey. Welcome, Incendio Supremacy!
Wonderful performance, as we have mentioned in the group stages. There's a lot of fans that have converted their fan base into Incendio Supremacy after their wonderful games against Blacklist International, against Falcon and Burn X Flash. They have their own identity. A little bit quiet. We can see from Blacklist International where they group up together, sustain themselves. We saw them doing this as well. Like deploying the Estes in the fray. Incendio Supremacy looked to be a team that's prepared for M4, and I'm very excited to see more from this team.
Right now, they found most of their success with Rosa. If Rosa gets that hard carry hero in the mid lane, the Farsas, the Yves, to control the pace of the game, just based on that mid control and even rotating across the map, that's where Incendio can really dominate you, right? But on the side of MDH, it feels like it's a bit one-dimensional where they only can play towards the later stage of the game. When they get to the late game, once they get those heroes in the gold and the mid lane scaled up, they perform, they can take it. But the thing is, in this meta, it really favors that early game snowball.
It is. I think MLBB is really evolving very rapidly, right? We talked about this. Adaptation is king on this world stage. MDH unable to find anything for now, but we could say the same of S11. Finally found a game, or basically a series against RSG. You know, MDH, once again, being pushed to the corner. This could be a very dark day. It could be the shadow of the day as well, but Incendio maybe that bright light.
Now, MDH's strength and maybe also a weakness is that the fact that they have now been very standard on how they are approaching things in the draft. In fact, across the 3 games that they played, the only hero that they played more than once was the Lapu Lapu. Anything else is unique. So that is actually, you know, amazing to see, but unfortunately it's not converting into W's.
Yeah, looking at the teams head-to-head now, ladies and gentlemen, Incendio, looking at the surface area looks really good, but looking on the side of MDH, that doesn't look very well.
It does not. And you know, there's no way to sugarcoat it.
No.
MDH has had a very lackluster group stage. You could even say it's a horrible group stage, right? Usually, even for a lot of the teams who did not perform in the group stages, they still had those glimpses of brilliance. You could see that even though maybe they lose in the team fights, they can make up for it with their Lord control, their objective control. But right here, it looks like MDH, again, have not found their comfort zone. Especially now in the knockout stage, they need to fix this.
And when you look at Incendio's supremacy, like we said, it's night and day when you compare these 2 teams. Just, you know, basing on their performance during the group stages. Incendio's supremacy, we have seen an identity from this team. We know that they want to take team fights all together. They want to group up. They want to deathball against their opponents and also take over those neutral objectives. That's why there's a lot of like percentages, as you saw from their Turtle and their Lord fights.
Yeah, I feel like Rosa has found a lot of successes with these artillery long-range mages, right? The fact that Apex, the Predator, literally being able to find the setups for Rosa to land down all that damage, but sometimes you also see Alien, you know, starting to step up. We talked about EXP laners, they're very important, especially when we talk about turtle control, but on the other side, MDH, I think it's about Joga. He needs to find those turtle control. You saw that is their strongest strength in the earlier parts of the game. They need to quickly snowball as quickly as possible with the help of the jungle. And with that said, looking at the timer up there, we will be going back into the draw very, very soon. Extremely excited, but also a sense of bittersweet because we might be sending one of these teams home. And of course, I'm the first victim.
Yeah, you are, right? RSGSG was knocked out earlier today. If MDH follows, 2 Southeast Asian teams will be the first 2 teams knocked out from M4.
Definitely correct. We saw some moments of brilliance as well from the Western region, from the previous M3, M series, I mean. And now for M4, we are seeing even more of that. And I think that it's generally better. I mean, that's at the expense of our neighbors, but if it makes it spicier for the world stage, I mean, I'll take it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's add the sambal in. We will be going into the draft in less than 3 seconds because it is going to be Incendio Supremacy going up against MDH. Who will be able to pick up the most priority pick? That's what we are looking out for. And it is going to be Incendio in the first pick.
All right, first pick Incendio, and you can already see the bands coming in. Fanny, Carey. Meanwhile, for MDH, taking away the Joy and the 1-1. 2 picks that have been phenomenal. And again, I think throughout the knockout stages, we have not seen just yet. Wolf, should we expect something different from the draft coming in from the first match of the day, where S11 and RSG let a lot of these heroes open? Remember, Fanny wasn't banned nor picked at all in match 1.
Yeah, to answer your question, yes, I think we're going to see it differently aside from the fact that Eve is going to be the priority for both teams. Because if you look back during their group stages, both these teams, even when they're playing in different groups, they have prioritized that hero. So apart from that, I think we can see somewhere along the lines of maybe a Lolita perhaps, because it was banned out in the earlier stages. Even a Hayabusa at this point is not a long shot for both teams.
It is as well. It's going to be MDH banning away the counter. I feel like this, between these 2 teams, is going to be the battle between the majors, right? It's going to be the battle of Rosa going up against Need My Help, right? And I feel like this first pick is definitely going to go for that Eve. But rest assured from the side of Incendio, even if the Eve is not picked, there is always that Farsa that, you know, Rosa could actually fall back to.
Incendio have a lot of options to play with, right? I mean, when you talk about Incendio in the group stages, sure, we could just talk about the gameplay, but personally for me, I felt like their drafts were really impressive, and they have a chance to once again display it here by going for a flex pick. Eve is the prio pick. That's what we expect them to go for, but they can also just go for something like a Grok, or perhaps just a Valentina, a flex that can dictate the drafts.
With the Valentina first pick, though, it's a hero that we have not seen a lot of here in the knockout stage.
It's weird, right? But at least in the lower bracket, we haven't seen that before. Now it's one of those priority picks that you can never really go wrong, because no matter what your opponent picks up, you have a chance to copy it. Fredrin is also a priority for MDH. They will not be taking it. And then there is that choice of getting the Claude now so that you will not have any problems in your marksman department later on. But I think the Eve still is a good pick for MDH.
I mean, MDH could definitely go for the Eve, but then again, you'll definitely be giving that real-world manipulation over to the side of Rosa with the Valentina. But the only problem about the Valentina is that very short range, right? You gotta really go up to the face, the first skill, second skill, and then get out. By then, you may take a lot of damage. And Wolf, as you predicted, just a claw being picked up by MDH, and there you go. Leslie going in to the side of Incendio.
Last time this happened, it was literally last game. RSG, they picked up the Leslie to counter the Claude, but what did that activate? The backline threat from the enemy team. And right now, MDH have a chance to, again, just pressure the Leslie. In lane, I would say, Leslie is such a good pickup against the Claude, but in these team fights, it's so difficult to pull her off.
That kind of makes me think that maybe Lolita or the Grok will be the next choice here for Incendio, or maybe something like a Cho. But yeah, both Lolita and Grok can protect this Leslie if ever, so that will be the Grok. And I guess what's different here is that the Leslie is an anti-tank in a way, so Fredrin might not have the best time for this one.
Your prediction has been going pretty well right there. Grok being picked up by the side of Incendio, and then it's going to be a Hayabusa over the side of Joga.
Yeah, we mentioned this too.
You are about to mention that. What is? You're on fire right here, Wolf.
Maybe because at least this is what we saw in the group stage. And Incendio, with all due fairness, we saw a lot of games from them. They played 5 games, so there's a big sample size on the patterns that they're doing. So this looks to be one of the more standard ways that Incendio is actually drafting towards.
Kufra banned too. Incendio might be setting up for an assassin pick for themselves. Meanwhile, here we do have a fun fact for everybody back at home. TNTK, the coach of MDH Esports, was a player of CyberX together with Nard and in MSC 2021.
Yeah, I remember
You like the way I said his name,
Yeah, of course. I've been listening to you during the group stages, but of course, you know, looking at the bands coming from MDH, right? And then looking at the bands coming from Incendio, I could smell a link coming up. But then again, you know, Hilda is wonderful to counter against that that link. But as well, from the side of MDH, they need to ban away the Hilda because you also want to protect your Hayabusa during the earlier part of the game. But because, you know, MDH doesn't pick up the Eve early on in the draft, you are going to expect Incendio's never going to let that go.
I wonder if MDH is considering either a Farsa or maybe even a Xavier. The thing with, or Lilia, I mean. Lilia is a hero that you don't give really a good ultimate to the Valentina as much as you would like an Eve or a Farsa. And that's also true with the Xavier. So instead, it's going to be Lolita. As we expected earlier on, it's going to be great versus the Leslie. You understand why they took that up. Oh, they pick it up quick.
Wow. And the S-Test too in for Incendio Supremacy. They pick up that Martis. That's going to be so good up against this composition that wants to technically CC you down. Need my help on that Xavier. All right, we've got our draft set. Need my help is going to be very careful here because last time we saw Incendio play the Grok, Alien went for Weapon Mastery and all he did was flicker to the mid laner and the gold laner.
Yeah, I feel like the last part of the draft was very rapid fire. Feels like Incendio and MDH, before entering the banning phase, they know what they're going to go for. So expect them to be comfortable in talking about execution. But in terms of the team composition, Wolf, what are each team good at?
You know, late game is definitely what MGH wants to go for. They want to make sure that the Xavier as well as the Claude is going to output the damage. But when it comes to like the actual composition, if it's a head-to-head, I think that the team fight will definitely be favoring Incendio Supremacy. This is the Turkish Ube that we saw during the group stages. We call it Turkish Delight in the Tagalog stream when I was casting there. But I don't think that it's a thing in the internationally, but at least in the Philippines, it's a thing. Turkish Delight, right?
You know what? Let's bring it to the English desk. Going for the Ube strat as well. It is going to be Incendio going up against MDH in game number 1. First, this is the best of 3, mind you. So first team that wins will definitely gain that momentum.
And so far, we've seen that the first game really matters a lot, especially considering both these teams run on momentum too. In the XP lane, Alien already with the help of Apex 47 dealing a whole lot of damage. Flicker very early on, not even a minute has gone by, and that's a massive battle spell already.
Yeah, another thing to highlight as well, Wolf, you were mentioning Alien is holding on to that weapon mastery as well. So expect Alien to just go full damage drop, and MDH would need to brace themselves. That wild charge may not be just only an engage tool, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, this is a weapon master grok. By the way, this is the third time that Incendio did this, and it seems like what the King actually did is a response to what Incendio has been doing for the past 3 games when they're doing the XP lane grok. Because what he did was to sacrifice his battle spell so that at least he'll get 2 minions, because the grok blocking the lane in the XP lane is actually difficult to deal with if you don't sacrifice anything. So this is like actually MDH correcting the laning stage against Incendio Supremacy.
Yep, right now, TNZ on the other side of the map, the turtle will be spawning at the bottom side instead. It is also a 2-1-1 composition coming up from both these two teams, prioritizing on protecting their marksmen to get them up to standard, up to the items. But here we go, Nart finding Apex in the jungle.
47, Apex 47 is down. First blood over to Joga from MDH. Vietnam coming back strong here in the knockout stage. Already starting with a pretty good lead. Turtle control is not going to be for Incendio for now, but you can already see the movement from Rosa trying to get that mid control back in.
Yeah, at least Apex 47 was able to go back into helping and supporting the team fight later on at the Turtle stage. But then again, MDH being the late stage part of the team, Incendio on the other hand, I think they cannot give too much resources, but Joga already chunking down that Turtle.
Turtle number 1 already very low. You can see it now. Numina Blast pops in. Tianzi is able to steal it away. That's going to be the King knocked up, taunting up 3 members. The Dawning Light not dealing enough damage just yet. The King! Oh my goodness! A massive Appraiser's Wrath to turn the tides. But Rosa is still healthy. Takes a kill back in for Incendio. That was so much damage.
The King came. He literally landed down that big sword, but Rosa, Rosa. 1 HP!
Rosa!
Rosa!
My goodness, Incendio as well as MDH, they're really bringing out the big guns. Wonderful flank coming up from Rosa, who stole the ultimate coming out from Nart. He copied the Lolita Numinum Blast and had a great angle from the backlines. That's why TNZ was able to snatch that turtle, because it was at the right moment when the retribution was already on the threshold that they can take the turtle. That gave the advantage to Incendio Supremacy. And unfortunately for MDH, Need My Help didn't have the Savior ultimate in that case. He had to wait for a few more seconds. That's why they didn't have as much damage as INC.
Oh, Joga is looking at TNZ right here. Shuriken would not be able to land for now, but then because MDH pushes TNZ away, Incendio has is putting so much pressure on the top side, which is where Sunshine is. They want, both these two teams, they really want to get the marksmen up online as quickly as possible, but then again, Joga going in.
That's a shadow kill popped in onto Rosa, who's still able to get out. Again, both teams pushing the pace, but it's only 3 kills on the board.
It's not too far away, Mirko. Like right now, but hold on.
Mobilization coming in, Numinum Blast charged in. Rosa gonna be stunned up with Apex. Nart finds a massive stun, and it's followed through very well by MDH. 3-1, and hey, last time most of the talents predicted RSG, they lost. Now, most of the talents are predicting Incendio.
Why are you bringing this up? In the meantime, it is going to be Incendio. They need to put some pressure on Joga, but here we go.
Alien versus the world, knocked up, stunned up, but has the wild charge to get out.
When you see a grok doing that as a defensive, it doesn't look good, right?
Yeah, 3 members of MDH have physical damage, and with the Weapon Master grok in the XP lane, he's very tanky against those heroes.
The King again in the front lines, getting the HP back in, and
No
that's
way.
Alien!
He's so tanky!
Finds the turtle! Joga jumps in with the quad shadow and the shadow kill, but it's Tienzi who finds the kill back. Rosa stole it away. Nart now gonna be the target down, as that's gonna be the sustainability from Incendio. Tienzi finding a double kill with the decimation.
The double kill decimation on top of TNZ is going to allow him to snowball out of control, and that's exactly not what MDH want to do. They have a very strong control in the early part of the game, but they let it go.
Knowing the grok is just with 2 Legion Swords and a Fury Hammer with the Weapon Master, is very tanky against physical attack, and he even dodged the Savior attacks. The moment that you saw the power of nature, you have to avoid that because that's going to hurt. Even just the first skill of the grok at this point is going to tear down the defenses of MDH, who apparently only has one physical defensive item, which is on the Lolita, and that's not going to be enough.
Yep, the Leslie has already had the Berserker Fury. That is a big item housed by Incendio. He's already starting to get the necessary items to basically scale out of control. MDH need to find some way to stem that bleed, but Tianzi is already hard invading.
All right, I have a question. How much damage does Alien do with the first ability? Because Joga did not even get a chance to retry.
Yeah.
That was just all Alien.
Exactly. I think it's, if I would guess, it's
out of the world.
1.6k. Yeah. At that point, early on, that's actually a lot.
That's a retribution.
That's a retribution, basically.
It's like it reminds me of the Bauman, right? You use your ultimate and a retry that's like double retry, but now Incendio, you know, Alien on that. But hold on a second, they really want to try to force this.
Phenomenal Blast charged in. That's the sandwich play by Tianzi under the turret. Finding one. Joga looking for the quad shadow. Sunshine flickering out. Has that sustainability to help him out. Tianzi is going to be able to find decimation. Teleports back. It's a disaster for MDH. It's a double kill for Tianzi. And they're looking to capitalize on to the first turret up in the gold lane.
Tianzi is building a snowball out of the dead bodies of MDH. Incendio, on the other hand, is just so strong against MDH. I thought there was a chance for MDH, but then Incendio snuff it out.
And they get the turtle, they get the turret up top too. In fact, inching the lead out to what? Maybe 6,000 gold up at this moment. You're gonna have to hand it to INC. This Turkish delight strategy with their Estes is just so good.
It's not a delight.
No,
man. Look
my
at that! Alien
goodness.
jumps in with a wild charge. Oh my goodness, the healing comes in clutch too. The King unable to find the Appraiser's wrath. And again, I do believe it's not a Turkish delight because MDH are not enjoying it.
Oh, they're not enjoying it, definitely. The moment that you see someone not dying for INC, the sustain is gonna be there. So MDH, the only way for them to engage is to get a pick off. All in on one hero, eliminate that. The moment that you don't get a lethal initiation against Incendio, you're in big trouble because now you have overextended, they can easily punish, and there's no team fight for you afterwards.
The worst part is, just take a look at MDH, the state of their map. It's looking very dire. On the other hand, Incendio, you know, they've got all the defensive structures up. They have all the time in the world. MDH is not allowed to scale all the way to the later parts of the game. But even with the Claw, take a look at the items. Golden Staff as well as the Demon Hunter Sword already built. Plot is already online, but it's just MDH unable to find the initiation.
I have to ask you this question again, Wolf, right? We mentioned this during the draft. MDH likes to go for the late game draft. Alien not taking any damage, just walks back. Absolute Chad gets the wild charge too. And the King is going to be the one who has to back off. My goodness, but back again. Early game comp from Incendio. MDH with the late game comp. Can they withstand the storm?
Oh, if they do mass damage onto Need My Help and they keep them alive, maybe there will be a chance. And Joga, unfortunately, he picked up the Hayabusa against a team that likes to play the Estes. And Incendio Supremacy will not be separating themselves from each other. The only outlier might be the Grok Alien, which is a physical defensive beast. So to answer your question, it will take a lot of mistakes from Incendio Supremacy for MDH to win it in the late game.
But if you're on this stage right now, you do not want to bank on your enemy's mistakes. You want to be the one that's creating opportunities, right, guys? But from the side of the Claw, I'm looking at him. He needs to try to find the backline. But then again, it's just the Apex 47 just shut down every single plan that MDH have.
Incendio technically don't have a back line. Sunshine, you could mention Sunshine, but hey, he's always in the middle, not the back. The person at the back is actually Apex 47, who now already has the immortality. It is a free lord. 9 minutes in towards Incendio. 7.7 thousand gold lead, and MDH again, like you mentioned, Wolf, they need to bank on a mistake at this point.
See, if you see a Grok like with a first skill, dealing what 2.6k damage on.
I'm out of here. I'm not playing.
Gonna get out of there. I think he's building up. He already has Pepsi, so with wild charge from the bush, he is gonna pack up a punch.
A punch? You mean getting knocked up in the air?
Is that what you call a punch in the Philippines? That is not a punch.
That's not a punch. Because Incendio right now, they're marching down with that Lord on the top side. MDH, you saw, even with Xavier, the items, it's not enough damage to do anything at all. The ultimate just barely tickles the Lord, not even trying to steal that Lord away.
Oh man, it just, again, so hard for MDH right now. They want to scale up, but they're not given any room to play with. Tianzi walks up, can take all the damage, can get stunned up, but it doesn't matter, he's on a Martis.
It's just so hard to watch, ladies and gents, especially from the side of MDH right here. Incendio already setting up the siege point now. It's going to be the top side. The Lord's already marching in. Sunshine can attack from a long point. Yes, there's a scout, but it's only stating the obvious. MDH and Incendio is obviously leaning towards the top side.
What a godly lane freeze here. They utilize the
Oh
Grok
my god.
so that they'll be able to easily take some of the outer lanes, and now they have the Lord on their side up top.
Well, one thing that MDH has going for them is that high ground. Alien! With the flicker onto Nart, that's the cancel, and that will give them the free base turret. The King gonna be caught in the middle of that fight. It's still a good defense by MDH. It looks super good for Incendio, but MDH, wow, again, that high ground power is working out for them.
Man, MDH, that could have gone so worse. Look at the Dawning Light, just barely tickles Incendio right now. They're so far ahead. Sunshine's already taken up top. It's going to be a fight.
That's the sustainability right now as Tianzi jumps in, disrupting everything. Gonna be taken down. Tianzi was waiting there for the BMI. Now it's gonna be Need My Help, who's gonna have to back off. Apex 47 smacks. Nart falls. The King now gonna be able to actually get back to the base. No minion waves, but it just might look like Incendio will end the game. 12 minutes in, the wall placed in to stop the minion waves from crashing. The King still in front, trying to buy some time before that's gonna be the Mystic Field popped in by Sunshine. A Decimation does not care about the sustainability of the Frenchman. Incendio secure game number 1. Match point.
Incendio supremacy showing us the Turkish delight. And MDH is finding it way too spicy. This game, a little bit shaky for Incendio in the early game, but MDH just lost it in around the mid game.
They had so much sambal today, I can see. They have incinerated the stage, essentially. It looks very, very, how to say this? There's a lot of flair, like you saw in that last sequence of events. A wild charge to cancel the Numinum Blast. A stolen Numinum Blast to get the last hit onto a Lolita who has a bulwark.
They were all just fighting for the TikTok moments, dude.
I agree. It's just so hard to watch, especially that that sequence of abilities, right? It's just like, just. You think you have the Luminum Blast? No, it's mine now, and I'm gonna cancel yours. And that is the power of the Valentina first pick. That's also the power of the Grok going with the Weapon Master.
This Grok coming out from Incendio Supremacy is more than just a hero versus hero matchup. Even the map control that you saw coming out from Alien is very well fought. Level 1, they freeze the lane, utilizing the Grok Guardian's barrier so that they will have a better lane matchup versus the Fredrin X lane. Late game, they control the Lord so that every lane will come together and they will have an easier push. This is a well thought of draft coming out from Incendio Supremacy. I will not be surprised if the Grok will be banned next game.
Man, the Grok needs to be banned, but we also got to give a special shout out to Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of M4. This chair is looking really nice, by the way. I'm taking hope. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine, an incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow, and a brand new fabric in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a long time. Of course, apart from that, we also have the M4 Pass.
Absolutely, man. The M4 Pass is available right now. So hop on your Secret Lab and complete all active tasks, and you guys will be able to reach level 75 at ease. Currently, I'm level 51, despite being casting all day. Oh, you're level 51 too. Hey, shout out. By the way, LaFell level 15, caught lacking. Anyways, free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliant skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine. Can see right here on the desk are awaiting you back at home. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to be Great.
And of course, M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st as well, so expect a loads of events and rewards up for grabs in the game. First off, complete battle task in the game on January 21st to get a skin coat of skin choice, chest, not a skin code, but then that Stellaris Gold skin is something that I really want to work towards too, and you can choose the skin you like most from that very chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day, so playing matches and you will get team star protection for 3 matches. Not enough for a best of 2. Double star, more than enough for a best of 2. Double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. Enough for a best of 5. We are not stopping there as well. Free access to all the heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available on the same day. So save the date, put it in your calendar, log into the game on January 21st and enjoy the match and win tons of rewards, and let's all celebrate M4 Championship together, including with your friends.
Go ahead, check it out, because man, those are a lot of rewards, man.
January 21st, save the date.
Save the date.
Yeah.
But here, Jays, I think we're going to throw it to the analysts.
Yeah, we do have to throw it back to the analysts soon. Of course, it's going to be Dave, Leo, and Gideon. Please help us clarify what went well for Incendio.
It's clear that the Turkish came to play. They are threatening elimination against the Vietnamese. Match point for Incendio Supremacy. This is Assassin Dave, that's Gideon Q. I'm Leo, and we're going to be talking about game number 1. Starting with the draft, I really appreciate how Incendio really thought this out well, because I think when we were watching, you guys will agree, that first phase, that Leslie, I was of 2 hearts. I was like, that seems to be too soon, but they completely won out as soon as they got that Martis and Leslie.
Absolutely. I think, designing the draft like that, and especially faking out the Frederick, making all the difference with the anti-crowd control. And I mean, pulling up the stats here, and Dave, you got to tell me what's happening here, because overall, we were talking about, maybe this Leslie, it's not the way to work.
Yeah, when I first picked Leslie, I had my doubts as well, especially with the season. This is a full Wu-Bei strategy, UBE, going in. But at the same time, the other side has Lolita, right? MDH draft seemed okay. But Rosa, this guy is built different gaming. The entire game, he copied Lolita Nuna's Blast, his ultimate, and just win him. We saw a better mid lane who's playing Lolita. That is insane.
Yep, and by setting up that Estes, I meant the Estes and the Martis in the later half, essentially they shut down MDH's early game plans. It was so hard to beat Joga in this game.
I think, overall, you say that, Joga, it's tough, of course, but even more so, it was supposed to be Fredrin that had to go into the jungle. They eventually had to give it over to King, considering the lineup, so that made it even harder, and things just spiraled out of control. And Incendio Gaming showing and living up to their name. They want the supremacy, they want to dominate.
And let's take a look at the stats. Rosa has 92% kill participation, same as Apex 47, 100%. Meanwhile, coming to the other side, despite the fact Need My Help taking down the Xavier, the character is supposed to have global presence, but yet he only have 67% kill participation on that.
I think a lot was hedging on the fact that Need My Help needs a lot of time. And this being a 12-minute game, Incendio Supremacy just had a clearer vision of how to execute from early, mid, to late. And again, just in the draft alone, big picture, right? You have a Claude, you have a Savior, and you have a Hayabusa that needs to snowball. There's a lot that's contradicting already in the lineup that MDH brought out.
Personally, for me, I think, late game compositions are slowly starting to fizzle out. It just takes too many resources to make something work. And if you are going to be playing for the later stages of the game, it has to be dedicated to one person and not multiple. There just aren't enough resources on the map for a 12-minute game.
Absolutely. Hayabusa, Claude, and Xavier are just a little bit too much for them to take. If they would have opted to go with something like Eve, it could have turned out to be a lot better in that game. So in going to game 2, MDH going to change their strategy. We shall find out.
Yep. For MDH, it's a matter of time, so they only have so much. Again, literally just one game away from elimination. And who's responsible for that? Well, a majority of it on the shoulders of our MVP. We're going to have to give it over to TNZ. I have to stress this out. There's 2 kinds of MVPs, right? The setup and the payoff. He was both. You have great setup as a Martis, you're CC immune, you have a good amount of CC yourself, and then you have that Decimate, you just go off. And he built a hybrid Martis.
Absolutely. It does show that the base damage as a Martis is something to be very aware of, because all he needed was a Hunter Strike. He's building in towards his next item, but he can decide what he wants. Does he really want to get a Curse Helm? Does he want to go to Blade of Despair? Or even Malefic Roar? That's up to him. It really allows him to play flexibly.
Yeah, and I just want to give the highlight again to all the team that supported make this happen. That Estes really shined to make the Martis, where TNZ is able to do whatever he wanted across the map without worrying about dying, right? The blessing of Moon Goddess is way too much on the healing there.
I'm telling you, this team is slowly molding themselves into the Turkish delight that's really going to sway your opinion and join the dark side of Turkey.
Yeah, and again, I love how you put up the fact first, Dave, that it's off of Apex 47's amazing Estes, combined with him, Tianzi, prioritizing the top boots. You're safe and you're clear from CC, at least from the early game. Yeah, that 30% CC reduction helps a lot. And then, again, you can build up between Hunter Strike, you move on. You want to be more aggressive, you want to be more defensive, and I think that's what made TNZ all the more worthy of the MVP. He was able to make the right decisions, and in the first 5 minutes, which again, was basically half of this game, it's 12 minutes, he was all over the map. You don't expect this kind of heat map from a hero like Martis. You're expecting more of this from a Joy, from a Ling, from all those mobility-based heroes, but not Tianzi, not as Martis.
No, absolutely not, especially when he's hovering around his orange buff very often. But notice the hottest spots on the map, towards the turtle side, towards the bottom side, as well as we look to the top, that river crab as well. He's looking for opportunities to apply pressure, especially when he's purposefully getting seen by the enemy support.
Now, I like this heat map. It shows exactly how aggressive he's playing. He's serving the traditional tank role of discovering vision, getting the information on the opposition side, and providing to the team. And given that his entire team is following him up, it goes back to once they have the information, you have to pay attention to Rosa in the next game. The setup was too much. Now, I want to say, when they first picked Valentina, it was a little bit, okay, Eve's still on the table, you know, like what about the early game? But he proved me wrong. Now, game 2, I'm looking forward to the Rosa, the star of the match.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure that's a true for MDH as well. But now they have to get into the game once more, reset and redeem themselves. Let's throw it over to the desk. What do y'all think?
Thank you very much. It is going to be Leo, Gideon, and Dave as well. Thank you very much for the analyst. I think I agree with you guys with regarding of Tianzi. He's basically an invisible threat everywhere, and that's exactly the kind of jungler I would want on my team.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of moments where he was actually able to steal the turtle, right? Even early on, just walking up like an absolute Chad. That goes to everyone, though. Everyone on Incendio, they were just Chads. Even Alien, who was chunked a bit low, 2v1, no, just walks out of there.
I think that we saw like he went for damage build and then Oracle, because he knows that he doesn't need to sustain himself because there is Apex anyway, the Estes, the Turkish Ube slash Delight that we saw. So all he had to do was to build up on damage.
Yep, not only just that, in order to look like an absolute cool Chad, walking around, doing a lot of damage to everybody out there. Never go out in style when you wear endgame with Gank, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer, and is also the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today or scan that QR code. And apart from that, I know we stress this a lot. M4 Pass is available now. Go get it. Complete all the active tasks you need to reach at the very least level 75, and it's going to be very easy, right? And all you have to do is go on now and unlock the exclusive rewards such as the Beatrix Lights Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are waiting for you. I remember one of us already got the Beatrix figurines already, right? And it looks really stylish right there. We're definitely going to try to take that home if we are allowed to.
Oh, sorry, man. I was just distracted. Look at it's so good.
It looks really good. Like if the next day, if you guys don't see a chair, you guys don't see that, you know where to find me. I'm probably going back as well.
Don't reveal our strats.
Don't reveal our strats, man. Similarly to how both teams right now are going to have to come up with new strats, and they definitely don't want it revealed up until they actually win.
Yeah, definitely. For now, it is Incendio Supremacy who already have revealed the hand, but not everything just yet. What we do know is that they do like to play the Estes. They do like to play the Grok. By the way, I saw the coach of Incendio Supremacy bonding with Oh My Venus just a few minutes ago. I saw a post. So maybe they took some notes from
Is that where the Estes came from?
Maybe.
Yeah, allow me to cover your homework a little bit, and then after that, change it up a little bit. Change it up a little bit. Here you go, Turkish Delights, right? But of course, I'm not hating about Incendio friends. I mean, as long as it works, it works. And that's what gonna allow you to stay in the lower brackets, do whatever you have to do. Same goes to MDH as well. I think this is the time where you really don't have to save any strats anymore. We know what you're gonna do. Give us something amazing, give us something wow, so that Incendio Supremacy, they're not ready for it.
Was game 1 wow?
Game 1 was definitely wow, at least for me. Well, surely if you're an MDH esports fan, it will not be that wow for you. It was more of an oof. But if you're Incendio, if you are looking for more flavor in the international scene, the world stage, you're very happy from what you saw from Incendio Supremacy. Not much of a difference from what they did in the group stages. This one more refined though. One thing that I'm scared about is what if their Grok is going to be banned by MDH Esports? What do they still have in the table?
I think MDH definitely needs to take away that Grok because that Grok is way too nutty. You saw Hayabusa is just landing down Shadow Kill for absolutely free, and the Grok is just like walking away, pretending to walk away, and then came back for a re-engage.
Exactly.
But speaking about re-engage, both these two teams will need to face each other again as we hop into the draw for game number 2.
All right. You said that they might go for the Grok ban, right? Firstly, we gotta see who actually goes for first pick and who's second. There you go. MDH, first pick. Grok ban. It's okay, boom. Down. That's that, man.
Yeah, did they just literally like tell them what to do?
Okay. Kaja is up for grabs. Glue is open as well. There are a lot of heroes now that are open. Carry too. And that's gonna be the first pick. The carry, but man, the Glue, the Kaja, both open for the side of Incendio.
And both great against the carry. So I think you 100% go for the Glue this time. And maybe consider something like an early Claude or maybe a third pick Claude. For now, your options will be Valentina and Kaja. It's two heroes that are very good as well for Incendio. And we saw Rosa played that Valentina so well.
You know what else is really good up against the carry? Farsa.
Farsa is also...
Rosa did a really good job on the Farsa in the group stage. I think right now, I don't know about right now, first pick, but it can definitely be the pick later on.
Yeah, I feel like the Farsa is really good because your main goal is to land just at least one shot of the Feather Astra on top of Marksman, and all of a sudden the Marksman just doesn't really dare to enter for the fight. But another hero that I have in mind is that Kaja. What a carry wants to do, I want to fight you close range, and when you're close range, you're susceptible to that abduction from Kaja.
Yeah. Alien returning into the M series, playing the 4 Bedell back in M3, and the only player from them, and of course Paranoid is also a coach from Bedell, and now they're representing their region so well. Are we going to see something like a Faramis for MGH Esports? They haven't picked that up. Oh, they did in game 1 against Malvinas. Decent versus the Glue, but instead they go Kufra. Well, they still go Faramis.
Stop it, Wolf! What the heck?
I don't know.
You're on fire today. Not only you. Okay, I'm not
Are
gonna
you
bring that.
MDH's coach? Secretly?
I wish. I wish.
Not only you're on the desk when the two regions got okay, I don't want to be salty about that.
Let's not go there anyway.
Let's not go there anymore. But Faramis and Wolf being picked up. It also from the side of Incendio, the Arsa is going to get picked up. Wolf, man, your predictions.
Your knowledge is rubbed off on me. I got the Farsa, you got the Faramis. All right, we're cool. Jace, now it's up to you.
I got the Kaja, I think.
Oh, okay.
We're all cool.
We're all good. We're all cool.
We got the quota done for the day. Lapu going to be banned though. Does seem like, again, Incendio want to respect that backline threat. They have a Farsa. Very easy to cancel Feather Airstrike, not like the Eve.
Yeah, Benedetta and Yuzong will be the choices now for Incendio Supremacy. I think I'm favoring the Benedetta ban as it is a hero that can actually win a lane against the Glue in a way, because you can just go to the backlines and be okay. And maybe this is something that MDH Esports will be considering later on. For now, XP should be the priority for bans when it comes to Incendio Supremacy's draft, while for MDH Esports, they're going to be looking for the carry counters that we have. I will not be surprised if it will be the Claude as their last ban.
I think apart from the Claude that's going to get banned away, the Hayabusa ban going in from the side of Incendio, I think what Incendio is trying to do is making sure that MDH is not as comfortable as possible. The Martyrs will be removed by TNC. They have no answer to that, so might as well just take it away from Incendio, right? But however, there's another interesting point is that technically speaking, the Faramis is also quite a good counter against that Glue.
Well, you can say that. I think you can also consider a Fredrin now. even when you already have the
Incendio?
glue for Incendio, absolutely, because you have your frontliner. Although it might have a little bit of a problem against the carry, but you kind of have to have someone to get into the front lines, because even when you have the glue as well as the Kaja, you have to have someone in front. Unless they want to go full-on assassin now for Incendio, but knowing the way that they draft, they don't favor that. Maybe something like an Amon will be the
oh man,
last of their choices.
That's what they picked last time, and okay, I was about to like really hype it up when you got that. But you know, Brody comes out. A good choice, you know, with all the marksmen already banned out here. Bea, we saw the 1-1 earlier. Up against the carry, you can go for the Claude, but the Claude is not a good matchup up against the carry.
Yeah, I think the problem is that you go in Blazing Duel and then all of a sudden it is going to be the Fireman's activating the ultimate, and then all of a sudden, you know, your damage is basically going into the drain, and there you go. I wanted that aim on the side of PNZ, but it's going to be MDH taking it away as well. Not only just that, there's also another potential dive coming up from the Benedetta from the side of MDH.
It's just how it is, Mirko. And the Benedetta as well. We talked about this. It's going to be good versus the glue, at least in the laning stage. That is why they might have picked up the Brody. No, come on, Assassins. Wait, please don't.
No way.
No way.
You all saw.
We saw that.
You all saw that.
Oh my god.
Don't zoom in. Zoom in.
Okay. If that will be the case, this is definitely a throwback to what the Ube started with.
Gonna go for the Ube.
Blacklist Ube loves that.
He's gonna tap it.
3 seconds. What is it gonna be?
What's it
the
gonna
suspense.
Be?
It's a Leo Mord for Incendio. I thought it was gonna be another Yisun Shin, but nope, it's Leo Mord. Haven't seen this in quite a while, especially after the patch. Up against this composition, up against Amon. Thoughts?
Okay, so a little bit of tankiness in there, just a little bit. But what I like about it is that if you put the opponent very low, and then you pop the Faramis ultimate, right? Eventually, your Oathkeeper passive is going to have a great time because everybody's going to be low after the fact. So you have your burst damage coming out from the far side. You have your sweeper from the Leomord. Eventually, the Brody will be a problem because unlike any other marksman, the Brody is not that concerned about the Benedetta getting in front of you because it's quite tanky. You can go for the stun as well. If you don't get outplayed by the Eye for an Eye, you're gonna deal a lot of damage and stay in team fights. So it kind of makes sense to me. However, this is a much better, well-rounded draft coming up from NDH compared to game number 1. I wonder if their team fight is as good as what the draft promises.
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are at match point. Incendio looking to send MDH back home to Vietnam, but will MDH bite back? We have to take a look at game number 2.
They have to bite back, right? It's now or never. If you're MDH, there are no more chances. This is it. It's knockout time.
I'm going to be trying to force the retribution, but already with the leash coming up from the carry, it will be no problem at all for the Amon. And so far, Incendio Supremacy have been clearing the way much faster than MDH. I wonder whether the first rotation it will be. Seems like they are considering the purple buff, but knowing that the Faramis is going to be a problem, they will just back down.
I feel like Farsa has a really strong early game, right? Your first skill or second skill basically do a lot of damage. You can easily shove the wave and then start to rotate. And to help her rotate even faster, there's always that wing by wings. And I really like how, Wolf, you're talking about they need a cleanup crew. We're all thinking, you know, Assassin to go back to the backline, clean up, and then move away. Technically speaking, an Amon can only target one person to burst him down. Yes, there's some collateral damage with the ultimate, but I want someone that could consistently go in and clean up. Therefore, that's where the Leomord comes in. So I really respect what Incendio and Supremacy has done, but for now, it feels like a party happening at the bottom side.
It's a lot of members from MDH.
Yeah, man.
Are they even like trying to concede the early turtle fight? Amount of people that they're deploying here. Nard might be there for the follow-up, but Apex 47 will not bite the bait.
This is why the glue is meta. So oppressive, and with Rosa coming in, and Tienzi out of nowhere with the Phantom Steed just riding along, picking up first blood over in the XP lane.
Yep, just picking up something that he is supposed to do. Basically, that's why I was looking for the cleanup, right? Incendio, what their gameplay is to burst people down and then leave it up for TNZ to clean it up. But now Joga is already landing down as much shots as possible on that turtle, looking to use the ultimate on top of someone. Right now, MDH has to try to forfeit, but oh no, it's Hanabi Apex walking in the wrong way.
Oh, those are the shards. He's going to be able to burst Apex down. Now TNZ caught, has the retreat, picks it up, backs away. It's a kill, traded in over for the turtle.
So Incendio Supremacy bought time because they know that without the purple buff, without the ultimate, Joga will not have that much presence in the turtle fight.
Wait! Rosa with an airstrike is able to survive, out-damaging Need My Help, and Nart. What?
Oh my god,
That was
that's
crazy.
That's the power of the Farsa, right? Basically landing down a feather airstrike right where he stands. But here go, another team fight.
That's just the combo coming in. The torn apart memory is going to be able to take the gold laner down. Joga dumps in, but the damage is not enough. Rosa once again able to survive. TNZ coming in, zoning Joga away. Walks up like a Chad. It's just the Chad game. Incendio are Chads.
Turkish Chads. Not even delightful anymore. And because of how Apex and how TNZ just set it up, Sunshine was able to absorb every single turret energy away. And Sunshine is definitely going to get more gold as compared to his counterpart.
You cannot just be complacent if you're MDH. You always have to be on your toes because the moment that we saw the MGH just releasing their grip, bottom lane's already being pummeled down.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Hehe. Sunshine gonna be able to pick up a kill here. No, my goodness, Sunshine finds it in the last second. It's a double kill for Need My Help. It's a better trade for MDH. And now, it does seem like in terms of kills, they're getting back into it. Rosa with a feather airstrike, forcing Need My Help to flicker out.
I think you're training a gold laner for a gold laner. I think it's still okay, especially when, you know, Sunshine is only one depth, right? And don't forget, Incendio is already, in terms of gold, he's super ahead, especially after Sunshine just landing down the damage on top of the turrets. But let's take a look at the emblems. Anything that Wolf, what do you think is actually popping up for you?
I think the choice coming out from the Brody this time, which is a killing spree.
The Divine Judgment onto Joga. Nart able to save his jungler with the Tyrant's Rage. But just like that, no retribution on Joga. And that means it's a free turtle over for the Turkish Incendio Supremacy.
So timing.
The killing spree choice now for Sunshine is totally different from the Brody that we saw earlier on with the Weapon Master, right? So I would assume that there will be a time where Incendio Supremacy will snap and activate that Turkish Delight once again. Maybe in the mid game, maybe around 7-8 minutes. We're gonna be grouping up together, wanna try to outrun MDH and just take the turrets after one another.
Yeah, but it's gonna be Nart engaging, bouncing ball onto Apex 47.
It's a good read, but it's only onto the roamer right now. That's the Phantom thing with the flanks and the Feather Airstrike to just melt down the Cold Altar. TNZ with the double, running Nart down. That's the bouncing ball to stop the engage. And Incendio just are happy with a 2-for-0. Backing up for a bit. Nart charging the Tyrant's Revenge, but Alien stops him in his tracks.
Absolutely delightful, right? You can see the power of Leoma right there. Just counteract every single thing that what Need My Help wants to do. Looking at the items, already a Hunter Strike already available for TNZ. Not only just the fact that he's going to do a lot more penetration, he's going to have that movement speed buff in order for him to chase down any targets. It's all up to Nart to activate the bouncing ball at the right timing so that TNZ doesn't have that follow-up.
And that is why you saw the theory on Leomord, why it can be good against the Faramis, because what you do is that you chunk down your opponents with the Farsa, and when they activate the Cult Altar, they are going to be stunned up because their HPs are low. When the shield has run out, you actually stun them, which is, you know, not going to be in favor of the Faramis users. And you saw the Oathkeeper just deal so much damage against the members of MDH after the Cult Altar is done. And it gave a lot of map control now for Incendio Supremacy. Now they're trying to push top.
Yeah, they're definitely going to push top. Sunshine Nart is actually just jumping right in front of Incendio.
Hehe's gonna fall! Oh my god, it's a fadeaway! Nart gets a Tyrant's Rage, but it's all in desperation. Apex 47 is still alive and Sunshine picks up a double. It's a dominant game. Incendio are absolutely steamrolling their opponents.
Incendio is just burning MDH alive, using Sunshine as basically like a siege unit as well. They are so greedy in this one, taking not only just the turtle, but also at the top side. They are so ahead, and MDH need to find some way with Nart, find a good engage, hopefully catching Sunshine.
All right, what can they do, right? If you take a look at the replay here, Wolf, tell us what they could have done better because it feels like Incendio are just so far ahead.
They're under their turrets. They already have that condition. However, they were pincered. And Nart activated the ultimate quite too late. If it had been an early ultimate usage and just sacrificed himself, it could have been totally different. But MDH are not reading what INC is doing. They're not willing to sacrifice like the smaller pieces so that their late game comp can have a strength in the late game.
Oh, Nart jumps in, but it's only to get poked down. Free turret, tier 1 taken down. TNZ with Phantom Steed chasing Joga down. No, what?
What?
Then the charge just did nothing. Holy moly.
Nothing.
How?
Well, didn't even, it took a shield out, I guess.
Yeah, just that's a big problem, right? The biggest amount of damage as an assassin was just nullified by one shield. That's how far TNZ is ahead against
Radiant
armor.
That's why.
With the Radiant armor as almost like a second completed item, there is no way Joga can find assassination on his counterpart.
Well, that's very smart if you think about it, because he knows that even when he's not an actual frontliner, Leomord is almost like a frontliner because you're always on the front. You're always trying to fight. Radiant armor nullifies the Ghost Bursters as well as the damage coming out from Amon. Knowing that he will be in the front lines anyways, so that the others can set up, all he had to do was to sustain. Yes, he does have the Hunter Strike for the damage, but he'll be outputting a lot more attacks because of the Radiant armor.
Yep, and in order to he can survive even longer, right? He's gonna stomp down MDH, Feather Airstrike going in. There was also a Lightning Chunk in as well. It's gonna be also the King trying to look for something.
Looking for a Divine Judgment on the other side, and Sunshine just takes the kill. Just no counterplay there. MDH, they tried their best. Well, they did defend the tier 2, but it's all for a kill over to Incendio, and now they have full control of the Lord that just spawned.
Maybe some miscommunications coming out from MDH is definitely not a good move coming out from King. Sure, you have the Petrify. You can take out the Farsa, but with this amount of lead coming out from Incendio Supremacy, you'll easily be punished by your opponents, as we saw in the clash.
I feel like the Benedetta right now, as we're looking at the Lord, basically giving absolutely free over the side of Incendio. I think what the King needs to do is what he's doing right here. Try to split push, try to create some pressure opposite of the map. But at the same time, it's also going to be MDH trying to patrol around the map and try to sneak away turrets as much as possible.
Blade of Despair already picked up by TNZ, together with the Hunter Strike. And the fact that MDH are just getting demolished by the damage output of both the Brody as well as the Farsa. This Leomord is now activated. We have not even talked much about the Kaja and how great it is against the punishment of MDH. So Incendio Supremacy have all of their ingredients together. Their Turkish delight is waiting.
Siege down below. The King, 2 basic attacks, and he's already so low. Remember, Brody, most of his damage comes in from the stacks with the torn apart memory. So if he's able to melt down opponents just like that with 2 basic attacks, man, you're in for a lot of damage. Incendio just picking turrets off left and right, mid, bottom, and even the top side has been taken down. Base turret passive is going to be taken down as well, 1 by 1, as they look to siege down below. The Predator airstrike taken off. What? That's so much damage. Hehe is down to 1/4 of his HP with 1 feathered airstrike shot.
That's the whole point of Rosa, right? Your main goal is to not kill anyone. Your main goal is to have enough damage to push people away. Look at him. He has the clock, he has the lightning trunking, Holy Crystal already, definitely going into the Divine Glaive already. But there you go, Conceal Play going in. It's going to be Nart charging up.
Oh, Nart not going to be able to find anything here. The Phantom Steed comes in, and the Divine Judgment too. Nart pulled back to the team, but their airstrike pop. They need my help, going to be melted down. 1 HP, he's 1 HP, but he's still able to survive. The base, however, is going to be taken very low. The King going to be immobilized. That's a torn apart memory. The Endless Shard does nothing. Need my help has been slain, and so has MDH. Incendio take it 2-0, clean sweeping MDH.
Incendio Supremacy showing supremacy in the lower brackets. They will be going up against the next challenger, which is Team Hawk.
Oh man,
I am lost for words. The aggression that you saw coming out from Incendio Supremacy was because of the fact that they played the early game so well. They knew what they needed to do in the early stages. They have found their openings in the turtle fights. They made sure that the bottom lane is not going to be stomped by the carry and the Faramis. They know what they needed to do. Alien was on point with the laning stage. It wasn't that he was able to stop the Benedetta from getting anything out of the map. But Farsa had his damage output intact, and Leomord played this so well. Everybody is picking up their own weight, and that's the reason why the Turkish are gonna advance in the lower brackets.
Man, the representative for Turkey showing delight, showing pain against MDH. It is really a tough game to watch if you're a MDH fan. But congratulations over to Incendio. They will be able to go up in the brackets. But I still want to highlight that part. That Amon ultimate that does absolutely no damage.
Well, it seems like we are going to have our analysts do the deep diving here. So let's throw it over to them.
Whoa! Hold your horses! We're excited as you, but caught off guard a little bit there. But no, we're ready. Welcome to the analyst stand. At your service, my name is Leo. This right here is Gideon Q, and this is Assassin Dave. And just as quickly as the camera just jumped onto us, the game ended. I was not expecting such a quick sweep from Incendio Supremacy. Honestly expected more from the Mekong region champion MDH Esports, but still GG, well played. This was their last game in M4. First off, let's talk about the draft.
Absolutely. The draft already started off a little sus. Like, Incendio was like, hey, we're gonna early pick Kaja even though Yves has already been banned, and you're questioning until the very end, and then you see the Leomord. All of a sudden, the entire composition changes around. If you're below 40% HP, you better not walk up.
Now, I want to talk about the synergy of the draft, right? MDH seems like they're all over the place. You have some people who dive the Amon, the Benedetta, the Kufra, and then you also need people who need a lot of heal, like carry. Now, when you pick a character like that, you're trying to go with a hyper carry strategy with the carry 1v9 in the late game, but yet that's not something that we got. I gotta say, dude, I was waiting for my FUB, but it seems like the Turkey team, they already finished theirs.
Oh, I was also looking forward to something from the squad from Vietnam. And if there was anything we could say, at least the good, in MDH's draft here in Game 2, was that Amon. I think there was a lot on the back of it, especially given the fact that they can weave in and out, again, use that called altar. But now we see another dilemma. I think we've seen this from teams that played in the past few days of the knockout stage. Having a mid-lane Faramis as your main mage just doesn't quite do it, much like a Farsa or an E does.
Look, honestly, the patches have changed. The nerfs, multiple nerfs stacking on top of the Faramis really makes it difficult because, again, you're expecting his ultimate to protect you from, oh, I'm 40% HP, oh, drop down the all-call altar, I should be safe. No, absolutely not, and especially with Brody on top of it all as a second layer of insurance.
Absolutely, and Farm is so easy to counter now, right? You have, just like you mentioned, Eve, the Farsa easily taken away counter effectiveness, and let's take a look at the stats of the past game. You can see their Sunshine 616, the KDL on the entire side of Incendio is insane through the roof. Rosa 4-0 and 6, 0 death gaming right here.
I mean, I would like to believe that they could have gotten a perfect score overall, but somebody has to dive. That's the problem. When you're looking at both Sunshine and Apex, they're going to be hard focused on, and especially with MDH, the draft that they had, they ended up saying, you know what, we're going to sacrifice pressure down by the mid lane, we have Benedetta by the top side, and therefore we can put all of our marbles down by the gold lane, and unfortunately, we're hoping to see more from Nart. He can't open the doors that wide.
I think that was the plan for MDH, but Incendio picked that up, right? We were thinking between utility junglers in that last pick was not the Leomord initially, at least for us in the back. We were saying, oh, Fredrin's still open, maybe the Akai if they want to confirm these objectives. But no, Incendio Supremacy faced MDH on their turf. Oh, you want to snowball with the Amon? Nuh-uh. How about we get a very quick Leomord? I didn't even notice this ended in 11.5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, and Leomord makes so much sense in this particular game because he can just take away the effectiveness of the Faramis, and also he go head-to-head with Amon, and he can one-shot a carry in the late game as well. Leomord is a character, it doesn't matter how many deaths you have or maybe somewhere you're behind, you can one-shot a marksman if you do the combo right. And here we go with taking a look of the kill participation here for everybody. Faramis 100%, look at Sunshine, 92% on a marksman.
Yeah, no, I mean, 92% because so much focus was pressed upon him. He kind of didn't have a choice. He had to be a part of things. And honestly, the few assists and a couple of kills that he was able to accumulate in those team fights really sent him snowballing and flying through that gold lane. But my biggest problem right now, when I'm looking at the Amon, what exactly was that plan? And I remember we were talking about it, Dave. We were talking about like, yeah, he can like absolutely destroy the Leomord, and then the Radiant Armor came in, and then all the problems start coming through.
And that was it, right? It spelled doom for MDH. My heart goes out to the Vietnamese, to everyone in the Mekong region, because this was their only representative, right? And MDH now have to take a bow. For Nart, though, he's the only amount of peel. The only way that Incendio Supremacy could be quelled. But I think the Leomord was such a great way to say, no, even that is a non-starter, because again, that passive on Leomord, as soon as he sees someone below a certain threshold, starts critting, and I guess that's what happened here to Nart.
Yeah, my heart goes out to you. Is that how you say his name, actually?
Wait, hold on. I had to make sure that it was exactly 6, because if not, I would get a lot of trouble for this. But overall, like the diversity from the composition seemed like a good idea. It really worked against them. I was hoping to see Fredrin, maybe in Nakai, coming out from Joga.
Yep, but again, it is what it is. Plans don't pan out, and who takes advantage? The MVP, making the most of the situation. Rosa in mid, even in the group stages, catching the eye of so many fans all around the world. 4-0 and 6 on this mid lane Farsa.
Well deserved that both games he absolutely shined through the matches, right? Last game the Valentina, this game the Farsa. Last game I give a lot of credit to his Lolita copy with the Numenon's Blast. In this game with the Farsa, Zero Dash Gaming, 77.3% kill participation. This guy was throwing out damage left and right, killing the carry, making sure he has no room to deal damage at all.
Look, he was absolutely destroying, just raising buildings upon buildings. He doesn't miss his ult, and that's why they don't put him in the sub position. They put him as the main roster. Rosa, he has so much more to show, and I cannot wait to see it.
It's going to be a long climb for Incendio Supremacy to go far in the World Championships, but again, with Rosa taking mid lane this dominantly, then I think they can go far. Something to note as well, the fact that he rocked the Purify, could have chosen between that or a Flicker, made the whole range situation for MDH even worse. Even if you do catch him in the back line, he's fine. He just has to make sure the Purify's on and even the wings by wings. And I think he really used that rotational speed to his advantage. Look at this heat map. Starts in the mid and then had some time somehow to go both top and bottom.
Well, I mean, not only that, check it out on the bottom side. He's literally outside of the map half the time. He's just chilling, buying that extra bit of time, and as soon as he sees the opportunity, chunks them down. If you have to take my life, sure, but don't worry, I have the cleanup squad ready to come.
And I also want to point out that a lot of times he was camping in those bushes. You can see the dots, yellow dots on the minimap. Yes, he's on the all side of the river, but at the same time, you can see him hiding in the bush, and that's the power of Farsa. If you land a skill 1 into the ultimate, it can be deadly to any squishy and even tank sometimes, right? Because you have 4 of those bombs that you can use. Look at this rotation here. You find a pattern of all the good teams, all the good mid laners. They're always all the way across the map from top to mid to bottom.
Yeah, it just shows how far ahead the planning was, the communication, and the synergy of Incendio Supremacy coming through, helping them get the sweep. Let's check out the highlights. I believe this goes far back as game 1.
Yeah, it really does. And honestly, we should give our hats off to Paranoid. If he's coming up with these drafts, absolute genius all the way through. He is setting up Rosa for success. So many people cannot deal with the amount of pressure that he was applying. In this particular game, Incendio Gaming, especially with the Valentina, stealing away the correct ultimates and making bigger plays than your opponent is already a big no-no.
And also, look how much healing Apex providing in this particular game, right? Claude comes in with a Blazing Duet, almost finding no damage. In fact, I think the entire team healed up more than the damage that Claude was doing. It must be bad to be the marksman position. Let's take a look at the second game here. Sunshine on the bottom side. I think the reason why Sunshine has so much kill participation is because the fight is always happening on the bottom side, right? Because both sides try to pressure the early game advantage, and here is Sunshine 1v3 and trading the carry for the kill.
Yep, and that was in the first 5 minutes. So I'm guessing as a Brody, you're okay. Your power spike somehow happens in the mid, and because of all the pressure in the gold lane, mid and XP was all the more easy for Alien and Rosa to come through. And again, the two different kinds of MVPs, right? Setup and payoff. In this case, Rosa was both. He was farming up so quick, almost completed his arsenal in a short amount of time, and even helped the team completely dominate the whole map. So again, that's a story of Incendio Supremacy versus MDH. What was that? A total of just about 24 minutes for the Turkish to have eliminated the Vietnamese.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, MDH, my heart goes out to them. It feels like they were putting so many eggs in one basket. It's like, okay, how do we counter this one ult? We just need one guy. There is no layers to the plan, unfortunately.
Yeah, but there's no time for them to have the plan because going forward, Incendio is going to pick on Hawk. And that's even going to be a more interesting game to cover.
I'm gonna have to ask Gideon how he feels after we throw over to our host. They are with Incendio Supremacy on stage. Mara and Clara, what's up?
Thank you, analysts, here with us. Incendio Supremacy from Turkey!
Showing great stuff. That's right, and really curious about them now. How to have a beautiful hair like you guys.
Oh yeah, you guys gotta share us what you're seeing. Who's their shampoo sponsor?
Right.
Beautiful hair, take a look at that.
That's right, but anyway, you guys play really aggressive game and 2-0 with really fast a game. How you guys prepare for this knockout stage?
We just take as much. Wait, sorry for bad English.
No worries.
We just did so much scrims before the playoffs. That's what we did.
So now in the world stage, I mean, you came from the European countries, it's quite different. You even said earlier, even the atmosphere is different. Does that affect your preparation, your concentration, being in a different area? Because for most of you, it's your first time here in Indonesia.
The only thing different is it's our first professional experience. The only thing difference is that.
That's it?
Yeah.
So the environment does not affect you at
No.
all?
The
Okay.
stages? The grand
yeah,
stage?
it's a professional experience. like,
Now for your next match, you're gonna be going up against Ha. What do you guys think about that? Any thoughts about that?
yeah, we have some thoughts about that, but I cannot tell you now.
Oh, that's okay. But do you have any message to them, your opponent?
Good luck for both of us.
Good luck. Any special message for someone, maybe?
From
Hawk?
HAK.
Team Hawk? Any?
Who amongst the team, for your opponent, Team Hawk, do you find
Good luck.
just good luck? But who amongst all of them do you find that you really have to watch out for? Any specific player, and why does that player stand out to you guys?
I think their strategy and rotation good.
The strategy and rotation. So, if you were to pick one player, though, who would you find is the most intimidating?
Maybe their jungler.
The jungler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
now,
wow.
do you have a message to all of the Indonesian fans right now and all the fans that's watching all across the globe? Do you want? You know what?
Any message?
Let's give it to that always MVP. Always MVP. Go ahead. And then you can translate for him.
Yeah! You can speak with Turkey. For your family, probably?
Message to everybody watching all across the globe.
Her zaman bizi desteklemeye devam edin. Hepinizi çok seviyoruz.
Keep watching us. We love you guys.
All right, congratulations.
We love you too.
Once again, Incendio Supremacy. Congratulations.
Yay! Congratulations once again. Good luck for your next match.
Clara, I have to say, you're right. You noticed about the hair. We gotta find out their hair sponsors.
Tell me
now,
your sample later, okay?
you know, we finished 2 great series, and both of them with a sweep.
Yes.
So we have 2 more. What do you think? Any projection about what's gonna happen next?
It will be an epic epic match for this third match because it will be the Folly and Burned X Flash.
That's right. Coming your way, it'll be the Valley versus Burn X Flash. And keep in mind, during a live stream, when asked about Cambodia, Mobazane goes, No problem at all. Forget about them.
Is it gonna happen?
And Coach Zico reacted to that. So let's see who's gonna be forgetting about who. The Valley versus Burn X Flash coming next. Only here on Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship.
Dare to be great.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Taken out by who? Oh my, it's our Valley are going to M4!
I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready. The most thing I like about my team is just how much they care about this whole M4 and then the game itself. The commitment from my teammates is exceptional. I think the Valley is going to have a hard time at first, but it's really up to how well we adapt to the Asian meta or teams that are coming to M4. The Valley definitely is more work. It's not as organized as other teams with the organizations, but I think our team bonding is way greater because we all have like one goal, which is winning. That's what keeps us together pretty much. My role in my team is I can pull the team from the negative vibes because when the arguments gets too heated, everybody has their own opinion because everybody's a good player. We don't have a coach. So I think I can stay in the middle and then see what's the best for the team. And then just games in general. I really love game. I love playing game. I skip school to play games. So I think I'm just born to do this, I guess.
Oh, Mobus ain't able to pick up that Lord.
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others. And then he has many different experiences from different MOBAs, so he knows what he's doing. It doesn't really bother me that I left Gosu, and it was a really great experience. General basically made who I am right now. He really helped me a lot, how to set up stream. He boosted my stream. He was basically made who I am. It's just to pursue my career, to pursue the win. I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me. There wasn't any drama, it's just the fans that made it into a drama, which I understand because I was in that team for 5 years almost. I created that team with him, and then we were really good friends, so they thought nothing would actually break us apart. But made the decision that fans didn't want. I think that's why it became a drama. I joined Valley because I thought we actually have a shot to go to M4 with the squad that we're trying to form. That's why I wanted to join. We're preparing M4 by first watching many games from other teams, from other regions, because I think it's the best to know the enemies first, then focus on ourselves. Our playstyle definitely needs improvement. Our communication is a big problem to improve too. But I feel great. I think we'll be just fine in M4. Just new experience, new environment. I'm excited. I want to say to the other players, they need to be ready, because they say I might not do well because I've never been there. I've never gone against the pros in Asia, but I can prove them wrong.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready. I'm really excited to represent North America again, especially after M3 and seeing what we accomplished. You know, I feel like we could make something happen and perhaps even do better than M3. I think the whole world has gotten a lot stronger after M3, and I feel like that might have been because BTK kind of inspired the whole world, coming from a not so popular region with no organization. It was just 5 friends. I think BTK did inspire a lot of the teams to really try and better themselves all across the world. I think North America might have even bigger tricks up its sleeves this time compared to what we did in M3. I think BTK disbanding might have been the only option because there were some issues that just could not be fixed and probably never would be fixed. Team issues, the roster. I think people got a bit more relaxed after M3 where they felt the taste of success, and it's really challenging to want to push yourself from 3rd to 1st, but I don't think that takes away from what an amazing and impactful team it was. You really couldn't have asked BTK to have done any more. It's just 5 friends in a looked down upon region, and we did the most for what we had for years and did very well. Personally, within the team, our goal was to reach top 4, and we did achieve that goal. But when you're that close, it is a bit hard to just get knocked out at 3rd place. Of course you want to win it all. And being that close and seeing that it is possible, it really makes me want to get the job done in M4.
Match point for the Valley. The Simpsons could be knocked out, and the Valley could go 4th. Valley are going to M4!
The thing I like the most about the Valley is everyone in their role, respectively, is super strong. Pretty much the best player of their role in the whole United States. We haven't been together for too long, so I wouldn't really know what our really good strengths and weaknesses are. I think they might start to come into play the more we adapt as a team and get stronger. They would start to amplify, and you'd really start to see specific strengths and specific weaknesses of the team. Ever since I joined the Valley, all I've been talking about is M4, M4, M4. So at the end of the day, that's really all that should matter to us at this point. I would say that I probably bring a good amount of work ethic to the team and also make everyone see the bigger picture.
Moba Zane with the lethal double kill for Moba Zane. Moba Zane! What is this? He outplays a 1v4! And he's going for the Maniac! What is going on?
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others.
Moba Zane, he wants it!
I can rely on him a lot. He definitely proves his worth. You know, I don't have to worry. If there's something wrong with Zane, there's gonna be something wrong with the team, you know?
Moba Zane, this man, he is untouchable.
He's really competitive. Really, he's hungry to win.
MVP is going to go to Moba Zane.
My God, the hype about Moba Zane is just way too real, man.
What I'm really good at is map control and map awareness and rotations and looking for any advantage I can on the map. I can just find it pretty easy to end up controlling a game if the enemies make one slip up. To anybody who's been following me, BTK, the Valley, I really appreciate the support, and I'll do my best again in M4. I'm sure the teammates will, and I hope to surprise everyone again, just like we did in M3.
If you cannot.
This still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
Oh my god, catches Subin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
So now they're going for it. Certainly he's going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
Oh, that split, but all the weakness points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley as now Mount Venus have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easier said than done. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down.
Oh my
Rosa
god!
going to caught the Genzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, series of the tournament.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
As the first M-Series for MLBB, M1 was nothing short of incredible gameplay. But one series was above all the games. Stretched to a maximum best-of-7 series, the grand finals between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS Legends was a gem to rewatch.
EVOS Legends, become a legend!
As for M2, the grand finals between Grand Esports and the Burmese Cools was so epic that it broke the record with over 3 million concurrent viewers. With multiple back and forth, the 7-game series went the way of Grand Esports.
Grand Esports are your M2 champions!
Lastly, in M3, the series of the tournament was the first upper bracket game between Blacklist International and BTK, where the agents tried to target and 5-ban Mobazane, but the Bloodthirsty Kings persevered and sent Blacklist International to the lower bracket. With M4, what sort of insane and epic series do you think we will get? Tell us what you think. See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind! Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew, as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Kalatizi if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Kalatizi, will they read this? Junpo trying to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, yeah, we goes down, but Kalatizi in the backside. Danny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much.
Oh,
no! That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio, to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's a first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
Look at the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20-30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he dies again!
Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រោកឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិ If you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky. You're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky. You're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky. You're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Tindakan kekerasan dari pelanggaran ringan akan ditindak secara tegas dalam keadaan darurat seperti kebakaran, gempa bumi, banjir dan sebagainya. Silakan mengikuti arahan evakuasi. Silakan untuk keluar terdekat. Area perkumpulan darurat. Jika Anda membutuhkan bantuan, silakan akan cari action yang paling dekat dengan Anda. Terima kasih dan selamat menyaksikan M4.
Hashtag Dare to be great.
Welcome to M4. Hello. For your safety, here are a couple of students. Firstly, wearing a mask is compulsory at all times. Full vaccination is required for entry to the stadium. No smoking and vaping in the venue. Drinks and alcohol are allowed. And the following objects are also prohibited. Any act of violence or misdemeanor will be taken seriously. In the case of emergencies, such as fire, earthquake, flood, and so on, please follow the evacuation plan. Head to the nearest exit. And gather at the emergency assembly area. If you need any help, please look for the usher that is nearest to you. Thank you, and enjoy the tournament. M4, hashtag Dare to be great.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything.
Demi keamanan Anda, berikut ini beberapa hal yang boleh dan tidak boleh dilakukan. Pertama, wajib memakai masker selalu. Vaksinasi penuh diperlukan untuk masuk ke stadion. Dilarang merokok dan vaping di dalam stadion, dilarang membawa makanan, minuman, alkohol, dan benda-benda berikut juga dilarang. Setiap tindakan kekerasan dari pelanggar ringan akan ditindak secara tegas dalam keadaan darurat seperti kebakaran,
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight it out, always will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down. talking, tell me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop,
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
We are now back for more action on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. This time we will see the Valley from North America face off against Vernex Flash of Cambodia. Who will prevail on this Eastern versus Western battle between the two teams in the lower bracket to face off Toda in the next round? The itemization genius himself, Hoon, has done well in assisting MOBA Zane to get map control all over the Land of Dawn. This is the start of NA's climb against the MPL regions to prove they are worthy of one. First time in the world stage, but have shown tenacity to match up the top team. CCAT has done everything to support his team and show what Cambodia can do.
Welcome back to the stadium at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by these lovely and charming gentlemen. We have here Mirko.
Baby LaFell.
Hey, wow,
Hey,
wow, wow,
hey,
wow.
We made a bet. We made a bet at M3 at MSC. If Todak loses against RRQ, you're Baby LaFell. And guess what happened yesterday?
Hey, okay, let's not talk about that, okay? Let's not talk about that. Let the past be the past, bro. The past be the past.
But rules are rules. And here at M4, the rules are in the lower bracket, in a best of 3, the loser goes home. And I can only imagine what it must be like for the champions of NA and these fiery warriors from Cambodia. Today, one of them goes home, and again, it's no secret that in M3, NA, under the banner of BTK, surprised all of us, and here they're continuing that legacy. We're looking at the Valley, dude, and how far they can go, and standing in their way, it's Burnex Flash.
Honestly, for me, I feel like, again, the Valley had a very surprising performance here at M4, but it's for the wrong reason, right? BTK back at M3 surprised us because they were able to beat, even in the knockout stage, Blacklist International, who went on to become the champions. But for the Valley to go up against Burn, I believe they need to put their main focus on the jungler to carry. Mobazane needs those carry heroes.
Hey, it's a trial by fire, right? Because right now the Valley, I kind of feel like everyone's eyes are on them. And because of this, perhaps not a lot of pressure on Burnex Flash, so maybe they will have a better time actually processing everything in the game.
I mean, for Burnex Flash specifically, this is the first time that they're actually playing with a complete roster. In the group stage, it was unfortunate. Coach Zico could not join them on the battlefield, but here today, they are complete. You saw them walk into the stadium, and the talents overall still believe in the hype, are still riding that legacy that the Valley, dude, have set up for them months in the making.
I love the Valley, dude, right? I even predicted them to win in my own predictions. But today, I feel like, again, Burnex Flash have the same chance. It's 50-50. It all just depends on what roster Burnex Flash actually brings out to the stage right now. Is it Chima and Hissa? Because if so, I think they got it.
Now, here's the thing, man. I kind of don't trust the talent prediction. Because there seems to be a reverse of everything. Whatever we want, we will never get. The world is unfair, and that is the real world.
But that is just how LaFell is. Take it from him. He knows what he's talking about. But for us here, we're done. We'll see you guys after the game. Let's throw it to the desk. Let's get it on.
It's Leo, Miracle, and as well as LaFell. Welcome back to the tallest desk here at M4. Now, if we're talking about unfairness, the one thing that's going to keep you guys sane, especially on the right pass, is going to be the M4 Battle Night, which goes live on January the 21st, and expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in the game. So first off, you gotta complete all the battle tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin of your choice. You can choose the skin you like the most from the chest, and aside from that, the battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play the matches, and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and of course, double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there because free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be available that very day. So save the date, log into the game on January the 21st. I cannot emphasize this enough, and enjoy the matches and win tons of rewards. So let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together, including your friends. And once again, the desk is here. My name is Giddy Q. This is going to be Trex as well as a Naisu. As I've said, we are the tallest desk here, but I'm excited to introduce you this matchup. It's going to be Burnex Flash up against the Valley.
No. You got it wrong. It's not the Valley. It's
the Valley, dude. Let's jump in and see those starting lineups here for both of these teams. Now, it is a battle of East versus West, and let's introduce to you the West. It's the Valley, dude.
Most definitely, we're going to have Hoon playing in that mid lane, White Chicken in the EXP, Basic running down the gold lane, Mobazane, you know it, in the jungle, and Shark running roam.
Well, let's have a look as Burnex Flash as well. CCat, I'm your ATM, Hessa, Tema, as well as D7, and of course, perspectives have been skewed. It feels like the group stage just made such an impact on everybody's minds when making these predictions for knockouts.
Yeah, I just feel like, one factor, too, with Coach Zico not being there, I think a lot of people are wondering, did that have an effect on the performance here for Burnex Flash? And I feel like now that we're in the knockouts, it's the prime time for them to really show what they've got now that they're full force here in this matchup against a team like the Valley.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost say that this could work as an advantage to them going up against the Valley, because without their coach, maybe that draft was a little bit different than what you would normally see, right? So the Valley maybe pre-planned something here a little bit, thinking that they have some counter strategies, but you never know. It could all change here, as we now know they're at full power.
Well, who knows when they're up against Burn X Flash up on the stage. These humble warriors need to bring their A game if they do not want to be eliminated so early on in the tournament. But as we mentioned, as the hype has been going all the way from the West, I can feel their energy from North America all the way backstage.
Most definitely. I feel like the Valley, I mean, this is the first time we've seen them where they're like all smiles. I think for the first time we're seeing them with some of that energy, and hopefully it can pull through.
That's what I'm wondering, right? I mean, in the group stages, they were very serious. And I feel like in a way, too, as they figure out their way to the stage here, that's the thing, right? Who is the leader of this team in the game as well? That's the thing we have to kind of see unfold here. But the crowd is definitely feeling them.
All right, we know what the energy is like here in the stadium, and as they strut their way up onto the stage, can we hear your support? It's the Valley making their way up.
Definitely the Valley, and they are looking very, very good, but this is going to be the big test for both teams. It's all or nothing right here. Someone will move forward, and someone will go home.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as they get it together here on the stage still, I got to say, man, the Valley, the fact, the journey that they've had through NACT, I know Trex, you know, you have had a big part of that, seeing their journey here, and even I, you know, I've been a part of that too. It's great to see where they've come, but that's the big question. Do they go further from here? Because now it's a do or die.
Well, it's going to be really tough to see one of these teams go home, and thank you to our referee as making sure that everything is going to go smoothly and competitive integrity is at its tip-top shape here at M4. As teams fist bump each other, the respect is out of the door once they hit the Land of Dawn.
Respect is definitely out of the door, especially knowing these two teams. A little bit of heat between them before this whole competition started, and now we are finally going to get them see face each other. So I got a feeling in the match, things are going to be very, very heated. No pun intended for Burn X Flash. I'm extremely excited to see how it goes, no matter who wins.
Right? Here it is, the long-awaited match that we've been waiting to see. But first, let's break it down even more as we look to the team heads-to-heads, and let's make this comparison based on the numbers.
Well, I mean, a team head-to-head here, right? You've got, obviously it's in favor of the Valley because, you know, the way that they play, the kind of route they take in their matches, they are, when they have their good games, they are very action-packed. You know, they farm up well, they find the sets that they need. But Burn X Flash too, I mean, is the statistic here enough to really give them a fair answer on how they performed? I think, again, it comes down to Coach Zico is going to be there once again. Maybe they have a better draft for themselves, and they tackle this first matchup better than what we've seen in the group stages.
Most definitely. It could be a poor representation of Burn X Flash, and there are a few things to point out here. Now, the Valley has a pretty decent turtle control rate, showing that their early game aggression, something they want to bring, but Burn, on the other hand, with a much higher Lord control rate, literally double, and that can be the game changer when we creep into the late game.
You know, when I think of Cambodia, the immediate thing that comes to mind is how aggressive they like to play, and it's really represented well in that graph. The average kills coming out from them is already through the roof, 11 over. That's not something that you see very often, and even with the Valley only having an 8.7, still that difference could be the difference for Cambodia to potentially get up on top. But let's see your predictions at home.
Well, we got a lot here going for the Valley. Again, the one thing you can't deny about the Valley is the audience that the fans that they've garnered around the world at pretty much at this point. I mean, you know, you have the performance that they had in M3, where, you know, that's not surprised with that 3% there, the 97% from Cambodia. But again, these members have all, the performance they had in M3, what they did there, and bringing it into the banner of the Valley and how they performed in NACT, it's not a surprise that you have this many people rooting for them. But still, this is a massive obstacle ahead of them.
Most definitely, but the question is, will Burn Flash go through that hype today? The Valley has been, yes, almost one of the most hyped up teams other than, you know, Indonesia, Philippines. There's been so much build up around them, but they did not perform that great in the group stage. And today, they're going to need to prove themselves to the world if they want these types of predictions in the future.
Well, let's see these highly lovable, personable, global sensations here up against Burn X Flash. Let's jump right into the drafting phase and get this all started. Are you ready, people here in Jakarta, for the bout? Let's jump right into it.
Well, draft-wise, as we get loaded up here, I gotta say, we've seen pretty much a big trend, right? We even saw, I think it was the previous series, just how prio the carry pick is. So I'm wondering, you know, with Burn X Flash being here, do they want to go ahead and lock that in? Do they go with the idea of that saying, let Hessa carry? Do they kind of go with that gameplay, that game style here? And at the same time, again, you have that one pick to pick up, you have two that you have to give away, and trends, I mean, we didn't get to see both these teams' common picks and bans than what we've seen from previous teams, but I'll tell you what, Carry, Glue, Kaja, banned out here, but even in the jungle, because you want to be able to match up against Mobazane. What we've seen from him lately, too, is the dynamic shift, where he can play assassins, he spent a lot of time on utility junglers, so which route do they go here for the Valley?
I think it's interesting, honestly. Sorry to cut you off there, but like if I'm in Burn X Flash's position, if I'm going to attack the Valley, I'm most likely looking towards the two players, right? It's going to be Mobazane, of course, but also Basic, because in the mid lane, we're not expecting to see a lot of that, you know, kill pressure so early on, especially at this tip-top level. We want Hoon to keep moving around the map and not getting any value.
Yeah, but it's something that he's had a little bit of trouble with, I feel like, in the group stage, his movement. And it could be because he's been really, I feel like the team has really been pressuring him to pick up this Eve. And I feel like in his hands, it hasn't been doing all that amazing. He had one good game with it. We know Hoon to be this mechanical, player, but it does seem like we have some fun facts coming up on screen.
Absolutely. When you think you can't get enough of the Filipino region, you still see their influence everywhere. Fun fact for Coach Zico, he was a player in M1. I casted his game because he was playing for Onyx PH together with Beloyski, Iacno, Delar, Oh My Venus, and as well as Wise, all of which have broken apart, and some winning world champions, the others getting very close.
He was also a coach for NXP, correct? Right?
Yes.
And he's been imported over, so a lot of experience under his belt. We were talking about win strategies for the side of the Valley. I think you mentioned Hessa, definitely one of the most important players on the side of Burn X Flash. They like to kind of pocket around him in the mid to late game. They want to make sure that whatever his pick is, that's going to kind of dictate their play style throughout the game.
So that's what, you know, that's what I was wondering. Do they give up the carry? And that's what they did here, right? So there's more value for Burn X Flash in the Eve pick. Another hero who we've constantly seen picked up, has a pretty good win rate, and is just so objectively dominant, right? I mean, that's exactly why you pick her. And at the same time, kind of thinking about it, you saw that Kaja ban come out. That's the bane of Eve, so they do lock it in here. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Valley going to complement this carry pick so far with the Lapu Lapu, another very strong hero put into the XP lane. We've seen it work wonders for many teams.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, Fly Chicken, it's very much in his playstyle to really jump into that backline and really pose a threat to separate the front and the back, but not to mention that he has a very limited amount of time to make that impact, because Lapu Lapu doesn't scale as hard as someone like Blue, for an example, or the previous boring meta of Esmeralda as well as Uranus, but hey, we've moved on from those dark
So glad.
We haven't seen her at all.
Yeah,
Esmeralda.
I'm
a
happy,
pleasure.
man. It's great. I'm with Trex on this one. I'm very happy we don't have to deal with that nonsense no more, but that begs the question, right? Now, with Yve already on the table and Basic already locking into that carry, we're seeing that Burn X Flash is going to be locking in the Harith, who is very good against short-range mages, especially since he can push and harass at the same time. With the help of Ling, you have so many threats as soon as the real world manipulation has been activated.
Yeah, and that Ling is definitely, I mean, the Ling has just been a monster, I feel like, throughout a lot of the knockout stages, and it seems to have always kind of been a bane in Mobazane's existence, just some of those assassin heroes, so they're going to need to find a way to deal with it. But with it being picked so early, there are still a lot of options. The Kufra for Shark, which also gives them some big play potential. Anything to shut that down, really, and it does look like they're going to lock in the Fredrin, so a little bit of taunt, maybe to slow it down in some of these team fights.
Part of me wish that they didn't lock in the Fredrin just yet, because if you would have had that right, you could kind of leave it flex. Is it going in the XP lane? Is it going in the jungle? But because the Lapu Lapu's there, you already have that idea, right? So we kind of, and that's really what we saw throughout the group stage was those first maybe two picks for both teams were highly flexible. But now, I mean, you've got a pretty good picture of both these teams' first phase. And even the Harith, right? Harith, in a way, we've seen put in the gold lane. It's also, I think it's gone maybe once in the mid lane. And still, one of those picks that works really well in the gold lane, but the matchup, what I'm thinking, is it the Harith versus Carry here that we're probably going to see?
Most definitely. I think it really makes a lot of sense that everybody who's been playing a marksman realizes that they get outscaled really quick by the carry. As soon as she gets 2 items, you feel like, wow, it's so difficult to trade unless you have high burst like Brody or maybe even the Claude. And even then, it still feels situational once the 3rd and 4th items come through. Now that we're seeing that the Benedetta gets banned out for the side of the Valley, I do feel there is a potential. We might see a potential Farsa coming out from Hoon's side. I would absolutely love to see Gushin, of course, but hey, you know, that's just a personal favorite.
I definitely would like the Farsa as well. Anything with damage, because it's something that the side of the Valley has been lacking. They put a lot onto basic shoulders, and everyone else is either more support or front line, and when it comes down to it, they're not able to pack a punch. Now, coming into this last ban, if they do want to go for a Farsa, and since they are focusing in onto the EXP lane, possible Yuzong ban here?
That's a good point. I mean, that could be the biggest giveaway because they do have that first pick in the second phase, and now that Matilda is already gone, they also get rid of Franco. Huh, rather interesting. I thought they would hold it a little bit longer because Eve, again, real world manipulation, only two abilities in the game really have that effect of taking her out of it, and both need suppression.
Yeah, both have suppression here. So I'm wondering what that leaves open for roam options for Burn X Flash. I mean, we've seen a lot of Cho, but there's always that kind of up and are the Way of the Dragon placements, are you putting yourself in a bad position? Are you able to utilize it? Now, I think they do have great follow-up already, but still the big question is, are you allowed to get this Harith active quickly? Because in the gold lane, right, I mean, we've seen it shut down as well to the point where all you're doing is you've got your Zaman Force, you move back and forth, but really you don't have the damage that you need. I mean, that is also the benefit of having the Mystery Shop emblem, but still, if you're kind of staved off from farming up early on, you're going to struggle there. So already questions here. We'll see the next 2 picks to lock in this team composition for Burn X Flash. But Lolita, I got to say, man, I like the Lolita pick, but let's be honest, group stages wasn't so pretty for the Valley when they locked in the Lolita.
It depends on where you're coming from. I mean, he did well during M3, so it's like he can't do that bad here at M4.
He did kind of rough in the group stage.
All right,
and I'm an American. I'm going to call it how I see it. It was a little bit rough.
Timing.
I think I would have liked to show more here, honestly. But it seems like, I mean, you have some of those picks, you have that capabilities, but that is not going to happen. We do have the Lolita. That's what's on the map. And, I mean, hopefully it is a comfort. We know it's a comfort pick for Shark. He just needs to use it to its full capabilities.
Honestly, I feel like they could have unlocked Shark here, right? Because you already have Fredrin. He can look for the engages. He can also peel as well. I would have liked to see something along the lines of Kufra. And honestly, a Mincetar didn't seem that out of the ordinary. But hey, again, out-of-pocket picks. We're seeing the Atlas and as well as Grok. Really smart drafting coming up from Coach Zico here. Putting Hoon in the back position, and now he has to forcibly take control over the lane by himself if Super Strike has to go elsewhere in this Melissa.
Well, I like both. I mean, I gotta say, I do like both drafts here. Again, I think for the Valley, it's really just overlapping those ultimates properly, because that's the struggle we're talking about from the group stages, where it was a similar lineup, but when you were mistiming or actually not overlapping your ultimates in the right way, especially the Noon on Blast, the way you're using that, that's where it kind of falters, right? So meanwhile, Burn X Flash, like we said, they're very aggressive, and a lot of that aggression is actually calculated, and it works out well for them. So hopefully the Valley, with what they have, they're able to kind of withstand that fire from Burn X Flash.
I mean, how long can they actually hold that fire through? I don't know. I'm leaning more towards more traditional Southeast Asian style of gameplay. And Burn X Flash, to me, I feel like they've got a really good draft. Something that Fried Chicken needs to cut the backline as soon as possible. Because if he doesn't, this game is going to swap real quick.
Well, already, as we see both, we take a look at the emblems and everything else, right? It is going to be Chima, by the way, running this jungle emblem on the Ling. So he's going to be he wants to match the Fredrin jungle, right? You want to contest those objectives, get that quick jungle farm going here, and just kind of work around that. Also, I feel like there's been a debate, right? What works best on this side lane Grok, the XP lane Grok? Is it the weapon mastery? Is it the high-end dry? Well, this time, I'm Your A-Team is going to run with the weapon mastery, but already the fight for this orange.
Let's see whether you can get out of here. I think for now, wait, hold on.
Hold on, Fwide has to use the flicker. Is getting slowed down, the chase from Chima. This could be bad for Fwide, able to get a little bit of shield, forces the dash, able to get that getaway though, and still delay Chima, so almost a plus there.
Now that actually worked out really, really well. Fried Chicken wasting a lot of Chima's time, allowing Mobazane to, get on towards his next buff and actually evening out the overall EXP and farm. Despite the fact that Little Wanderer might not have been the biggest thing in the world, it's all about that level 4. However, Fried Chicken is going to need some help, and Hoon is here to make that difference.
And I do like it. Hoon wants to come into ATM there. ATM forced to use a flicker. That is a utility gone. If you look at the minimap, though, Chima is making his way downtown right now, trying to see if he can make a play happen, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be too much. Still 20 seconds on the clock until the turtle comes.
Yeah, so both these teams, I mean, early battle spells going down here, nothing too much, though. Just kind of holding off for now because they both want to just wait for that first big objective to come up here. Now, biggest thing is, I'm Your ATM's not going to have that flicker available, so you're not going to be able to expect that crazy wild charge from him. But still, when you're fighting in that objective, this is the best place for Grok, right? You have walls everywhere around you, and you can see them. They're even positioning this turtle so they have that advantage. And they're going to force the Valley to respond to this and work for it.
Yeah, it does seem like Shark's going to keep D7 at bay right now, but Chima still holds the presence. Mobazane takes the turtle. A nice play. Fried Chicken, though, caught in the midst of I'm Your ATM, trying to get away. Caught in that real manipulation, but he does get away, and D7 goes down. It's a 1-for-0 trade, and the turtle goes to the side of the Valley.
That's what we want to see from the Valley, and especially from Fried Chicken. He is supposed to be the difference maker in this early 2 mid-game to set the Valley up for success. Basically, he's stuck here with Hessa.
Oh, Hessa gets stunned, tries to use Mom Force, able to get the dash, but still, the pressure from the Valley right now is felt across the land of Dawn.
I like this too. I mean, just with that early objective take, you taking a look at the items here. I mean, nothing too crazy, right? But still, this early on, this minor gold advantage will scale really well for the Valley. Now, the biggest thing is for Burnex Flash. We've seen this before with Atlas. Do they get those Fatal Links off? Now, you're working against 2 Purifies here, right? Which we've seen even teams take 3, again, or maybe even 4 in terms of hero usage. But going against that, that's all you have to solve. Avoid that Atlas and kind of spin away. The biggest thing about carry, though, is if an Atlas goes towards you and you kind of use that Purify, you dash away, you shred tanks so quickly, and that can be really bad news here for Burnex Flash. They've got to play around that. Chima also has to be careful here as well. But already trades early on in the jungle, Mobazane not letting go at all.
I love that right now. And this is the aggression that we wanted to see. And I think Hoon picking up this Lilia instead of the Yve or something of that nature, it gave them that mid-wave clear, and it gave them the ability to rotate around quickly.
Yeah, not only just rotating around quickly, the fact that Fried Chicken has bought so much time and now is a level ahead of I'm Your ATM. Look at Mobazane. He's already a level up on Chima, who has the Demon Slayer. Again, you shouldn't expect that to happen, but yes, they were able to get that first turtle, but it shouldn't make that much of a difference. So I think the Valley most likely can start putting resources down onto the bottom side of the map to make sure that Basic get his farm and get his items fast.
Take a look at D7, just waiting patiently.
So worried that D7 was about to come in there, but now with the turtle up, Mobazane is going to start on it. D7, C-Cat, and Hessa trying to make a play in. D7 does have that ultimate with the Fatal Links.
Oh,
Shark! But there's the Numenon Blast! Super Shark coming down, but the Tempest of Blades locks on. This is a bloodbath. Shark very low. Hessa able to find him. Shark falls. Turtle has gone to the side of the Valley, though. Mobazane trying to run away from Hessa. Hessa and ATM pick him up. Mobazane falls to the 2-for-1 trade, and the Turtle goes to the Valley.
I'm a little confused there. I mean, I don't know if you saw Basic, but it looked like he could have helped out there towards the mid lane, but decided to run up towards the top side. But still, everything that just happened there, it was a great set with the Numenon Blast from Super Shark. And if he can continue to do that, that is going to be the best case scenario for them. So Basic going to be forced back here. And still, across the board, the Valley holding on to that little bit of gold lead. They're continuing to build it on here. They have some of their first items locked in too. I think that one of the big things is you have to allow Basic to get farm up on this carry. He's only got that corrosion sight here. Of course, Mobazane running with a cursed helmet. He's going to be trying to just continue to clear through the jungle as fast as possible. And that's the thing, Hessa already having that first item on this Harith, he's got that mystery shop. If he continues to farm up here, he will be pretty much a big threat towards the Valley, but the concealed play come out.
Concealed play. Shark does get the stun on a D7. Hessa drops the Zaman's force. Mobazane will get stunned up here. Fatal Links does locks on, brings Mobazane onto the tower. CCat with the real manipulation, but Mobazane is still standing. The rest of the Valley decides to back off, so a bit of a misplay there. Not able to succeed, but no one goes down just yet. Basic and Hoon still want to try to force the objective here. Maybe being a bit too aggressive, but they want to make this tower fall. CCat just can't get through the Bulwark shield. Finally, the invasion stops in the Valley, backs off.
So much value coming in from Burnex Flash. Like, while this dive was happening on towards the Valley, happening on the top side of the map, we look at the bottom side, they're able to actually return the gold in back into their favor. And now with an objective down, it's starting to get a little tough. D7, he's already had a 9-2 team participation, ranked second in M4 so far. He's about to make it almost 100%.
Fried Chicken dives in with the bravest warrior, bravest fighter. Wait a second, Super Shark with the flicker. Zane finds the turtle. Tima, I'm your ATM, forced to try to run away, but the Valley doesn't want to stop the chase. No, wait. Yes, they do, and I think they're going to try to take a tower for themselves.
Well, they got a clean sweep on the turtles. Objective, that's the name of the game here for the Valley, and they're doing exactly that. They should be able to get another turret here too. Bottom side, but even Hoon there, just trying to find an angle if he can. Top side though.
Look at Chicken. Hessa had a little bit of an advantage over Basic, but he can't mess with that Lapu Lapu right now. But still, the game isn't too far apart. It could definitely go anyway.
Yeah, and I think right now Burn has a little bit more flexibility when it comes to how they want to play across the map, because the Valley, they want to stick together. They want to make sure that Burn, if they fight, we have the counter engage ready and we can start peeling. But Burn, with the mobility that they have with Hessa, and more importantly, what Ling gives access to with I'm Your ATM opening up the map and getting that information, the side lanes are always under a lot of threat.
Again, this is the thing, right? I mean, one kind of growth that you've seen from Mobazane is this utility tank type jungle play style, right? I mean, it's something that he learned his time pretty much internationally, and he's doing it well. And these small objective wins obviously build you this little bit of a gold lead that you have, and it transitions for your game, and everybody kind of profits off of that. So that's what we're seeing from the Valley so far. Burnex Flash, all they need to stop that in their tracks, though, is a great set from D7. And like you saw from the earlier statistic, this is the man to do it, right? And they've got great follow-up, too. Hessa, though, Hessa getting to the point, again, he's still working on that third item. He's got the Feather of Heaven here. Also, the other thing that I'm wondering is CCat on this Eve, already having the Ice Queen wand, able to pump out a lot of slows and damage alone. What happens when, let's say, a Genius wand is locked in, and then you're reducing all that magic damage, and it's so front-loaded, you can't get out of that death box here for the Valley. Those are big things for Burnex Flash, as now we look to the next objective, the Lord.
Exactly, and again, Burnex Flash, their composition is that flexible, even team fights, with the synergies of heroes that they have. We're looking at D7 and CCat to make all that difference there with I'm Your ATM if he has the opportunity to see Basic locked against the wall or even remotely close to it. He could get an incredible knockup that could change the game. And that's the playmaking capabilities that all these heroes provide compared to the Valley, who have a very standard style of gameplay, want to peel back, come at us, we're going to defend from every single attack you have. We don't necessarily have to be aggressive unless you're Fried Chicken.
Most definitely. I think the major problem I'm seeing from the Valley, though, if we want to pick things apart, they haven't churned this gold lead into any major tower objectives. In all technicality, it's not a lot, but they're still losing right now in the ground, in overall material. So they need to, if they're going to get these kills, if they're going to find something, they have to turn it into more.
Well, I think a big part of that, again, is what Gideon just mentioned. You know, you really have to, it's almost, you rely on the Noon on Blast setup if you can. Other than that, you're just trying to bait out ultimates from Burnex Flash, whereas Burnex Flash has, what, 3 options? Wild Charge, the Real World Manipulation, the Fatal Links. There's so many options here for them. So even with the lead that the Valley has, they have to be very careful how they go in.
Chicken coming in, speaking of going in, but he gets knocked up. The Wild Charge takes out Fried Chicken, but Hessa picks up the kill. Now, by the Lord, Mobazane is trying to chip away at a D7, getting brought very, very low. Basic finds it, first kill for him. Tima with the Tempest of Blades, locks on to Basic, but Zane still takes the Lord. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but the Lord goes to the side of the Valley. Is that a fair trade, though? Hold on, still trying to go. Hessa wants more. They know they lost the Lord, but they want to take some objectives, so they take another tower away from the Valley.
It's looking really good, honestly. And Burn, they understand their options. They really know that if we're going to execute, we might as well full commit. And the only person who can dictate the tempo from the side of the Valley is Fried Chicken. Everybody else is designed to bait out an ultimate or to slowly whittle them down so that they can fully commit to a fight. And Burn fully understand this. So I don't know what Coach Zico did, but he has prepared his team extremely well.
Yeah, and taking a look at the items too. Hold on, they're still going here.
D7, but the problem is they keep on focusing D7. It's just too tanky. They have to find a way to find Chima here or someone in that back line like Hessa.
Well, they're still hunting, right? They've got to deal with this Lord here on the bottom side. Not sure if the Valley wants to do anything. Look at the push, though. Top side from Chima. So able to just make a play regardless of that Lord take from the Valley. They're going to be focusing here finally on the tier 1, though.
Chima takes a lot of damage from basic, but just not enough. Finally, they take a tower, the Valley, trying to hold up against this, and this just shows that, you know, a 1,000 gold lead doesn't mean anything when you're in this mid-game right now.
Yeah, and more importantly, so I think the Valley understand that they want to get Basic in a position where he can just hard carry the game because the rest of their team members, other than Hoon at this point, don't scale as hard. And Mobazane, he is just a stun bot. It's like, yes, come at me, use as many abilities as possible because the real carry is got me my back.
Yeah, you really have to rely here on Basic once again. And earlier, actually hold that thought.
Chima does use the Tempest Blades to get away, though, so no big action just yet.
Okay, going back to the items here, right? I mean, so this is what it feels like to be in this chair, but still, the glowing wand, I'm telling you, man, the glowing wand is going to be a problem. He's already got 2 wands. I don't know if he's going to go for the 3rd, but still, the fact that CCAT has this, you have the Death Box, he's also running in Pure Rage, right? So this works out so well for him. He can whittle down the members of the Valley, and they can work around that. So the Valley, though, you saw them. Mobazane, stun bot, if you will. He has the Radiant Armor, too. So he's going to be that front line. You also have Fried Chicken and Super Shark. All he needs to do is land those Numen on Blast. And Lord advantage-wise, I mean, look at the Valley. The gold urn, it's not there for them to turret HP, though. They're still working around it, trying to get space around the map for them.
Yeah, I mean, they have more material now at the very least, but now the items are coming in. Hessa getting his Holy Glaive. That in and of itself is nasty, and you have to be extremely careful because if you're looking at the Valley, you're thinking about itemization. Yes, I want to be able to protect myself, but then you have the glowing wand, the genius wand reducing my magic resist even more. This mid lane, I don't think this is going to break out into the fight until we see Basic starting to walk up with the rest of the team. But for now, the Valley needs to show as if they want to aggress, as if they want to take the initiative.
Most definitely, with the Lord down to about 75% health, Zane will start that initiative. Chima trying to make his way up, but I'm your ATM. He's going to keep watching. We got to keep an eye on D7 here, hiding out in this bush, waiting to make that big play, but Basic and Super Shark as well, holding down the mid bush. This is a standoff. This will end big. This Lord could end up being one of the deciding factors in this game, but here comes the concealed play. D7 trying to come around the back, looking for something, but Fried Chicken does find Hessa. D7 locks on with the Fatal Links, but he still goes down. 2 members down for Burn X Flash. The Valley take the Lord and 2 members along with them.
Nicely done. The turnaround is already looking so good. D7 couldn't find anything despite catching only 1.
And did you see that? Exactly what we said about the Atlas. The downside there is you get there, Basic just dashes away, shreds you down, and you have no option, right? Again, even Super Shark being able to peel on this Lolita is working out great for them. Maybe he just learned from the group stages, comes in with that refined play style, and it's working out great. Hoon, like you said, he's just kind of whittling down Burn X Flash, right? That's all he has to do on this Lilia, and if he can bait out ultimates, even better.
And he's really safe in doing so, because no one can quote-unquote catch him unless you use a big spell to lock him down. The Black Shoe's such a powerful tool for Hoon. He can basically do whatever he wants and feel like he's unstoppable, because no one's going to punish him.
Most definitely, now the Lord is crashing. Let's see if they can punish Burn, but look at Chicken into the backside. This could be bad for CCAT, taking a lot of damage away. Chicken finds it, does not go down, but D7 also connects. D7 brought very, very low. Fried Chicken pops the immortality. Gonna come back up onto the field as Hessa, Chima, and ATM try to defend this push. 2 inhibitors down. 1 more to go as Chima tries to clear away this minion so that the Valley just can't do it, but they don't want to stop just yet. D7 working his way out. Valley staying aggressive. Zayn moves on to ATM. ATM does go down. Hessa pops to the Zaman's force, trying to lock on to Hoon. Just cannot find him because the Bulwark Shield is blocking it all. Tima will be next. The Valley now moving on to the base. D7 tries to get the stun, but he's getting shredded by Basic. And now it's nothing but Hessa gets stunned, and the Valley will take game 1.
Beautifully done. GG, well played. Going over to the Valley as they take the first game in this best of 3. And they did it in spectacular fashion. What we thought was, hey, we're going to take our time with this. We see Hoon saying, no, let's speed up the tempo. They're disrespecting us. We're going to take the space and we're going to hold our ground.
You know, it's nice to see them smile once in a while, right? I mean,
Zayn's still not smiling. He's still not.
He's chugging. He's hydrating. That's what he needs to do, right? Again, that was honestly, it was still a pretty intense game between both of them because at one point, Burnax Flash was in a good position to flip that game around. But objectives, Boba Zayn on top of it with his Fredrin here. Just overall a great game from every member of the Valley. And again, too, even Super Shark, right? What a performance from what we saw in that one game where he played the Lolita in the group stage. This one was a massive win for him.
Yeah, they definitely finally seem to have found a flow, but it is not over yet. Burnax Flash definitely did an amazing job in holding that game out, and it's not just going to be an easy pass-through for the Valley.
No, it really isn't going to be an easy pass-through, and I think, you know, the Valley has set up some really good protocols in place in response to a lot of these things, because again, it's not like they're playing without the information. They knew that D7 was missing, and yet they said, you know what, Basic, do you have Purify? Do you also have your Winds of Nature? You do? Let's go in. We don't have to care anymore.
I mean, all around, like if you look at all the roles, they all played the part perfectly with the heroes they locked in here, right? So I can't wait to see them play the next game here, but I think we have something for the viewers, Gideon.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. If you are wanting the M4 pass is available now, so complete all active tasks, and you will reach level 75 with ease and for free. So log in now, and exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, as well as the Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and the M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, as well as hashtag MLBBM4, and the hashtag Dare to Be Great, so we know which one of you guys has got that skin or the Beatrix figurine. But with that being said, you know, coming in this particular game, it was rather interesting that Burnax Flash actually having a lot of control and a lot of tempo in the game, yet didn't exactly transition even though they were up material by mid-game. It's kind of ridiculous, and the only people that I can think of who can actually break this game down to us are down by the analyst stand. So, Leo, LaFell, and Mirko, please take it away. Let us know. Break it down.
The Valley.
Dude. You're a dude.
You're a dude too.
You're a dude. You're all dudes.
Hey. The Valley takes game 1 where the West corners the Khmer into a match point, and the draft alone will not say the full story because we have to be honest, in the draft, it seemed like Burn had quite the plan.
Yeah, honestly, when we were in the drafting phase, I think all three of us agreed that, again, the Valley, in terms of the draft, I think I like the picks. I just don't like the prioritization and how they picked those heroes in order.
I kind of think what they're really trying to do is try to simplify things, because in games, like we said before we even go into the game, Burnax Flash, maybe not too much pressure from other regions, so they can be a little bit relaxed into the game. So I kind of feel like for this approach for the Valley, just use the heroes that you're really comfortable with. Like Super Shark, you have a lot of other options, but he still wants that Lolita. So I kind of feel like in this game, they just want to get the momentum first, and then we'll see what happens in game number 2.
Something that was mentioned at the desk is the great evolution and growth of Moba Zayn. Picking up this Fredrin actually made Chima's life all the more difficult, because we'll see here in the build that Chima was rocking that Demon Slayer, previously known as Mage Killer emblem, and the way that he built up to this full arsenal was also very interesting. Mirko, talk us through.
Well, for me, honestly, I like the build, right? The only thing is, I don't think he understood the assignment that he was given by Coach Zico when he picked the Demon Slayer emblem. Usually, when you go for the Demon Slayer emblem, sure, I like the build. Going Windtalker first so that you can farm a bit more and a bit better early on. Thing is, Chima was looking for kills across the map, rotating, and even getting invaded because of the better mid-control that the Valley have drafted for themselves. Remember, if you want to farm up, you need to have that mid-control.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit more, because we look at the item timings as well, where his third item was the Malefic Roar, and the Malefic Roar has more value when the enemy has a lot more armor. But at the point when he was building the Malefic Roar for the Valley, only 2 people have steel leg plates. So at that moment of time, sure, the heroes naturally have a lot of armor, but not so much armor because of items. So at that moment, perhaps rushing the Demon Hunter Sword could have profited him a little bit more.
Yep, the execution and the planning were off for Burn X Flash. That's why the Valley, with their, again, comfort picks and just all the more better communication and synergy, which has developed so much. They're so much better now compared to the group stage, just went over the top. About 16 minutes in this game, and the Valley was just running circles around Burn. I think it's safe to say that the Valley were just sticking to a plan, and it was always Burn X Flash looking for that angle. And I think they were a little too creative, a little too ambitious in that point. That's why we're looking at these numbers like this way.
Honestly, for me, I gotta give massive props to Hoon, right? Because I think the main criticism when the Valley lost to Team Hawk was that Hoon was not rotating enough. He wasn't finding a trade, he wasn't helping the gold lane. But in this game, I think later on, we might get a heat map for Hoon, but man, the team fight participation speaks for itself. He was everywhere across the map, and this communication in the mid lane just shines so bright. Super Shark, Zane, and Hoon always clearing out mid lane.
Yeah, here's the thing. Hoon as well as Super Shark, like you said, 100% team fight participation. And what's important about this is we understand that the way that they move around the map, because looking at the way that they have distributed their minion waves is actually pretty good, because Hoon will rotate to a different lane, helping someone out, and then Super Shark will stay in the mid lane, try to absorb those minions, try to get level 4 once they fight around the turtle. And I kind of feel like that is a very big difference maker from the group stages to now in the knockout stage.
And now this brings us to talking about Burn X Flash. How do they recover from this? Because their lineup was so solid. I think they had a good plan to put a lot of the core damage on Hesa and then have Seacat do its best, all the while Chima would be reaping their benefits. But standing in their way, the MVP, just quelling all of that, is of course the man himself, Hoon. 100% participation on a hero that I swore would make showings in the group stage, but now it looks like the knockout stage is all about this little girl.
It's about mid-control, right? The meta has been about mid-control, I think, for the last 2 patches, and right now you are seeing the best version of Hoon, who understands 100% his assignment, as you can see from the KDA and 100% kill participation, always so active across the map, but it's about the decision he makes too. He's not just active randomly, he chooses the right lane to prioritize the neutral objective control that their composition was built around.
Yeah, and actually looking at the items as well, this is typical Lilia build, but I like that Hoon, like whenever we look at his live streams and such, he is such a carry player. But looking at the Hitman from the first 5 seconds to 5 minutes and 5 seconds, look at how condensed it is at the Riverside. This also shows that Hoon is preventing any kind of movement from the side of Burn X Flash, because like you said, as the Ling, he kind of wants to steal farm and such. Hoon does not allow that.
And it's in that early game dedication to being the nuisance in mid that made D7's life so hard. Because again, D7 is also helping Hesa, and if Hesa can't carry, then Burn X Flash can't do much. That's what made the whole decision path for Chima all the more a compromise. And then we'll see in the highlights in just a bit exactly how difficult it was for Burn X Flash to play towards the Valley, because so far I think the story of this 15-minute match was the Valley was just executing on their plan, and Burn X Flash just always being off timing. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I agree. And before we throw back to the castles, I just got to say, I don't like Atlas going to carry.
Atlas against carry, not a good idea. So we'll see in the draft if that still happens, or if Burn learns. On behalf of Mirko and LaFell, my name is Leo. Let's go to the desk.
Thank you, analyst Stan, once again back at the tallest desk here at M4. My name is Gideon. This is Naisu as well as Trex here to bring you the action of this game. But before we jump on into it, make sure you guys are checking out the M4 Pass, which is available right now at this very moment. So all you have to do is complete all active tasks. You'll reach level 75 at ease and for free, so log in. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser and Beatrix Stellar Brilliance and M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you. Use the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBBM4. Dare to be great as well. And don't forget about the M4 Battle Night, which goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete the battle task in the game on January 21st to get the skin choice chest excuse me.
Got it.
You can choose the skin that you like most from the set chest. Aside from that, the battle points will wait for you on the same day. Play matches, and you'll get the team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, double BP for 5 matches, and we're not stopping there with the free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that day. So save that date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, win tons of rewards, and let's celebrate the M4 World Championship together, including your friends. As I eat up these ads, boys, game number 2. What are we looking for and possible adaptations?
But before we talk about game number 2, you're my favorite person that does that.
Thank you.
I mean,
impressive.
It's like you're play-by-playing it. It's like it's like the longest team fight ever, except you're giving it to him the M4 pass.
I love ad spiels. What can I say?
Don't we all, right? But
yes.
To answer your question, what does Burn X Flash have to do here to take this to a 3-game series? I think LaFell put it pretty well. You know, first up, don't have the Atlas. At least go against carry, right? Maybe learn from that here because. Again, not only do you have to work towards getting away from the purifies, but you've also got to get worked away from getting just absolutely shredded, right? And that's exactly what Carrie does. And again, why she is probably still the #1 picked hero so far for M4, I believe, right? I feel like this is something that teams have to consider. And now, again, is it worth it? Is it worth to take the Eve over the carry? For some, yes, it is, because you still have that objective advantage. But still, I think Burn X Flash, they have the right mindset, they have the right idea, but this time, that match #1, or that game #1, even there, Super Shark on his shoulders and leading a lot of that charge there, and the objective, focused gaming from Mobazane, I mean, that's hard to beat.
It really is, and personally for me, as the meta continues to develop on, I'm really frustrated with marksmen because again, when we're talking about supports, right, a lot of them use physical damage, and especially when you try to lock them down, Purify is such an easy battle spell to get back up and you can use relatively freely. It's not as punishing as a Flicker, on top of the fact that Winds of Nature is a thing. I'm waiting for that to be changed, or at the very least, more supports with magic damage. You can't just keep depending on Kancha and Kadita.
I think there was maybe also a little bit of doubt on Basic, because as we've seen, like, Carry has been the most, I mean, it's been the most first-picked hero yet.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Burn X Flash decides, we're going to pick up the E, because we don't think Basic has this. We think Hessa can handle him. Now, did he really carry the game? I wouldn't say that, but we're starting to now see, I think there maybe was a little bit of doubt that maybe the Valley wasn't going to be able to pull together. And now that they are, I do believe Burn X Flash may go into this draft a little bit differently than Game 1.
I think one of the best things they can do is still, regardless of what they think about Basic, you can still put pressure there in the gold lane, right? And maybe that's the marksman versus marksman matchup, because Hair still works good. And as we take a look at the hero pick recap, I mean, look at the damage though too, right? The damage coming out from Hoon. This is kind of a surprise, right? This is a surprise from Lilia because it's not something you really expect. The clear is there, but still, when people pick Lilia, they're thinking, well, you got Black Shoes, you can bait out a lot of ultimates, but are you expecting that kind of damage as well?
Honestly, for me, no, not really. And especially with CCat, I thought his job was like a lot easier. It's like, yeah, I'm going to get pushed in, but I just have to wait to drop down the box and honestly change the game. So well done to Hoon in this particular aspect. But let's not forget, I'm noticing a particular trend with the Valley, and they like to make really calculated decisions based on the information given by specifically Hoon, because nobody else can really open up the map, and it's too important to keep Fredrin alive to secure these neutral objectives. So even Mobazane, who's supposed to open up the map, shouldn't.
So maybe that's the answer for Burn X Flash. We need to actually focus in on Hoon. Maybe not even Basic, maybe not even Zane, but with that game being said, Hoon finally kind of finding his groove, able to open up the map, able to give vision, able to help out his team, that could be the target here.
Honestly, I want to take it a step further. Why not deny information? Instead of just focusing Hoon, let's target Shark. And better yet, let's also talk about the EXP learner Fried Chicken. He shouldn't get that far ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe Grok's still a great choice here, but as we get loaded up in the draft here for this second game ahead of us, you make a good point, Gideon. The XP matchup, we've seen how highlighted XP laners can be. I mean, even from yesterday, right, with Takashi and Edward. And that could be something big here because if Fried Chicken we've seen him be a playmaker himself. So I just feel like there's a lot of boxes here for Burn X Flash to check off.
Yeah, so again, really need to hone in on what they want to do. I don't mind if Mobazane is playing the Akais as well as the Fredrins, because again, as soon as the ultimate is down, from the Akai, then you can look for those bigger punishes. So now the real question for Burn X Flash, can you have information deniers? Natalia comes up into mind as well. Kadita, having the threat of existing is way more important than actually having to execute a play.
Very true. Something big and bursty, something deadly. And that is definitely something that I think the Valley would have a little trouble playing into. But we have seen some bans come onto the board. The Valley not changing too much up, banning out the Kaja, banning out the Fanny. We also see the Wan and the Glue from the side of the Falcon. So nothing too targeted just yet.
I'm feeling the Valley wants to pick the E first, right? The Kaja's there. I'm wondering what. Okay, never mind.
Oh.
They want to ban it, right? Because I was gonna say if they don't, then they're looking to prioritize the carry. So now the ball's in Burn X Flash's court. Do you want to actually leave the carry open here? They took out the Wan already. They could ban it out, but if they don't, there's a high chance that it does go in the hands of the Valley.
No, that is very, very true. I think, for Burn X Flash, they could purposefully just let the carry through, only to have a potential counter pick later on. But even then, it's still rather risky for the later stages of the game. So personally for me, I would just get rid of the carry, take that option away so that people like D7 can actually start playing the game with harder tanks that like to initiate.
Oh, but they decide to ban out the Joy instead. So yes, high pick possibility with the carry here. There she goes. I know that voice anywhere.
I feel like a lot of people at this point know that voice. They're just like, yeah, that's carry locked in. So again, I feel like Gideon, what is off the top of your head? What's a great way to counter into this carry? Now you know that it's going to be shredding things down, and if it comes online, it's really hard to deal with.
Personally, for me, I'm thinking about people who can push the waves and really threaten her. Valentina is already a good choice. The Lapu Lapu, rather interesting. I would have preferred to see what the support pick was going to be. I feel like Burn X Flash is putting a lot of emphasis on seeing what the enemy is going to do first before locking in their support. But at the end of the day, when you're thinking about the mid lane matchup, yes, Valentina is going to be great, but then you have people like Farsa, for an example, even the Melissa as well. The Lilia is always so value in terms of just hard pushing waves and forcing the Valentina backwards. So then you force it into a 2v2. Then you have to force it to 3v3 if you need 5 Chicken to come on in for these neutral objectives. So how many resources do they have to pack in towards the mid lane for the side of the Valley?
I mean, that's a big question here. In a couple seconds, we're going to see this. I'm wondering, too, if they do Benedetta into the Lapu Lapu pick. There's the Lolita picked up again after a massive game. And like you guys mentioned, Farsa was a great choice, too. So, I mean, Farsa alone is already, the damage is obviously there with the Feathered Airstrike. But it is something that you will have to work against because you have Valentina across from you. So now you've got that potential of 2 Feathered Airstrikes going off. But maybe that's also something that they want. They want to either force you to take, is it the Feathered Airstrike? Do you take the Noon on Blast? Now you're playing with these options in the midst of the game where what works best for the situation. So that's another kind of process that has to be made here from Burn X Flash that could, again, make you trip over all that process.
There goes the Hayabusa. Before I talk about that, even more to dig into that Farsa a bit, I mean, the Lapu Lapu is like, back in the day, the sworn counter almost to dive in onto that. So not only do you have this possible steal from Valentina, you also have someone that heavily counters you now. D7 picking up this Hayabusa. We've seen good things from Hayabusa, but if Mobazane decides to once again go a bulkier jungle, he's gonna have to do a lot of work around to get to his targets.
I feel like he's gonna play a Kai this game, and it's gonna be so boring. Like, come on, Mobazane, go further. You can work with your team. Give me a Granger to pair up with this Farsa, and you and Hoon are gonna be shooting people down from halfway across the map.
It's dangerous though.
You gotta live on the edge, man. It is the American dream here. You gotta push yourself to the limits to know what greatness truly is.
I feel like people are just, like, when you see a Kai, it's one of those junglers where it's that meme, where the meme is they poking it with a stick and saying, do something, basically. He does. He heavy spins, right? That's something. So Franco's going to be banned out here. Roaming options kind of dwindling a little bit, but there's still a lot available for Burn X Flash to at least complement what they have here. Now, even with a Hayabusa being locked into the jungle, it's something that you always have to be conscious of. I mean, typically we see Hayabusa Ling matchups, but I'm not betting on Mobazane to play the Ling, right? He probably will default to maybe something more utility-based, like you said. Aside from the Akai, we've seen Barrett's come up a lot. That's also why the Martis was banned here, because that is another kind of utility, very hard to catch jungle with the way that his kit works. So I'm wondering, does Burnex Flash use another ban to target the jungle here? It's going to be the Fredrin, so pretty much is.
Yeah, no, I think it's great that they're banning out these particular jungles. The Fredrin, of course, because again, Hayabusa is like, oh, I'm going to try and one-shot you. Oh, I'm taunted and I'm going to get one-shot. Not the most fun in the world. Same thing goes for Martis, especially if you can land the Shura's Wrath. As soon as you get stunned, you're in a lot of trouble. And Super Shark on the Lolita is rather frustrating with his charge, so might as well minimize the problems as much as you can. But if we're talking about bans for the Valley against Burnex Flash, what they're missing right now, support options. They got rid of the Franco.
Your team is picking.
Wow, okay. They got rid of the Lunox. They got rid of the Lunox. I haven't seen Lunox in like, what, how many seasons already? 2, 3? But then again, I'm from Malaysia, so I see it randomly.
I've heard that Hessa has picked up the Lunox Stone Golden, like in past, not here. I've heard it is like a hot pick for him, right?
It's kind of sick. Yeah. I mean, she's popped up, I feel like, a couple times here, but even more so, regardless, it's something that you don't expect to be banned, because even if it's picked up, you still have a way to work around it, aside from, you know, the burst that she brings. But meanwhile, the next pick for Burnex Flash is the Grok here. And we've seen this work, and it hasn't. But take a look at that heated quote, by the way, from Mobazane.
I'm looking at you, Trex. You got to do it in exactly the way me and Niso are looking at each other. We know exactly how you want you to say it.
Cambodia? Forget about it.
Yes! Yes! Okay, all right. That makes me happy. But now we see the Barat already locked in, as well as the Esmeralda.
She's back.
They heard you talking.
My blood is boiling. My blood is boiling. I need the high pressure blood pills. I can feel it rising up to my head right now. Is this the old meta? What are they looking to do? They have the Grok to cancel out the feathered airstrike, and now you have Esmeralda to take what shield?
I don't know. It does make sense on why they banned the Lunox, right? Like, to not bring this tankiness. I'm not saying it had any right mind forward, but there it is.
So you're saying
I don't know.
You're saying they're not right in their mind.
I mean, who is?
Hey man, I mean, to be fair, even
America.
if we're thinking about Lunox being the casual counter to the Esmeralda, there's still lane bullies as well. I mean, there's the Dairoth, there's so many things that could be done, but it's going to be the final pick coming in for Burnex Flash. They go for the Claude. I like that very much. And honestly, the Valley probably foresaw that. They're not expecting the Irithel. They want something that goes in and out. And the only marksman that fits that build is Natan, as well as the Claude.
You know, so just looking at what Burnex Flash has, it's a very flashy kind of go in, go out composition here. And I feel like that kind of chaotic playstyle, exactly what they're known for. And if it's going to be too much, if it's too much fire to handle, if it's too hot to handle here for the Valley, this could be potentially the 3-game series that we're actually looking for here on the desk. And still, the Valley with having that Esmeralda too, really interested to see if she still fits here in at least M4 in this current meta.
Look, I'm just tired of the Valley saying, all right, Basic, you're gonna create a really big backpack. We're all gonna help you lift it and eventually jump in it towards the end of the game. But it's time. It's gonna be game number 2 here at the lower brackets of M4. The Valley up against Burnex Flash. Game number 2.
Well, this is going to be a crucial game here for both these teams. And I know we're going to see it just kind of unfold, right? Starting in the jungle here. Again, Mobazane opting for this Barrett's pick, going to do pretty much the same game plan he had from previously. So if it's anyone to stop him, D7 actually playing this roam Grok here could work out really well for them to try his best to find picks early on, to find possibly even Mobazane and contest these objectives, because you don't want to give them that clean sweep they had in the previous match.
Well, absolutely not. And, you know, that's when you see Fried Chicken actually taking full advantage of the situation. Yo, Lapu Lapu, you're not going to beat me until level 4. I have to put you as far down into the dirt as possible and let my team take the little wanders and let my team spread their influence through the mid lane.
I think something else that is going to be very important for the Valley is how Hoon rotates in these early stages on that Farza. Can they make some plays happen here? Can they stop Burnex Flash having this Hayabusa be aggressive? Because I think if the Valley can get to the mid or even the late game with at least the stalemate, they can definitely win out in this.
Well,
I mean, Shima's level 4 here. Mobazane is as well. First turtle, though, still a little bit away. So poking back and forth, I mean, at this point, you just have both teams kind of waiting, right? Waiting for that objective. Now, still, I would say that given the team lineup for the Valley, the way they're going to fight around objectives is very strong, but still, it's going to be up to Burn X Flash to really kind of get in and get out. And if that just means Chima, you know, quad shadowing in there, getting the retribution off, and if that's the safest thing, it could be best case scenario.
Bonus welcome, tries to lock on, but Chima able to stop it. This could be bad for Mobazane, taking a lot of damage, gets stunned up, and ATM finds the kill for D7. Now, Shark, Fried Chicken and Shark trying to battle around this. They decide to back off, but first blood does go to the side of Burn.
Wait, what happened there? I thought that Daytona's welcome was gonna eat Chima, but then it didn't. Did he quad shadow out of the way, or did he
went into
him? He went into him. That is smart. That is smart. Lost in the chaos.
Nope, that's what they're known for, right? I mean, Burn X Flash does it really well, and as we were saying, we were kind of painting that picture. That chaos can be overwhelming here, right? The fire can be pretty hot, and just taking a look at the items, things kind of establishing here, almost 3 minutes in the game, they're still going to be able to play. It's a very minuscule gold lead for Burn X Flash, but still, big things that are going to come up here too is exactly this different dynamic with the Grok here, where you're going to be building more of that tank, you know, pretty much that tank roam Grok, not the damage that we're used to seeing.
Come in,
Able to back off. Yeah, they're going to back off. I mean, they need to take their time. They don't want to get locked
up. D7 gets the knock-up onto Hoon, and in comes ATM, locking onto Super Shark. The airstrike does come down, misses most of them, lands one, does a little bit of damage, but nobody goes down.
Beautiful defense. I mean, Hoon gets out of there with 5 wings, having to use that flicker, and now, I mean, in the minds of Burn X Flash, they already punished Mobazane. He has to restack himself up to become a nice big dinosaur boy. But Chima, he is making sure he is trying to put pressure on that map. And the only profit that they got were 2 flickers, one from their playmaker, Super Shark, and as well as Hoon. So they're keeping in mind and telling I'm your ATM, get ready to jump on Hoon.
Again, I mean, you can find Hoon, you can try your best here for Burn X Flash, but still, you have that mobility kind of advantage. This is very finicky for them, especially with Chima on this Hayabusa. You've got Hessa going in with the BMI, Blazing Duet gets out. So I feel like that's a big challenge for the Valley here specifically. And on top of that, again, the dynamic changes with what ultimate CCAT takes, right? And what he decides to throw at the Valley here. Still, it's a very objective focused game for the Valley, and that's kind of your game plan the whole time, because if you're trying to fight Burn X Flash face to face here, you're gonna get your ankles broken basically at this point. So next turtle comes up here. We'll see if they find the positioning and the space that they need to take this next turtle.
I'm seeing that I'm your ATM is missing his ult. It looks like he may have tried to get into an altercation with Fried Chicken, but it seems like nothing came of it. And the same can be said. Chima, he's lost at least 50% of his HP. I don't think anything's going to be happening here. This is like a very awkward wet noodle fight.
Yeah, CCAT has taken that feathered airstrike though, so we need to keep our eyes open for that. And down it comes, trying to zone Hoon away. Mobazane is close to this turtle right now. Chima also trying to fight it out, but Fried Chicken takes out CCAT. Chima able to take the turtle though. Hessa now trying to move on. Hoon does fall down. Fried Chicken on the run along with Super Shark and Mobazane, but it seems like Burn Flash doesn't want to let this up. Mobazane now coming out with the Daytona's welcome. Locks on to D7. Chomp, chomp into the wall, and down goes D7. Shark Force used the flicker as the shadow comes in. Chima looks for it, can't find it, but still a fair trade for both teams.
Oh boy, I mean, I would still say that Burn X Flash still came up on top. A lot less battle spells being expanded, and now a big window for Burn X Flash to actually punish Fried Chicken now that he doesn't have his flicker. All he has is the Falling Star Moon to get out of tough situations, which can easily be dealt with Chima's okay shadow kill.
I mean, even taking a look at the items, it's still, again, it's pretty even across the board here. Still action.
Oh, Hoon with the feathered airstrike. Chima goes down. D7 does find the knockup onto Hoon, getting that stun to basic. Getting aggressive. ATM will fall. D7 forced to use a flicker, trying to get away, but now the Valley are starting to take control of this game.
Well, and with that, right, the minuscule gold lead that was in favor for Burn X Flash is gone here. And like you said, the backpack has started, right? It's going in the basic here. He's going to be able to grab that bottom turn on the bottom side.
and still they're working, they're putting pressure.
Most definitely D7 trying to keep them away, and one thing is, we were worried about that Esmeralda, but Fried Chicken is coming through.
Yep, he's doing a really good job, and especially, I'm pretty sure he's like maxed out his average by now. At this stage, he's traded so often, and this is the first time we're seeing it. Look at Hoon. He's absolutely just frustrating and pushing Bird back, but this could be the counter attack that we're looking for. D7, keep your eyes on him.
Yeah, Mobazane is very deep, but he doesn't want to let up just yet. Did he take it? Yep. He steals the purple buff. Chima takes a lot of damage, can't dash in like that anymore. It's becoming a little too risky.
That was that was a risky decision, but it ended up paying out for them. So this is the thing, right? We're seeing a very synergized the Valley, right? This is something that we didn't see so much of in the group stage. So whatever happened in the past few days, they figured things out, and now they're going to be battling for this turtle here. But still, Burnex Flash has taken 2 of them. Can they get this one here for the Valley?
It's definitely not going to be easy, but Mobazane may be able to do it. Back in the backside, though. Super Shark with the flicker. Lands an on blast. Cat taken out. I'm your ATM. Tries to land, but connects no one. No. Hoon does get stunned. D7 trying to do something, but Mobazane takes Turtle. A nice big hit. ATM goes down. D7 could be next. Fried Chicken doesn't want to let up. He's going to chase. He's bulky. He's tanky. He's under the tower, and down goes D7. Chima up against this orange buff. Back against the wall, Super Shark and Hoon want to try to find him, but he should be able to flicker away safely.
I mean, they might still go on the hunt here. They've got the information. Yeah, Chima, he's going to run out of places to go. Let's see if he can juke them out.
I think he may be able to, but it seems like the Valley keeping it disciplined. They don't want to waste any time. They want to get something out of this.
Well, I mean, Fried Chicken, he checked the common spot. He knows that there is the Pixel Brush, but it's too late. It was a 50-50 there, and therefore, not worth his time. Back up towards the top lane. And now, looking at Farsa, Hoon, he's got the 2 core items. He just needs a little bit of time to start scaling up. He's already dishing out so much damage.
Yeah, not only that too, but with Basic here now having that Wind of Nature available to him, or he's working on, he has the Corrosion Scythe here. That's going to be trouble, right? Still going to be working on the next core item, but still, you saw the recalls come out here. They're feeling confident. It is 4.2k gold ahead here. But let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. It's only 9 minutes in the game. Burnex Flash could still make a play here. The question is, where do they make it? That's the thing. And again, Cat really hasn't been able to utilize this Valentina just yet.
Oh, Fried Chicken in a bit of trouble. They want to lock onto him. The tower does fall. But right now that Esmeralda is so tanky. Hoon gets found by D7. Mobazane, wait a second, conceal play. Nice stun onto D7. Daytona's welcome. Tries to lock on, but they still find him. Basic finally doing some damage. Numenon Blast, no flicker to connect, so the Numenon Blast doesn't find the stun just yet. Basic and Shark gonna chip away at this lane, and I think the action is over.
Well, for now, for the time being, I mean, the fact that Cat was able to, sorry, not Cat, but D7 finding Hoon, this is a pretty good trade. However, topside is losing, topside tier 2 is already losing so much HP. It's basically free economy for the Valley. So if they want to get into that 5k gold lead and put Burn even further down, they can absolutely do so. And I think the Valley, they don't have to take the Lord now. They just need to keep putting up the pressure and choking out Chima.
Yeah, look at the way Zane is playing right now, just in their face. This is reminiscent to like Wise playing the Barats, jumping in there, even with the Esmeralda, very M3-esque right now.
Well, right now, total control here objectively. They get a turret. D7 going to check that bush, take a couple of hits here, but the fight for this Lord is going to ensue. Fried Chicken having a massive game so far on this Esmeralda, and they pursue it.
Most definitely, Mobazane's got it down to about 30%. Does seem like a conceal play is going to come. D7 misses the wild charge. ATM misses the bravest fighter, only gets a stun onto Super Shark. Chima comes in, but not in vain. Down goes D7. ATM may fall next. Basic on the chase. He finds it. That's a double. Hessa with the blazing duet, forced to BMI out. Fried Chicken does get found by Cat, and Chima tries to look for it, so it's a 2-for-1 trade, but the Lord still goes to the Valley.
Man, Valley now with the 5k goalie is going to turn that into at least 7k deficit against Burn. You can see that Hessa is scaling up relatively quick with 3 items and a Malefic Roar, which helped him actually kill Fried Chicken towards the later half of that fight. But you have to admit that as of right now, D7, he has to use his flicker to close that distance. He had a good angle, but he could have guaranteed a hit had he just flickered forward. He's greeding out on his battle spell.
Now the Lord is coming in. Zane and Shark trying to hold down the front side. Hoon does not have that feathered airstrike, so he's not going to be able to help this siege effort. Down goes the Lord. Not too much material for the side of the Valley.
So very disciplined, right? The Valley here, they got a nice, comfortable gold lead. They're going to be taking the resources as well from Burnex Flash. Meanwhile, you got Flied Chicken walking that wave on the bottom side, looking for another turret here, opening up the map further. Can Burnex Flash defend against this siege?
Ooh, there goes Hoon with the feathered airstrike. ATM taking a bit of damage. They are able to open up the map a bit. And here in a second, with Fried Chicken cutting this lane, that should be another free tier 2 tower.
Let's see whether, I mean, the outer turrets are basically gone at this point, and the Valley, they're very confident once they have this lead. They know that Burn can't really do too much about the situation, and D7 has to really be careful with his power of natures, because as soon as his immunity to crowd control disappears, the Valley will jump upon him. So I think at this stage of the game, the Valley, let the waves push on out. Come on out of the base, and let's get into a brawl.
And I mean, even looking at the items, like you mentioned, you know, with Hessa having those 3 core items, he's got the Demon Hunter Sword, he's got the Golden Staff, Prolific Roar here on this Claude, and also CCAT had the Neuron Blast. Not sure if he's still holding on to it, but if they can get that setup, whether it's in the base defense or not, if they find 2-3 targets, it's overlapped with a great Blazing Duet Wild Charge combination. Burnex Flash isn't out of this, right? Despite that 5.7k gold lead for the Valley, they can set themselves up here for success, but what we've seen so far is the Valley not allowing that to happen. Here comes the Conceal.
Possible Conceal play, might be in vain though. CCAT able to flicker away. Keep our eyes on Hessa though, hiding out in this bush. D7 goes down, Hessa comes in with the Blazing Duet, but a nice Winter Truncheon from Hoon. Down goes ATM, next will be Chima. Will Hessa get out of this? I don't think so. Forced to flicker,
wow.
And he falls. That's a Maniac for Basic. His first one in M4. Now they're going to try to close the distance here. Burnex Flash on the ropes.
Oh my lord, nothing gets past White Chicken. He saw that right at the very edge of his screen. The Blazing Duet, he foresaw it coming and immediately turned 180 around to deal with the problem. And now this could be it.
This could definitely be it. The Numenon Blast does not connect, but they're going to be able to clear these waves. The Valley with the chokehold over Burnex Flash right now. Burnex Flash coming out of the base, though, trying to defend, and it looks like they will be able to do it. The Valley keeping it disciplined. They're going to go for this Lord and try to finish this off. But wait a second. Chima coming in. I'm your ATM with the bravest fighter. Gets a nice flicker. D7 comes in as well, but still not enough damage. Mobazane gonna get the Daytona's welcome. Burst him against the wall, and I'm your ATM will fall. Now, back to the Lord.
Oh my goodness. What's so unfortunate about this play is the fact that Burn had all the right ideas, executed as best as they can, but with an 8.7, 8.8k goal lead now, and they've already hit the 42, gone past the 42k mark. They're just literally one item away to making a difference in that fight.
I mean, it shows, right? It really shows in itemization for the Valley here, and that's what we see working so well for them. So they just secured themselves a Lord here. They're going to be getting ready for this Lord push. 10k gold ahead here. Burnex Flash is going to have a defense of a lifetime. And I'm not even sure if CCAT has an ultimate just yet with IMU, but as you said, Gideon, the backpack in full force here for Basic, but it's not even just that. I feel like everybody's got their own pack here because Super Shark, look at him, he's massive. 0-0-12 on a Lolita again for this match. And Fly Chicken, the big question mark, does Esmeralda still work here? It obviously does. And he's such a good distraction. That's something that works great for Esmeralda, and they're playing around that here. Not to mention Mobazane is also a big, huge dinosaur, and now they get ready for this siege of the base.
Most definitely the Lord creeping its way in along with Mobazane. Keep our eyes on Hoon as he does drop that feathered airstrike with the flicker to bait out the bravest warrior. Basic gonna shred down on your ATM, and this could be it. Down goes Chima, and down goes Burnex Flash. CCAT, the last one standing. The Valley gonna bring out the recalls, because tonight the Valley will not burn. They will go forth as Burnex Flash is going home, sadly.
They have done it. The Valley continue their championship run from the lower brackets. They move on to deal with their next opponent. A breath of fresh air, but GG, well played. A 2-0 victory to the Valley, and our hearts go out to the representatives coming in from Cambodia, Burnex Flash.
Man, oh man, I'm sure there's some people in the chat right now type in the Valley dude, because that was a performance and everybody loves to see it. It's tough to see Burn X Flash here going home, but they put up a fight. They tried their best here, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough against the Valley.
Definitely a wonderful game from both players. Even from game 1 to game 2, Burn X Flash kept their composure. There was a lot of moments where I felt like they could have taken that back, but in game 2, the gold lead just became too much, and in the meta right now, that can spell victory.
It really does. It's so brutal, but they played so well. They had their time to come together. It's time that we throw to our analysts and break this down.
And tall, and they send the Khmer home. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Carrie and Barats. Now that's Mirko and LaFell. We're breaking down game number 2, the winning game to close up this series, which allows the Valley to keep going on through the lower brackets here at M4. The draft was key here in their victory over the Cambodian champions, and I gotta say, the Valley has grown so much. They've evolved. You would not expect Zayn to just go ahead and pick up the Barats. That's it.
I mean, I did. Just
you
say,
called
just,
it.
I called it. Like what we were saying was like, this is gonna be a Barats game. Called it. But okay, here's the thing. Before we actually go to the real analysis, while we see the Valley walking, White Chicken, was it really necessary to steal the Savage?
He denied basic.
Fwide,
Come on, dude.
Fwide, why did you steal the Savage?
Why'd
Fwide?
you steal the Savage?
Why'd you steal the Savage,
Basic,
man?
you want that Savage, right? He wants the
He's
Savage.
doing the sad face. Come on, dude. Valley, dude.
We're gonna have to
The Valley
talk about it.
did.
We're
They
gonna have to
gotta
talk
talk
about it
about it.
later on. But yeah, against Burn X Flash, who obviously learned a lot from game 1, right? Like they picked up on it, and I think the desk put it so well. Their planning is amazing. Execution, they did their best. But the Valley seemed to always be a step ahead.
Again, right, it started from the draft, and this time around, I think we could all agree that the draft was absolutely amazing. First pick and carry, there was no question about that. It was a good pick, even in the first draft, but then they went straight on for a flex pick, and the only questionable thing in the first phase for me was the Lolita, because again, it's very easily canceled out. A Numenon Blast, very easy to just negate that, especially considering how much CC Burn had.
Honestly, with this composition, I feel like one of the more important things we got to discuss is actually the gold momentum, because as a Hayabusa, actually any assassin hero, kind of except for the Ling, is that you need some kind of advantage in terms of gold, like EXP or anything, because he could not deal the damage. Like, Barats is already tanky as he is, and if the Hayabusa is losing by a lot, they're losing their win condition.
That's not even bringing up the fact that White Chicken pulled out a classic. He, again, employed the services of one of the greatest XP laners, the hero that has haunted that lane for the longest time, the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I want to talk about Esmeralda itemization because it's a small change, but the Brute Force Breastplate now gives cooldown. So it brings up more flexibility for the Esmeralda because you want a lot of cooldown. You want to maximize the amount of cooldown that you have, but you still want to make sure that you can actually tank a lot of damage. So I kind of feel like if more time was actually given to try this Brute Force Breastplate with a lot of other heroes, we could have potentially seen a lot more things. And I kind of feel like this particular item is why like the heroes like the Lapu Lapu is starting to be more popular.
Well, you're talking about Esmeralda. I'll talk about the man who got the Maniac, right? Basic, the itemization, I think from this man is phenomenal, right? It's a basic itemization from him, but it works so well because thing is, if you understand the basics, you're gonna be able to itemize great. Game 1 went for defensive items. Athena's shield first defensive item, then he went on to the Wind of Nature. Here, you can see he doesn't care about that magic damage because he understands the assignment. He understands that most of the damage coming onto him is going to be everyone who can dive, and everyone is physical.
Yep, we've seen multiple times in this 16-minute bout that Basic was not afraid to flicker forward. Basic was not afraid to dash forward, and I think that's why he built the Thunder Belt. He knows that of all the dudes that can get to him, again, I'm your ATM, D7, maybe C-Cat if he tries to set up a Numenon Blast, he would face that threat with just violence.
Here's the thing, he built the Wind of Nature's second item because later in the highlights where we will see few attempts were done by Burn X Flash trying to shut down the carry very, very early on, but even if you use the Ogi Shadow kill, not only did it not connect, but Basic had a Wind of Nature, so even if it does connect, it kind of doesn't matter.
And honestly, I want to give massive props to the Forgotten One here. 17 total assists. We haven't been mentioning his name a lot, but Super Shark. In 2 games, he really understood what to do. Because in this composition battle, for both of the styles, both of the teams, they understand that, again, it's all about proactivity. Whoever engages first will win, and the Lolita did not get canceled at all.
And it's not so weird to assume that maybe our MVP might be that Lolita, might be Super Shark, but we're about to find out for sure now.
Basic.
We're awarding it over to Mr. Peter Bryce himself. It's Basic, of course. Game 1, he had some tendencies. Game 2, I think it was warmed up enough. I mean, how often you get a 12:05 in the world stage?
2 Maniacs.
2 Maniacs, dude. 2 Maniacs.
Close to a Savage.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Super Shark, like, he really did, as the popular song would say, he shark do-do, do-do, do-do. But it was not enough to steal the MVP from Basic, because if I'm not mistaken, he didn't even die. But Basic, he didn't die as well, and he got a lot of damage down. He has the highest amount of gold. And again, you've been talking about the itemization. Love this guy. I kind of feel like in the group stages, a lot of criticism was going towards him. I guess not anymore.
No, it just shows how good he is, right? A lot of criticism sent over to Basic. I saw so many hate comments over to him, but he used that criticism to build and to just improve so much. You could tell that this man has put in the work, man. Look at how active he is.
That's the mid game, all right? We're looking at 5 minutes to 10 minutes. And here it's so evident that off the back of his roamer, off the back of his mid laner, Super Shark and Hoon, he's able to find these opportunities to do more for the Valley. And again, the 2 kinds of MVPs we have, setup and payoff. This is a clear example of a payoff MVP.
I mean, would it really be surprising for him to have that much gold when he's basically stealing every single resource Burning Splash has?
Basically, he played well. Well, no, he played great in this game. And you could see, again, right, in these team fights, there were a lot of it in the first game where Burnix Flash were actually able to find the better skirmishes. Why? Because the Valley has used most of their resources onto the main objective for them, which is the neutral objective. And that's the reason, right here, you can see just a difference in mindset, I believe, for both of the, or for all the players. Some of the members from Team Valley wanted to fight, the others just wanted to secure the Lord. But finally, when they understood what they wanted to do, they had one voice, and it's to go in. When they did that, you could see that they just did wonders.
Yes, this is game number 1. We're moving over to game number 2, where the Valley had, I would say they have the number of Burning Splash, because in this game, I want to talk about White Chica because he's popping off, bringing up that Esmeralda. He's really pushing everyone away. And look at the Hayabusa. It's not like he didn't try. He tried so many times, but every single time he goes in, he dies. And Basic is so fast to be very, very aggressive. The moment he sees someone tries to attack him, he will attack back. I kind of feel like that is one of the hardest things for Burning Splash to do because it's so hard to catch the Valley off guard. We've seen the Grok using the Conceal, trying to catch anyone. He really doesn't care. But look at this, Maniac over Maniac. Basic is too fat. Basic is doing too much damage.
Watch it. White Chicken again. We gotta relive it, right? That final kill, that savage steal.
Could have sworn that he did it on purpose. He looked at Basic. I could have sworn he looked at Basic, much like this, said, no, not today.
I know it's the world stage, but nah, fam.
Nah, fam.
Nah, dude.
He used the Falling Star Moon. He wanted to steal it.
I mean, that must have just been the call, all right? From Hoon or Shark, they're just saying, end it. This is the world stage. This is our sweep. And again, this is our game. Congratulations to the Valley. On behalf of LaFell, on behalf of Mirko, my name is Leo. Thank you so much to the desk. Let's throw it over to our hosts. They're with the Valley. Mara and Clara, what you got?
Thank you, our caster, our analyst, and here we are, Mara Clara, with the winner of the match, the Valley, with Almost Savage.
Almost Savage. Okay. I'm sorry, Basic, that's the closest that you're gonna hear Savage just right here. Okay, how do you feel about White Chicken stealing your thunder and taking that Savage from you? Arr.
I think it's fine. I think.
Really? Okay, so that means I wanted. If you're saying you think, that means you're not sure. So
yeah, I'm not sure.
I want it to be fine because you're my teammate. But okay, in all honesty, what do you want to say to him right now?
No, a win is still a win.
A win is still a win. Okay, why did you do that? You guys were winning anyway.
I was just in the zone. I didn't mean to. I mean, you know, when anyone gets a maniac in rank, you always have that thought in the back of your mind, like, should I steal it or not?
Oh.
And I didn't want to, but maybe that thought overpowered me.
Okay, so you just gotta do it fast enough, basic. Almost, but
MVP,
two maniacs.
not good enough.
Yeah, but you came into MPL ID last time, right? And you guys say that you want to play in M4, and it's happening now. But what is your next wish or hope for this M4? Maybe Void or Mobazin? Be champion? Or beat
I think we'd be
someone?
happy with, of course, maybe top 4 would be a good goal to set, but of course, we're trying the best we possibly can, no matter what that it might be.
Mobazin, is that you? Oh, just the top 4? Is that
We would like to be champions. We'll do the best we can. Maybe we'll be champions, maybe we'll be top 4, top 8. We don't know, but we'll try our best.
you? Okay, whoa, this is a... I'm feeling a different Mobazin right now. Speaking of, you didn't get a chance to talk about it here in the world stage. When we were doing the live draw, you said that the group stage will be an easy ride. But what happened there? Because it wasn't a desirable result. You finished 3rd, but we know you can do it. I mean, we know that you're honest, especially now with your opponent. You said, Cambodia, forget about it. And you swept them exactly the way you thought it was gonna go. What happened between the group stages to now? Was there a struggle? Tell us.
Well, before the group stages, we were actually playing pretty good. I think it just wasn't our best performance. Something about the stage, just the games. We knew ourselves that we played horribly that day, and we have a lot better to offer. And we tried our best today to show it.
It was more of the stage. Was it overwhelming how big it was? Was it the crowd? What was it?
I think we had to work on stuff too, besides the outside interferences. The drums are pretty annoying though.
The drums.
Yeah.
So you don't know if it's your heart, if it's your heartbeat or the drum beat.
Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, after this, you're gonna face the representative of Malaysia, Todak. How do you feel about facing Todak tomorrow in Best of 3 series?
Yeah. Can we do it the Mobazin way?
Yeah, Mobazin.
Mobazin way. How is it like?
Good luck.
Oh, good luck for both.
Mobazin, is that you? Is that you? Did someone come inside you? Okay, we'll give you another chance, okay? Take two.
Todak.
3-0. 3-0.
3-0.
It's best of 3.
To the Valley.
2-0.
2-0.
Best of 3. 2-0. All right. Mobazin, we're gonna give you a little bit of time to rest because you guys deserve it with the sweep once again. Congratulations to the Valley.
Woo, they burned the stage again.
Oh, they burned the stage. That's
right.
The Valley, dude. Go ahead, you guys.
Thank you so much.
Rest for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Clara?
just take it with you. It's a
Yeah,
souvenir.
you can take it with you. You
Merchandise.
deserve the mic. You
Thank
deserve
you,
the mic. Clara, that was really amazing. I mean,
yes, that's right.
People know Mobazin to be somebody that is honest with the way they feel, and they were able to prove what he was talking about with Cambodia, and now they can forget about it.
Okay, they forget about it, but their journey gonna start again tomorrow, and it's gonna be a long journey. But our journey will be long as well because we have best of 3 last match.
That's right. It'll be the Malvinas Gaming versus Occupy Thrones. So don't go anywhere. MLBB Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Visit new places. Look for new uniqueness. Take a new experience. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week, along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp December 20th.
this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight.
Oh my god, catches Sufin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all doing this points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. Onyx Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's going to be taken down. It's a shadow kill Oda Harley as now Malvinas have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's going to be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy to say it's not. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely going to be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting his alien's going to be bursted down. Oh my god! Tenzi's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Aura!
EVOS Legends bakal melakukan trikokan gas reakan di masa
and be the first ever finals MVP in Mobile Legends M Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3 for 1 immediately traded out. Make that 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, Oheb of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular beat tricks and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge for Lau. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in after he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claim the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or Oheb claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe. But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing into their base. They're going to get backdoored by Call of Duty if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Call of Duty, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yaoi goes down, but Call of Duty in the backside. Benny QT, the base echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much. Wow! That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by a Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it. Look at the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets the kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he has again!
Naomi!
Above the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួន ប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our way to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our way to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. Hands up, all you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
touch the sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch the sky.
remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The heat and the beats were intense on day 2 of the M4 World Championship knockout stage. As old rivalries for past M series fueled the tension in the air. Where history repeats itself. The first series of the day saw Torak taking on their bitter old rivals, RRQ Hoshi, who defeated them in the world stage in M1 and M3. RRQ Hoshi started the party on their home turf with a gentle wave from their home ground hero, Kadita. Birthday boy Albert then showcased what the true skill ceiling in a game like MLBB can be on his special day. The second series of the day featured another international feud that started in M3. The defending champions are back to their usual winning form as they cruise through the Brazilians in dominating fashion. RRQ Akira showed signs of life when Takashi performed out of his mind to claw back in game number 1. But in the end, the Filipino representatives were too much for the Samba boys to handle. With that, we'll head on to the lower brackets today where elimination is on the line. It is the survival of the fittest. Let's see who will make it out alive. Dare to be great.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it you now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championships. We are now down to our final match between Malvinas Gaming and Occupy Thrones. Which team will bag the win for our final match of lower bracket round 1 to advance to the next round and face against RRQ Akira? Prince Fran showed that he can match the tempo of the top junglers to dictate the game. Malvinas Gaming followed up to his speed to continue the pressure on other teams. Will they also do the same for their opponents, Occupy Thrones? Leo has been with most of his team, especially Maro, to create the best possible team synergy before entering the world stage. They have shown that they have a lot of potential that needs to unlock it to further progress their development.
It's time for the final matchup of the evening. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Mirko and Lafel. Say hi!
Hanya ada satu yang bisa lolos, which means there's only one team that can prevail today.
Only one. I was
One grandma.
off guard. But yes, only one can succeed today. And although, I gotta say this, I'm wearing all black. This is a tribute to all of the teams that have been eliminated today. Thank you, guys.
I thought it was another tribute.
Well,
you're a tribute.
There's just one team that comes through tonight's combat, through tonight's competition, and they have to unlock their full and final potential because it's here, right now, tonight. If you don't, then it's over between Occupy Thrones and Malvinas Gaming.
There you go. That's the hype we need for this matchup. It's a Super Saiyan matchup because, hey, for both these teams, they need to level up, right? This is their final battle, or could be their final battle. It's
they
now
need
or
all
never.
the buffs. They need level 15. They need the Lord, Evolve Lord. What else do they need?
The kills and the objectives.
All the items. And basically just to trust each other in their coaching staff and in the fact that all around the world their fans are rooting for them. The talents though, let's see who they're rooting for, who they believe will come out on top here in this matchup.
Oh.
Down the middle. I mean, Sunfrost, Opa, and Holly think that it's Malvinas. Well, my boy Sona, boy is he handsome. XLR44 and Kid think it's Occupy Thrones.
I mean, I gotta go with Sunfrost, man. Actually, no, I don't like Sunfrost. You know what? I take that back. I take that back.
Okay.
Please edit this out. I'm going opposite of Sunfrost. I'm going with, you know what? Fine. I'll go with KB.
All right. Kabe says it's Occupy Thrones, but now we have a majority, a bigger picture, and it looks like it's Malvinas Gaming. Again, a returning squad from M3, and on the backs of Harley and Steffe, there's a lot of experience. But Mirko, is that going to be enough?
For me, honestly, looking at this matchup, it's really 50-50, Leo. Looking at Malvinas, they have that experience, and obviously with that experience, they're going to be able to actually show how much they've improved since the last World Championship.
And
You've improved in the last World Championship.
Thank you. You too.
Exactly how they will do just that. Show us, and again, in the best of 3, prove their worth. Let's go over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Leo, Lafel, and as well as Mirko at the analyst stand, keeping us entertained until the battle is about to begin. My name is Gillian Q. With me on the table, the tallest boys in the crew. It's going to be Trex as well as Nice You. Close-up cam, get ready for this because remember, guys, the Battle Night campaign is live. So the M4 Pass is now available. Complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease. And for free, log in now. Exclusive rewards like Beatrix Light Chaser and Beatrix Stellar Brilliance and M4 Beatrix figurines all await you. So use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBBM4. Dare to be great, but that's not all. The M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st, expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle task in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. So play the matches and you get the star, team star protection for 3 matches, double star rising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there with free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day. Save that date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match wins, and tons of rewards. Let's celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. Thank you so much, Close Up Cam. Let's bring it back here to the rest of the table because M4 hasn't ended just yet. With the lower brackets haven't been predetermined yet. The next matchups for tomorrow. Oh, speaking of tomorrow, Occupy Thrones. They've had a rough run so far in the groups, but even Malvinas Gaming, it's kind of a toss-up here.
Definitely a toss-up. I can't help but agree. And just like all the predictions said, it's 50-50. I don't think I could have said it any better than Mirko. I don't even know how to guess this.
It's really tough. But let's have a look at the starting lineups first, and maybe we'll get a little glimpse of maybe an idea of where it could lead to. It's going to be Harley, Dragon, Joel Crew, Prince Fran, as well as Steffi.
I mean, this is what we've seen from Malvinas specifically from the group stages is that they can keep up with some of the best teams, right? Now the thing is, can they keep up here now with Occupy Thrones, because they're going to be giving their best. It's Fury 77, Hulk, Gato, Leo, and Maro. And man, have we seen some amazing things from these guys, and even Maro. Now, yes, they went 0-3 for the group stages, but the gameplay is still there for them.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of energy behind Occupy Thrones, and with that hot topic we saw, I feel like they just need to unleash that, right? But both teams, backs against the walls, it's not going to be easy.
I love their smiling faces as they make their way into the arena here so far. Representing MENA, they fought extremely long, extremely hard, got a taste of the international waters, as well as the international teams of Mobile Legends. Make it up, it's gonna be Occupied Thrones making their way onto stage.
And you know, the thing is as we see here, Hulk, right, walking up to the stage with the team here, he plays massively as well. And I remember, you know, I believe the Lapu Lapu gameplay is someone that he sticks out for me, right, in the XP lane. And Maro in the roam. We saw that Franco gameplay. I'm wondering if he'll even get a hands on that in this matchup.
I mean, we haven't gotten to, I don't think we've seen the Franco yet in the knockout, Brett, in the knockout stage. It has been banned a few times by a few teams in the second phase, but the way Maro played it would definitely be exciting to see.
For sure. But now we have to talk about previous members who have been to an international stage. We saw them debut at M3, making it out of the groups, making it so far, but unfortunately falling so short. This could be a repeat of history, but they are looking to change their legacy here and now. Making their way up onto the stage, it's Malvinas Gaming.
And again, you know, at this point, it's do or die for all these teams today and tomorrow, and this is where you lay everything on the line here, right? Malvinas Gaming, a team of great players. They've got great experience. We've seen even the way that they work with different hero compositions. So I'm really wondering how this is going to match up against Occupy Thrones. Both teams, though, obviously looking like they're ready to go, even though they're at this last point. It's the last match of the day, and they're looking fired up here.
Yeah, Malvinas Gaming definitely taking the more serious approach to this stage. Compared to Occupy, that was all smiles. It looks like Malvinas is ready to go.
I can't wait to see how they're going to rumble it out, especially in the EXP lane. Both sides have shown some really great Lapu Lapu performances overall, and I agree with you, Trex. We need to see more Franco. We've seen more Akaja than Franco at the knockout stage, and now with the fist bumps coming through, you know what's going to happen next. The team must show respect to each other as our referee is going to ensure competitive integrity throughout the tournament here at M4. We want to make sure that everybody's having the best experience possible, and most importantly, hopefully we don't have any more delays. I might be jinxing it right now, but this is it.
Well, I mean, at this point, right, again, these two teams specifically, they might not have had the result they wanted from the group stages, but how many days from then and now? And you've seen even the improvement from the last series, the improvement from the Valley, right, that they made in those days from group stages to here. So this is the time, and I'll tell you what, I've actually walked past the training room, and I always see Occupy Thrones there practicing their minds off. So let's see how it all plays out for them.
All right, let's break it down because let's have an idea for those who didn't watch the group stages. And based on the stats, Trex, how would you identify both of these teams?
I mean, first off, we got to look at Malvinas, the game win rate. They've won one, right? Compared to Occupy Thrones, they had a much rougher group stage. But overall, elsewhere, I mean, things are a little bit even except for that Lord control rate. This is something that Malvinas Gaming does have a double percentage over Occupy Thrones. And as I stated in the last matchup, I find that very, very important, right? It's something that secures games in the end. Most games aren't won without taking a Lord.
I mean, the one thing that sticks out to me the most is Occupy Thrones having those average kills. It's higher, right? Because, again, a lot of that is the setup from Amaro, and that's kind of what we can expect as we get ready for this matchup. And the play style is still pretty sporadic. It's chaotic, but if it works for them, then that's what they're going to throw here at Malvinas Gaming.
Yeah, based on what I've heard so far and the stories and whispers, you know, all around the hotel and as well as the arena, it feels like Occupy Thrones, they have their particular picks that they're very comfortable with. But hold up, let's have a look at what the audience believes to be the winners of this matchup here. Malvinas Gaming, a large amount of support going towards them.
Yeah, definitely a lot of support, especially in the Latam region, of course. But it's not too one-sided, right? Like on some of the other regions, even here, we do see Mena, but hold on, 24% from Mena. I'm not liking that.
Oh, I mean, we've definitely seen many nations who, you know, they originated from a country, and a small percentage of them seem to be leaning the other side. Who knows? It could just be the expats there for all we know. That's what I'm hoping it is.
Well, I mean, you have to also think about how some of these players for both of these teams have made a presence for themselves, whether it's through their own regions, right? The regionals, they made names for themselves. They've garnered a following here. And that all kind of plays a part. I mean, even if you look at the Valley, for example, right? A region that isn't, I wouldn't say most well known for a super developed MPL region or anything like that, but there's still names that you know from around the globe. And Occupy Thrones and Malvinas Gaming, both are those teams too that have been established at. They've all had their own journeys, and they win fans from around the world. That's what we're seeing with the prediction.
I mean, they're talking about the brothers here all the way from Latam and Malvinas Gaming. And as S11 was walking out, they were already signing stuff. So they're doing it great. Let's see whether the same results is going to happen here today as we jump right into the drafting phase of our very first game in this best of 3, Malvinas Gaming versus Occupy Thrones.
Now, Malvinas Gaming will be first pick here, I'm pretty sure. No, Occupy Thrones will be first pick here. We are seeing something slightly different than what we've seen in the past. The Fermi's ban coming in. Now, with this being a best of 3, you kind of got to pull some of those cards out quick. You don't want to hold too many blows. You are in the lower bracket. Everything's on the line, but Lo Yi?
I think we saw her once in the group stages, if I remember right. You know, that popped up, but again, it's not something that you're used to seeing, right? At least banned out here. But this just highlights how, you know, with teams from other regions and everything else, how their playstyles can differ, how it can vary. And still, with it being a dire situation for you where you basically have one life here that matters, this is the time where you pull out those tricks. This is the time where you pull out that strategy that might be your comfort that you're used to playing here, where, again, we've already seen kind of a trend established for M4's meta. But, I mean, aside from that Wan ban, Fermis once in a while, but the Lu Yi being banned is not something typical. On the other side, though, Malvinas taking out the carry, too, the carry, the joy, the glue. These are heroes that have just been all over the place, especially that carry.
Well, personally for me, I'm just hoping to see a different blue side starter here. I'm tired of the Eves. I'm tired of the carries. I want to see something else. First, pick something exciting. And is this the excitement that I'm getting? Did I jinx it? Come on, lock it in. There we go. It's going to be Kaja, first picked on the blue side for Occupy Thrones.
Now, it's not the Franco that we wanted to see. It is the Kaja again, which we still like, and it's just well-rounded. It's flexible. Of course, I feel like we've seen a lot more roam Kaja, but if you have to, you can move it around now. Malvinas Gaming going to respond by picking up the typical Yve, and they still have something else to follow. Do they go into a gold or a mid or a jungle here?
I think they could possibly, we see them pick up the XP lane. That might be a viable option, whether you go to Lapu Lapu. Yuzhong has been highly contested as well. You still have actually quite a bit of options, but even going back on the first pick, the priority pick for the Kaja, I think the value's there just because you have an on-demand targeted ultimate, right? It's actually okay. And you can play around that because, again, this is a team that had very high average kills from the group stage despite not being able to win a game. So Kaja is a great start to hopefully taking this game number 1 here. The Grok pick to complement the Eve is there. We still don't know 100% how this is going to be played exactly, but still, with the next couple picks from Occupy Thrones, Valentina comes out here looking to take the real-world manipulation or the wild charge possibly, and also there's the Lapu Lapu being locked in.
Personally, I'm taking it at face value, right? I'm seeing the Grok. Oh, how are we going to face check brushes? Well, they have a Kaja, so Grok just seems like a very natural answer for the time being. It might prove very vital later on because both sides haven't really shown what their gold laner is going to be. The Lapu Lapu, again, something that I would have expected Malvinas Gaming to pick up within the first rotation rather than the Grok. Rather interesting for me, but the Valentina is just always good into specifically against the Eve matchup later on into the game. It is a little rough in the laning phase, though.
Like it. Ranger, that's a second pick, but it does hold a 100% win rate right now. So, I mean, if it's been working, maybe we will slowly start to see some more of this. The thing is at this point, I think they do, now with that being a damage dealer and not going your typical bulky jungler or even assassin jungler, I feel like he is a pretty easy target if the side of Occupied Thrones wants to pick up something, you know, like the Ling or an assassin.
Yeah, the fact that they banned out the Yuzong here, I'm guessing they could set up for something. They could set up for, you know, a shorter range marksman. There's a good chance that they just want to eliminate as many EXP laners because it feels like it's pretty, well, stable, or at the very least the roles are locked in. But let's not forget that the Grok can actually go into the EXP lane, and I hope that Occupied Thrones keep that in mind. But let's have a look at a quote coming in from Dragon, who is ranked first in damage dealt shared at 26.9% amongst all EXP laners here in M4.
So basically what that means is he likes to be scrappy, right? He likes to be in all those fights because honestly, if you look at XP laners, again, we're highlighting them even from yesterday or actually throughout the entire M4 tournament, they kind of play different two styles. It's either you're more focused on splitting those lanes, putting pressure around the map, or you really like to just be in the fight time after time. And Dragon's one of those, right? I mean, there's a couple people that come on the top of your head when you're thinking about exactly who those people are, but Dragon being one of them and having that statistic there pretty much shows he likes to be in the action, and at the same time, that still wonders, is this the Grok going in his hands? Because now we've seen it in the roam, we've seen it in the XP lane, and still, how does he want to play with that? Because weapon mastery's been working pretty great, especially when you're looking for those big setups, and again, that perfectly goes with his playstyle.
Well, I think it's a matter of preference, right? It's like whether or not you want to have those like initial big damage catches when you have high and dry, or whether you want to scale even harder with the Weapon Master. And now with picks already coming through so fast, Lolita already locked in for the side of Malvinas Gaming, but coming back to Occupied Thrones, the Fanning has been open up for a very long time. So again, that's why you can see the smiles coming in. They know, hey, there's no way you can really lock us down anymore.
Yeah, but they could still, or no, they've already got the Lolita. You're right, and it's going to be fair. I was just thinking, well, you can still flex the Grok, but no, they've already flexed the Grok. Lolita will be in the mid, and yes, when I saw that Cho get banned out by the side of Occupy Thrones, I was like, oh, we're getting an assassin here. We're definitely getting something highly mobile, highly moving, and this could definitely be the death sentence for Malvinas with that pick. The thing is for the side of Malvinas, I'm trying to think if there's anything they could pick here to possibly lock that down. They do still need a gold lane. No, yeah, they still need a gold laner. Maybe a
gold lane Saber.
I was gonna say we could see something surprising here, especially because you have the Granger into the jungle already. It's gonna be the Lunox. So you were asking about it earlier in the previous series. Now we're gonna see it.
I mean, you have the Brilliance to get away. You know, if you do get those ganks, you're a bit maybe less vulnerable than other gold laners, but you still don't have the lockdown for the Fanny. I was thinking maybe a Moskov. You guys were saying Saber, something to bring that down, so I'm a little iffy about it.
Honestly, it really, at the highest level, you expect a Grok to be able to kind of lock off particular angles and kind of funnel Fanny into a death trap, right? That's what we should expect to see from this game, but I don't know, it's still hard. Fanny is a really creative hero, and it's a dynamic way of getting in and out of fights with the steel cables. You have so much more flexibility than so many of your opponents out there.
Yeah, I think, again, you make good points. It really just comes down to how to utilize the Grok. You're going to have to shut down that Fanny. Now, even I believe the Kufra was open, so I would have liked to possibly even see a Kufra, but Lolita is still a great option.
With that being said, it's time to roll into a game of our final best of 3 here today. Are you ready? Because it is Occupy Thrones up against Malvinas Gaming.
All right, so taking a look at the emblems real quick there, he is running the high and dry on that Grok, so might be looking to even possibly get some early kills, or they're going to be focusing on the side lanes even, right? And finding pickoffs to garner them that lead with this lineup they have. Also, with Prince Fran being on this Granger jungle, when it has been picked running this killing spree, it has run rampant before, but you're working against Leo here on this Fanny, so this is going to be still quite the job cut out for Prince Fran specifically, but like we highlighted earlier on, he's done it before.
Oh, Dragon taking a bit of damage here. This is what I was worried about. Leo trying to come in. Maro going to poke him in, and Dragon's going to be forced to go back to base here.
Oh, interesting. He decides to go back to base because it's the fastest way to actually get to his orange buff side, but it does mean that Prince Fran has an opportunity to actually catch up and now is out-leveling Leo by 1, and now with a Lethal Wanderer, they can start moving towards the bottom side.
Most definitely. Fury looking for something. I like the aggression from both teams here. No one too scared to get in the other team's face. At first I was a little worried the way Maro was playing. I thought it was going to give Prince Fran a lot of trouble, but Malvinas Gaming answering back.
Yeah, I mean, this is the typical kind of process, right? All this, the farming, the poking back and forth until the first turtle of the game. Maro, though.
Oh, Maro taking a lot of damage. Prince Fran looking for something there, but still unable to find it.
I think he would have. He had his ult, right? He could have 100% secured the kill on that one, but here comes Leo!
Oh, here comes Leo!
I mean, what else can you say about that? You can see it coming, the steel cables, and then the doom is near.
I mean, that's why when you have a Fanny across from you, you really don't want to be like you don't want to be at a 4th of health, right? Especially this early on. You know the burst is going to be there already. So this is already an advantage. Dragon going to get poked again. Trying to set up here.
Oh, Hulk comes in with the bravest fighter. Dragon uses the wild charge. This is a real world manipulation. Both go down, but the stun does come on to Prince Fran. Now comes the Destinata. Does not connect, but Leo will connect. Prince Fran forces dash away, but he's not going to be able to make it. Leo picks up another kill, putting him at 2-0.
Things are looking so good for Occupy Thrones. They have a really good idea of what they want to do against Malvinas Gaming, and unfortunately for Prince Fran, I think he's a little too hesitant on his ultimate.
His ult? Yeah.
He should be using it more often to initiate fights, to get the initial slow.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think too, and you can already see, right, Leo's off to a great start here, and I feel like if you didn't catch it during the draft, that's why he was clapping, right? He locked in this hero of his, that he loves the Fanny here. So, and it's already off to the 2-0 start. Itemization-wise too, everybody's still working on that first big item of theirs. But with this gold lead going in favor of Occupy Thrones, they're in a great position here, especially, again, Maro on this Kaja has Flicker in just a couple seconds here. Might be looking for a Divine Judgment play if he can find one.
Oh, I think he might do it right here onto Steppe. It looks kind of good, but no, he's not going to take the angle. And I think, you know, Occupy Thrones at this stage of the game generally is going to be thinking about, like, how do we snowball out of control? Because if we're talking about scaling, Malvinas Gaming, they've got some really scary heroes on their side.
Yeah, but so does Occupy Thrones with Gato on this Claude. We know there's some possibilities, some insurance for the late game, along with the sustainability that you get from that Kaja. I mean, I'm a little worried. It's already a very bad start, but here comes the Divine Judgment. Steph may go down. Gato comes in with the Blazing Duet. Harley trying to do something, but it gets stunned down. This could be bad. Steph being picked up. Leo gonna find that kill. In comes the bravest fighter onto Harley, forced to go back under that tower, and Occupied Thrones is breaking down Malvinas.
See, that's the frustrating thing with Granger, right? It was Fury one hit away, but you just couldn't angle enough to get it, and now on the bottom side, they're going to clear that out. Still, I think a big question is, where does this Lunox fit? How does it go along with the rest of the game here, right? Joel Crew having the mystery shop here, going to be working towards building those items as fast as possible, because that burst damage, especially from the Chaos Bolt's obviously pretty scary, even at this point in the game. Dragon, though, should be just fine. Gonna have to recover, but still, you don't want to be low health here, especially with a Fanny across from you. And this should set up Occupy Thrones, possibly for another turtle.
I think for now, they're definitely gonna get the turtle, but I feel like if this game continues in the direction that I think it's going, and looking at the game status of how the position of Occupy Thrones is right now, it's going to spiral out of control. Leo, he's already previously 2 levels ahead of Prince Fran, now only, well, still 2 levels. He needs to start pushing into the enemy jungle and continuously pulling attention to himself so that the laners can do their job. Lapu is already controlling the Grok. We look down bot side, they're already setting up for a potential one-shot kill with a Divine Judgment onto this Lunox.
I mean, even looking at the items, right, you have Joel Crew finally getting that Clock of Destiny locked in here. A couple more items. Pretty much at this point, everybody has that first crucial one. A lot of Blades of Hephaestus as well across the board. But still, how does that transition to these early team fights, these early skirmishes, especially with Turtles? I mean, at this point, you're kind of just giving it up if you're Malvinas Gaming. And now here on the bottom side,
oh, there it is. Divine Judgment on a Joel Crew. We saw it, but they did it. Now the Immobilize does land on a Fury, but Leo finds it. Prince Fran goes down. 4-0 and 0. Leo may still want more. Trying to cable around. Morrow gonna hide out in this tri-bush. This is looking rough with a 3K cold lead going to the side of OT.
I feel like, oh wait,
not another one. Not another one.
Okay, he's gonna get out here. I don't think it would have been another one. I don't think anybody has enough damage to really put the play out here, but Maro completely disrespecting the spacing on purpose, and he knows where everybody is on the map.
I mean, they're still going at it here, right? Maro in complete control. Top side, though. Dragon gonna get taken down pretty easily. Leo's just unleashing. I mean, this is just a Leo show in the jungle, but still, you complement it so well once again with Maro on the Kaja here. And you're wondering, you know, we haven't seen Franco much. Well, that's because there's Kaja. It's on-demand targets.
Oh, but the Destinata does land on Maro, finally. Arle picking something up. Leo trying to find one of his own, though. Moves in, but it's a little bit too much more than he can chew. But now with the turtle up, Steffi gonna maybe try to zone this away. Fury getting a couple pokes in. Hulk is here as well, but I think we're at now a bit of a standstill.
Yeah, I don't think this is good for OT at all. Right now, Fanny doesn't have her purple buff. She needs to go back, pick it up, and then come back in. Malvinas Gaming are unaware of this, or I didn't notice that Leo only had the orange buff at that point of time. They technically could set up, and yes, they are hovering ready in flank positions to get rid of somebody.
Ooh, and look at them. They're gonna come on to Hulk. That's the target. Mission completed. Hulk goes down. This could give Malvinas a little bit of a chance, but wait, Prince Han is the first one to fall. Leo now looking for the next one. The Numenon Blast lands down, and the damage is in. Brilliant's forced to come out just to get away, but Dragon still falls. Morrow taking a bit of damage, but Leo's on the hunt. He wants one, he wants two, but he just can't find it. Back to the reset for the Turtle.
Man, I mean, so this is frustrating if you're Prince Fran because, what, in 1 to 2 seconds, you're just deleted? I mean, it's so hard to even play around that because you literally have one dash on this Granger here, and especially with the Malefic Roar being picked up by Leo, this is 7-0, right? He's just massive in this game so far. They might even have just free control on this Lord. At this point, Malvinas Gaming, yes, you saw the burst from Joel Crew. It's obviously there, has that Genius Wand, pairs up really well with Harley here. But still, I think Harley, he needs to lock in that Ice Queen.
Yeah, wait a second. Real manipulation comes on, Destinata lands! Fury 77 will go down along with Morrow. This could give Malvinas a chance over this Lord.
This is a huge swing, honestly, but wait. Leo, Leo, don't do it!
Leo wants to come in, trying to find the moment. Gato comes in with the Blaze Duet. Harley and Steffi are melted down, but Hulk is here with the bravest fighter, trying to lock on, but they're on the chase, and Hulk goes down. 2-for-0 trade currently. Gato forced to back off, but Malvinas Gaming know their health bars are low, and Leo's still in the field, so we're going to wait to get this Lord.
That took discipline. I mean, you saw the Chaos Bolt was committed from Joel Crew. They whittled down the Lord, what, to less than half health? And they still pulled off Prince Fran, deciding to go on the members of Occupy Throne.
Speaking of Prince Fran, almost gets caught down. Gato finds it. Numenon Blast does come down, lands on to Fury, but now they are out of the real-world manipulation. Oh, wait a second, big flicker! Dragon finds his connection, and Fury 77 goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bloodbath.
Oh my goodness, Dragon, the difference maker right now. And I get where you're coming at. It does take a lot of discipline to pull back. I think Occupy Thrones made a smart decision of throwing bodies to actually try and chunk Malvinas Gaming as much as they can to get them off of that Lord. Their lead, their 3K lead, now only cutting down to a 2K lead. Oh, potential dive down bot side though.
Oh, tries to get it off, but gets stunned. Wait a second, Morrow is here to help out, but wait, that's a little bit too much. Forced to back off, but he does save Hulk.
I mean, these are great moments for Malvinas Gaming. Don't get me wrong, right? Even itemization-wise, they're finally getting some of the items they need there. Like I mentioned, Harley's got the Ice Queen wand now. Dragon picking up a BOD here. But still, all that happened, they don't have any turrets down, guys. They need to get space on the map here, and that's why you see them struggling so much to actually get this Lord. It was about a 4K gold lead for Occupy Thrones at one point, but they're still going for picks here. They're still trying to get kills because they know we don't have this objective control that we need, despite us winning some of these skirmishes. And even Occupy Thrones doing a great job at just keeping them there.
Oh, this is bad. Dragon will get picked off, and that is huge. Steffi just wastes the Numenon Blast. That is a lot of material. A man and ult down. Malvinas Gaming going to be forced to back off here.
Oh, I mean, Steffi had the right idea. He wanted to flicker in, but they're about to lose the mid-tier too. Leo getting away with too much. Way too much. And Malvinas Gaming, honestly, you can't stop him at this point. The snowball is huge for Leo. He just needs to convert into a lead.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Destinata does come in, lands on tomorrow, but still not enough damage. Lord, wait a second, conceal play. Does Steffi have something up his sleeve? Joel with the flicker in. Yes, lots of damage. Fury 77 goes down. Joel Crew wants to find Morrow. He finds him, 2 down. Lord down to about 20%. Hulk in the back line, focusing on to the rest, but he will fall next. Leo, though, does find Prince Fran, make that a double for Gatto. It's 3-2, but the Lord goes to OT. The battle continues. Leo goes down, and now it's Gatto all alone. I don't know if that's a fair trade for OT.
You even see Leo, right, on the camera. He goes in, gets the retribution off, throws his hands up. Was it worth it? That's still the question here. Now, finally, Malvinas Gaming out of that whole trade, they're finally going to get a couple turrets in the tier 1, get a little bit of space to work with here. Itemization-wise, too, it's now, at least they're catching up, right? Occupy Throne still holding on, but Gatto's going to get even scarier. He's already got those 3 core items for this Claude here, also running the Vengeance. So Malvinas Gaming, as the game goes on, they're really going to have to be careful on how they pick these fights because, again, you're relying on Dragon to find that Holy Mary wild charge setup if he can, but still the interaction, you're also relying on Joel Crew with Harley. They got to work on this Lord, get it cleared up, get a reset going here, and try to find picks here.
I'm actually on the opposite opinion. I think Malvinas Gaming would say, all right, take what you want. As long as we're not too far apart and we hit critical mass, we've got a really good opportunity to turn this around because that's the power of Lunox, who just scales to almost infinity here and makes it really difficult for Gatto, who has to take vengeance just to keep himself alive against...
Whoa.
No way.
Just when we thought Leo fell off, the damage is still there at 13 minutes.
Oh, okay. Bit of a breather there. Hulk should be able to get out, but yeah, Joel Cruel now with 4 full items. Gatto, he's got to be really careful.
See, that's the thing that's kind of scary, though, with if you're Malvinas Gaming is, whether it's Leo, whether it's Morrow, there's so much potential in them to find anybody from Malvinas Gaming and make it a numbers advantage, right? The pickoff potential is huge because if there was even follow-up from that, Leo got Prince Fran down to 1 HP pretty much. And even if you take Prince Fran out, hold on.
Well, speaking of freaking someone off, Dragon will go down. Steffi wants to find it. Destinata does not connect to anyone, though. Neither does that Numenon Blast. Harley brings it out, but wait a second, the response. Oh, man, Numenon Blast! And Malvinas Gaming is wiped. Nothing but Harley left. That was a huge response for Fury.
Can we get a replay on that? We need a replay. What fancy footwork, steel cables coming up, man. Harley is gone. We all know it was happening. And wait, Harley survives, and they already sacrificed 1. But this game should be done for.
I don't know. Harley doesn't have it. Well, no, they do have the ult. They're going to be able to stop it, maybe wipe this out. Hulk trying to find it. The base taking a lot of damage. Dragon comes out. The response is there. And now OT is on the run. This is going a little bit longer, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no! I mean, it started with Leo cabling into his death, And unfortunately, everything was clear there with Harley, and now the Lord is up here. Is Malvinas Gaming going to turn this game around?
I don't know, this Lord should be able to go to them. And with the death counters being so long, they're going to be able to reclaim the map position. It was supposed to be over, but Malvinas Gaming is still in the throw.
I can't believe that just happened. I am at loss for words at this point. And if Occupy Thrones lose this game, a lot of uncomfortable looks are going to be shown at Leo for what he did. Oh boy. Let's see how this is going to go, because this is the point of time where Malvinas Gaming is really going to bite back. Their Granger, he finally has a decent number of items. Most importantly, we're looking at Joel Cruel, who's got everything down. Just needs some magic penetration, and any Athena shields are not going to matter.
Oh, here comes a conceal play, though. Maro's going to get stunned up with the wild charge. Numenon Blast comes in. Steffi gets the stun. Holt brought down to about 30%. Barry and Mara are already gone.
Leo.
Connection onto the Lord. This could be bad. Wait a second. Leo
Leo
on the base. Occupied Thrones. Leo picks it up. Just when we counted him out, Leo secures the win.
Well, they're going to love that.
They're definitely going to love that, Gideon.
You're kidding me! You're kidding me! They have done it for a potential blunder. Leo's like, don't worry, I got you. I'll bring it back by myself. Well done. GG, well played to Occupy Thrones.
All part of the plan.
That's all. I mean, only an M4, guys. Only an M4 do we see the plays like that happen.
Oh.
Leo, that's all I got to say. Leo.
I mean, he had let's be honest. He had an amazing game up until that moment, and then just completely made up for it there, able to secure it. What a match here. You can see how happy he is about it.
Oh boy, I love the fact that he was doing it. He knows what he did. Was it all planned from the beginning, or did only the end matter there? Occupy Thrones is going to be very happy with that win.
I got nothing but smiles right now, guys. I mean, this is what we're here for. The games like that. I love it. What a great way to just continue on to the night right now.
Oh boy. I don't know. These are very interesting games, and by far the most interesting one we've seen so far. And not to mention, this is the most number of backdoors I've seen in an M series in a very long time.
Yeah, and I mean, you think what you want at home, right? It's a strategy. If it wins a game, it wins a game, right? And it's something too that, again, you're so happy with the defense that you had, and then it gets taken out.
Yeah, just like that. But honestly, I'm very curious to see how the analysts are going to break this down. Good luck, boys. Take it away.
Leo! What a backdoor, dude! That was amazing!
Wrong Leo.
Wait.
Occupy Thrones steals the game from right underneath a possible comeback, an almost inevitable defeat, but again, through a very well orchestrated backdoor victory with his Fanny, Leo of Occupy Thrones helps secures the match point. At your service, my name is Leo. At the analyst stand alongside Mirko and LaFell, and we're breaking down game number 1. Let's talk through and start with the draft.
Man, honestly, from the drafts, for us, it feels like the big question was on the Lunox, right? Because the Lunox pick, we know what it was for. It was really to melt down the Lapu, but is it worth?
Here's the thing, right? We're going to look at the itemization. I feel like this is the moment we can talk a lot about the drafts, because looking at the draft, it's like we're looking for synergy. We're looking at why, because every single hero, there is a purpose for it. And looking at the draft from Malvinas Gaming, having the Granger, you want a lot of pressure in early stages of the game. And even Gideon said is like, why are you saving your ults? Just let it out and then try to get something for it. Because in this game, Malvinas Gaming, looking at how they play, it doesn't really synchronize with how they drafted.
Yep, and Occupy Thrones, the way that they drafted was, I guess, very fundamentally sound. There was so much catch and so many backup plans. And if you're gonna look at that first pick, right, that Kaja, I've spoken to Maro many times leading up to this knockout stage bout, and he prefers other heroes. But the fact that the Kaja was their first pick made it all the more evident they had a plan going into this game 1.
It really showed, right? They really wanted to stop that real-world manipulation. Here in this game, Harley was untouched, but again, those picks coming in from Maro on the Kaja were the difference makers. You saw on the Grok as well, they were able to catch so many times, and without a front line, you know, Harley's gonna really struggle.
Honestly, it is amazing, right? Because Harley using the Eve, a lot of people want to come on his head, but they could not do that. Like, the moment they want to do that, like, just goes out, and Dragon as well, providing so much cover, but still, it wasn't enough. And all because Occupy Thrones, like you said, has so many options.
Yep, given the fact that the heroes that Occupy Thrones have picked up to, again, answer what Malvinas Gaming put on the board here, these are the metagame predators. These are the metagame boogeymen, boogie people. The Grok, the Eve, the Lolita, and I think it came into something of understanding between the Occupy Thrones members that, again, as our friend Naisu said,
they practice their minds off.
Coach Mundo jumped in about a week or so before they flew out, and I did not expect for Occupy Thrones to have unlocked their potential this way.
They've improved so much since the group stage, man. Even the skirmishes there, it felt really messy, but Leo was able to make it work. They really like these messy team fights because, hey, that's how they get it done.
By the way, we love you, Naisu. You're an amazing person. Looking at the upcoming games, I just want to see Malvinas Gaming, their draft, be a little bit more synergistic.
Yep, and thinking about how they'll do that, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our MVP. Let's give it up for Leo. From early to mid to late, he had something new to show us on his fanny.
That was amazing.
69% kill participation.
Why are you looking at me?
It's a great number. Your name's Leo too,
Your
man.
name
I'm
is
just
Leo.
saying. But honestly, right? Yes, I agree. Gideon, we all would have looked at Leo funny if they didn't end the game. If it actually ended up with Malvinas coming back, that would have been crazy. But Leo, hey, he was like, I know.
I'm
what
uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable right now.
Hey, it's okay, man. We're here to protect you. Or not. I mean, it depends how the night goes.
Depends how Leo performs.
Yep, and they are one game away from taking the W and moving on through the lower bracket. Now this brings us to what Malvinas were to do. Again, it's very rare that a Fanny comes through the draft, right? But we'll see here in the heat map exactly the kind of pressure Leo was putting on their opponents. This is the first 5 minutes.
It's always interesting looking at a Fanny heat map because you always see like some places that is like emptied out just because of how many, you know, you're just flying all around. So even the heat map API is like, how do we track this?
Honestly, looking at it again, right? Leo, he picked up the Fanny around like the later stage of the draft, and it just became really hard for Malvinas because they've already drafted a roamer and they just didn't have any more lockdown heroes to really go up against Leo. That's why he was able to really dictate this game.
And I think the answer for Prince Fran was a lot like that meme, if he dies, he dies, right? It's so hard to play a Granger when you have a Fanny that is so thirsty for violence, much like Arashi, much like Leo here. What was that, 9-2-2?
Yes, I mean, like, here's the thing. It's hard to play Granger in general just because you have to aim all of your shots, but it's even harder when someone just comes to you and denies you of any HP. It's not fair.
It was also a high and dry Fanny, so you were, I mean, the Granger pick really fell flat there after the Fanny pick because of just how much pressure they could just put onto the enemy jungle. It was constant invades, and even in neutral objectives, Granger can't really outdo a Fanny.
Hoping for the best for Malvinas. Just throw it back to the desk.
I was very much hoping that we could just stay there just a little bit longer, just to know how long he could hold it up for, especially in that pose. But man, that was definitely a game. That was a game that just happened. I literally could not believe it. But so far, it's been good. My name is Gideon Q. This is going to be Trex as well as Naisu, in case you guys have just tuned into the M4 stream, and the competitions have been heated so far. With a point already on the board for Occupied Thrones, can Malvinas Gaming punch back and try to claw back in before they get eliminated here? Adaptations, we need to talk about them. I don't know how we're going to be doing that, so I'm throwing it over to you guys. Like, thoughts? Maybe like Lo Yi, first pick, you know?
Again, wasn't expecting the Lo Yi ban. But yeah, I'm sticking with what I said. Occupy Thrones. Practicing their minds out. You guys got it right over there. And by the way, I like you too, LaFell. Anyway, I just want to say, how do you really look at that game and go into the next draft. I mean, because Leo, at one point, yes, Leo got MVP, had an amazing game on the Fanny, but had almost a game-losing mistake at the same time, right? If things would have been different, if he didn't make that decisive decision right away to, you know what, I'm gonna make up for it. I'm gonna go back up to the top lane. I'm gonna push in, end the game there. It could have gone the other way, right? And so that's what I'm wondering too. Is it Prince Fran? Was that the best choice? Because I feel like still at this point, we've seen great Granger games. We've seen where he didn't work out so well. And this time, I think you even pointed out, Gideon, you're literally holding in that ult a little bit too much. You want to see it used a little more often. I think you mentioned that. But still, I'm wondering exactly how Malvinas wants to go about this next draft to stay in the series. Because so far today, it's been, what, 2-0 for all series? Maybe this is the one that goes 3 games.
Possibly. But based on what I've heard from the analysis, you know, they were talking a lot about like, oh, how much is the Ludox really going to change? They wanted to melt down. They wanted to protect themselves. And overall, it felt like a good idea. But then you notice that there are a lot of missed synergies between a lot of them, you know? They have so much CC going on through. Why wasn't this plan executed much earlier on? Mainly because of the tempo set by Occupy Thrones. Like Mauro in those early mid games, I think he's doing a lot of work. So give him Franco, give him what he wants, whatever he says, he's like, give it to me, I want to play it on first pick, hand it to him. He's doing the works.
I think they need to be a little more particular about it too. They showed that Granger, I feel, maybe a little bit too early. They picked it in the first phase. It was 3rd pick. And something like that, when there's so many things that can really punish a Granger, speaking of the Fanny, right? Or even any other assassins like I was thinking they were going to pick, it's worrisome, right? I think unless you're going to lock in something very safe in the jungle, it's not something you want to bring out front. And if you are, it needs to be flexible. You know, we see the Fredrin get picked up sometimes up front. We see certain picks that you can move over to the XP lane if you have to, you know? So I think they need to keep themselves a bit more open here and not just jump right into showing their hand for the game.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, right? Like how, when you look at the band specifically, how deep does that hero pool go, right? I mean, as we take a look at the hero pick recap here, just look at the stats, right? I mean, specifically Harley, the damage was there on the Eve, objective control was there, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough because sometimes, even if Leo wasn't topping the damage chart here, it's Gano and Fury, the fact that he could swoop literally in, bring someone to almost 100-0, or maybe even sometimes it was 100-1, the follow-up was there too. And what we saw is beautiful gameplay and decisiveness from Mauro as well, like you pointed out, Gideon. And that's kind of the thing, that's kind of the trend here, especially with the Kaja, Franco, any of those roams that allow you to have that favor. You grab someone from the enemy team, hopefully you have the follow-up damage, you immediately make it a numbers advantage, and you just follow up on that. That's what Occupy Thrones did so well here. So got to see if Malvinas Gaming have an idea to counter against that.
Personally, Malvinas Gaming, they got to hold strong. They have to keep composure here because it's going to be all on the line as Occupy Thrones are currently at match point and moving on to the next stage. But it's not going to be easy. Malvinas Gaming, I'm really hoping that their next composition that they do decide to build around has a lot more synergies and, more importantly, a more clear plan.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, even with what I said earlier, like, even though they kind of had the rougher start in that game because of their draft, they still had some great plays. They were able to keep composure through the beginning of it. And if it wasn't for Fury getting some of those responses with the Numenon Blast, they could have had that. I mean, if it wasn't for Leo getting the back door, they could have had that game, right? So there needs to be a couple more particulars, not only in the draft, but as well in the game.
Well, here we have it. This is match point for Occupy Thrones. Let's jump into the draft here and let's see what we have in the store. Starting things off, Malvinas Gaming will be taking blue side, while it is going to be Occupy Thrones on the red side.
Yeah, they don't want to play against that Leo Fanny anymore, right? They're not going to let that happen. Joy here as well. I'm wondering if they take out the glue or if we see another, possibly Kaja. You take out maybe even a Franco here. I'm still surprised that Louis is banned. I think, again, it only came up once, but they take out the Kaja. Malvinas Gaming doesn't want to allow Mauro to just go for that on-demand steal from someone from the team. So now a last man up here for Occupy Thrones.
Glue, right? It's got to be glue. That's what I'm hoping for, right?
I don't know. We just saw Low Yi ban. So.
That's the thing. That's the thing. When you see Low Yi ban, like, I feel like Terizla should be up there, you know? Terizla is very close to my heart, and I feel like he deserves to be respected. He deserves a ban.
Because he's close to your heart.
Exactly.
I feel the same exact way.
Feel the
but
energy.
they may, like you said, glue would be a smart decision here. Unless they're really going for something crazy. They are second pick, so maybe just leave everything open and see what you can trade out in this. The problem is there's not a whole lot to trade. Oh, that's the Yi.
Well, glue's open.
Glue is open.
So do they take it? I mean, that's the question, right? Put it into the hands of Dragon here. He did have a pretty good game previously, right? Even with that Grok that he chose with. But still, that's not glue.
That's not glue.
That's Wan. That's being picked up first.
Yeah, a lot of this is what we call an open draft, especially when you're coming up with a couple of non-meta picks in your ban phase. Immediately, the pick phase suddenly changes shape. The Wan is already there. Therefore, you're going to have a potential free glue. I was expecting to see if Wan was banned, glue first picked, and then Terizla into the second. That's not going to happen, which is a little upsetting to me. But here we go, as expected. Glue is out. Ooh, Farmus, though. Thoughts on Farmus after we see previous games of today not exactly working out too well?
I mean, along with the glue, theoretically, you should have a lot of sustainability. Some even dive into the back line potential, some bothering them. But the thing is, just like the glue, it's kind of a low percentage win rate. And theoretically, it's all supposed to work out. We all thought, I mean, even as casters, we all talked about this before this event, saying glue's going to be a very hot pick.
Yeah.
But he hasn't really honestly been showing up.
Not sure whose voice you're imitating there, but you know, he is a big pick. But someone that we haven't seen often a couple times is the Uranus pick. Esmeralda popped up again previous series, but you know, this is the thing. You have the Farsa there. You also are going to have to deal with the damage from the Wan, and most people pick that Faramis because of the Cult Altar available to them and how they worked around that. So still, damage being thrown at them from Malvinas Gaming is something that Occupy Thrones has to be pretty much worried about in a sense, but they're also, this time, they want the Lunos.
They could be flex picking it, but let's have a look at Fury 77's M4 stats so far, who has 89% team participation, ranked number 1 in M4. Think about it. People are thinking about these major regions dominating the charts in terms of stats. No. Outer regions and minor regions are taking the helm.
Most definitely, but they have also just started in this bracket, so there's a little bit of time for them to catch up or possibly lose out in some of these stats, but still, I gotta give it to Fury 77. Earlier, with that response in the Luminon Blast, definitely one of the highlight plays. I'm sure we're gonna see a lot of clips of that moment. Sadly, they didn't give us the replay, but it was definitely hype.
I mean, that was just a perfect lineup. You know, that's what you live for when you're playing in those roles. They're actually going to go ahead and their last ban is going to be used on the Grok, and then you have the Hayabusa and the Karina being banned out by Malvinas Gaming, really trying to limit Leo into something here, and it's, unfortunately, there's still many assassins available, and this time he's going to go with the Ling here. Wondering exactly what you want to throw in the jungle for Prince Fran specifically, right? We do see that Fredrin is still available. Does he want to lean towards a utility jungler for this matchup?
Yeah, I think Fredrin would be a really good option, but then again, it's tough because Lunox just kind of shreds you no matter what, and it's just a ticking time bomb for the side of Occupied Thrones on the Lunox. It's really, really tough. I would like to see an assassin, but then it feels like he's forced to play this peel because you know Wan as well as a Farsa have your back.
Now, Malvinas Gaming doing kind of what I thought they were going to do, pick up a bulky jungler this time. Since Occupied Thrones showed their hand first in the jungle, we got to respond to it, but the Ruby pick, we haven't seen that a whole lot. I think we saw it once the other day. How do you feel about it?
I mean, Ruby's still great CC potential, but I feel like sometimes it takes a little bit longer for her to really get that durability. I mean, it takes the items and everything, and when you, like Gideon said, you got a Lunox across from you. She's going to be shredding at least in the magic department, and so you have a couple options for you. Ruby is great though for those setups if you can get them. The flicker combination with I'm Offended, if you can land those, it could set you up for a win in those objectives and everything else here. So solid lineups. I mean, there's a lot of CC here for Malvinas Gaming, but Occupy Thrones, they've kind of got their bases covered. biggest question mark for me is the Faramis pick, because it's been a little lackluster so far through the tournament.
I'm sorry, I got a glimpse of a couple of those sides, but it's time to jump right into the game here. Match point for Occupy Thrones, as they might be able to secure a place in the next battle, but Malvinas Gaming looks to punch back. This is game number 2.
All right, I mean, we got a glimpse there at the emblems, and I think the biggest question is especially the pacing in the jungle, right? Again, Prince Fran going towards that objective-based play style this time around with the Fredrin. And that's the thing, can you actually really utilize this? Maro, though, already aggressively going in, gonna just get some vision here too and try to see if he can force Fran into a bad situation. But still, this rotation, the early rotation for Malvinas Gaming is going to be really important, especially if they can secure themselves the first turtle of the game.
Hey, yo, what's going on down here? They're stealing away the Beetle without their jungle, and they just want to get ahead in EXP and deny it from this Ling, but they're not going to get punished whatsoever. OT is just chilling in the mid lane, going to shove it on out, and then look to move.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? I feel like this plays, wait a second. Steffi with a nice lockup. Probably nothing major gonna happen here. Maro forced to back off, but still, Malvinas Gaming, I feel like when there's a Ling on the field, that team wants to set a tempo, and Malvinas Gaming doesn't care about it. They want to bring in their own, but look how much material Leo's taking right now.
He was able to pretty much clear out the free camps down on the bottom side of the map. Not to mention that, you know, he expected Malvinas Gaming to actually start invading that Beetle with the information provided by that. Lunox is able to make some really good calculated decisions overall. But in terms of the map rotation, it does feel a little strange. Nobody's really taking the initiative just yet. We're not seeing, you know, we're not seeing Maro actually jumping into too many of these fights. He understands they want to get level 4 first before anything.
Oh, but there's some initiation. Dragon gonna take a bit of damage, but now the rest of Malvinas Gaming is here. Turtle is up. I think it's gonna be a second until the fight ensures, though.
All right, so Dragon gonna be fine. He also just got that ultimate ability. The Consecration gonna heal back up. Still, though, it looks like Prince Fran wants to fight for this turtle. Maro to almost level 4, just hit it. So gonna wait for, you know, Leo to grab this purple buff and just get in position to fight this, because they've got all the ultimates across the board here, especially when you're talking about having this Faramis. They've got a little bit more of an extension of a fight, and now they're pulling it through. They get the feathered airstrike out from Harley. That's a big ult out from Malvinas Gaming.
They're stalling on purpose. OT is stalling this on purpose. Maro could have absolutely hit that if he flickered, but now look at the enemy purple buff. Malvinas Gaming is going to lose it, and while Prince Fran is slowly taking this away.
Oh, cheeky, but Leo still able to get it. Gonna get stunned up there, but will be able to walk away from this freely. Prince Fran is able to secure the turtle, so almost a decent trade. When we look at the gold, OT has a small 150 advantage.
Well, I mean, even with that, okay, they might still go here in the mid lane, but even with that trade, right, you're at least securing yourself the first turtle here. But, I mean, Prince Fran, does he care too much about the purple buff? As a Fredrin, maybe not so much in comparison to the assassin junglers here, but still, you don't want to just continue to give things away. And even noticing, you know, Joel Crew already having the Corrosion Scythe here on that 1-1. It's going to be crucial for him to find the crossbow of tanks and even those resets later on throughout the fight. And now you can see even the focus here from Occupy Thrones.
Ooh, in comes Gato, though, showing his presence. The rest of the team also ready to make a strike, but nobody sticking their neck out too far.
I don't know what's happening here. I mean, Gato just goes in, he uses that Brilliance, goes back out, he's trying to bait out Joel Cruel, but then he also knows that the rest of the team is moving on, so why exactly did he use the Brilliance when he could just use the Darkening? So many questions at hand. Maro?
Wait a second, Maro does come in, but a Feathered Airstrike is there to stop him. Colt Alter comes out to save the day, and once again, it is a disengage. Come on, Gideon, what's going on here?
I don't see first blood. It's been 4 minutes. I want my action. Weird. This is supposed to be like the Blood Dome.
So
Where
weird,
is my blood?
The Blood Dome. Well, I mean, at this point, it is kind of odd that both of these teams, especially when we saw the team head-to-head, that there's been no first blood up to this point. I'm sure in the next 30 seconds or so when that turtle comes up, everyone's going to be rearing to go. Gato finally picking up the Clock of Destiny here, too, at the 4.5-minute mark. So this could be crucial, though. Jolt Crew, though, still the focus of Occupy Thrones. Harley also picking up Clock of Destiny. So everybody's still looking for that first kill of the game.
Everybody's still looking for that first blood, but no first blood. Sorry, Gideon, just not yet. 5 minutes in. I mean, now with the turtle up, though, Leo is going to get the first poke onto it along with Joel Crew. Looking at Prince Fran and Harley coming in as well. Nice, I'm offended on Morrow. Gato, though, comes in, but Morrow still falls. Brilliance has dropped Harley. Able to flicker. Steph taking a bit of damage. Fury comes in with the Colt Alter, giving it a little bit more sustainability. Hulk onto the backside, but Gato is found by Joel Crew. Hulk now under the tower, forced to flicker away. Fury getting a bit of poke, but this should give the turtle over to the side of Malvinas.
Finally, we do see the first 2 kills come forth, but it's weird. It's like, oh, you want the objective, you want the kills, and then suddenly there's a huge shift in perspective.
But I mean, like, even with that, it was just kind of a weird whole fight there for that turtle. But Joel Crew coming out with the 2 kills and being able to pick up his second item now on this 1-1, it is going to be something that Occupy Thrones has to be conscious of, because you just see a lot of this back and forth, and still Steffi looking for another possible setup here. Now Morrow on the Kufra is going to be the big person to find the setup for Occupy Thrones, but right now they're struggling for it as this turtle is now less than half health.
Most definitely, and Morrow is keeping his distance, making sure he's in range to possibly make the play happen. But Harley and Steph also being very, very sneaky inside of this bitch. Joel Crew gonna move around. Dragon trying to delay that purple buff, but it still goes into the hands of Leo. Off camera, Morrow is picked off. Harley taking a bit of damage, will fall. Hulk finds it. Hulk in the midst of things. Joel Crew gets crossbow tang. And he will find it. The Cold Alter still not enough. Finally with the killing spree. But now OT is on the hunt. Leo here gets stunned up by Steph. And Joel Crew finds another. That is a double kill. And still the Lord is not taken. But they have got what they need because it's 5-1 on the board.
Oh my goodness. I mean, honestly, things could have gone so bad. I saw Malvinas Gaming like, oh, I am ready to make the TikTok highlights, but there's still objectives, so Joel Crew backs off. He was so ready to go further and push himself to the limits here. But right now, I feel like Occupy Throne has kind of lost their aggressiveness. They're playing a lot more controlled for some reason, and I'm not entirely sure what the communications seem like.
They're still pressing the situation here on the top side, going to take them out here.
Ooh, I'm offended, locks on Morrow, bursted down. That's an unstoppable kill for Joel Crew, and at 5-0-1 at 7.5 minutes, the 1-1 is beginning to look scary.
See, this is a big problem, and this is why you see 1-1 fanned out quite a bit, right? Because you get to this point in the game, it is a 3K gold lead, but all those kills, all that gold is on that 1-1, and it gets really hard to deal with here because typically you see teams dealing with a 1-1, you know, juggling Winter Trojans later on through the game. That's a Wind of Nature being picked up by Joel Crew as well. So now he can be even more of a nuisance, even more confident in trying to get those weak points off so he can pop the crossbow of Tang. And this is why you just see them take control of Occupy Throne's jungle.
Oh, Morrow trying to dive in and make it onto Joel Crew, but it's still not enough. Nice, I'm offended, locks up Maru. He drops Hulk along with him. Fury 77 now on the run, does a nice bit of damage, but he falls. Joel Crew 6-0-3 now. That is 60% of the kills going to him. This is spelling trouble for OT.
And this is why you need to ban out this 1-1. All that CC, all the commitment put on Joel Crew just does not matter. He cleanses out of the very first one, which is an inbuilt skill, by the way, and then immediately pops his Inspire to take out the rest of the team, gain his health back even. So right now it's quite a struggle for Occupy Thrones as it feels like no matter what they do, Joel Crew is just way too far ahead. So I think they need to start thinking about pickoffs, and specifically Harley.
See, I mean, this is the crazy thing. Even looking at the gold, Joel Crew's like almost 3K ahead of Gato, right? Which was placed in the gold lane there. And that's what you're seeing here. Just, it's so hard to deal with, even these skirmishes around the buffs.
Yeah, Volt trying to get into that backside, but just can't seem to commit, can't seem to do the damage, and it definitely has to do with that gold lead. Now back to what you were saying.
I mean, still, the point being is just itemization. You're out-itemized, right? And a lot of that has, again, to do with the 1-1 pick, which is usually constantly banned out, right? And Joel Crew, knowing that, able to just kind of freely do what he wants to do and doesn't really have to worry too much just yet. Now, it is 10 minutes in the game. If Occupy Thrones can hold on, maybe for dear life, they can defend themselves in the base here, but they still need time because, again, you don't have a traditional marksman here. You're relying on some form of setup from Maru, maybe even Hulk. You've got a Colt Alter, but still, you got also a lot of magic damage here, and right now, it's just hard to deal with because you got Prince Fran in the front, you've got Steffi finding those I'm Offended combinations like we talked about with the Flicker, and meanwhile, Dragon's on you know, this unkillable hero who just is a distraction at this point.
Yeah, it's tough, and I think that even though Occupy Thrones have options to be aggressive, the counter-engage coming in from Malvinas Gaming and just the raw peel from Prince Fran and Steffi alone already deters them. So it just boils down to who can create that space. Do they want to have Gato do it, or do they want to have Maro to do it? Because Leo and as well as Hulk do generally struggle. They go in, they slow down. There's nothing much they can really do other than displace and pull attraction to themselves. But as long as Malvinas Gaming sticks as 5, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and the Lord now encroaching into enemy territory. Will connect onto that inhibitor. Gonna do a nice bit of damage, but Gato will be able to handle it so they don't lose a base tower just yet. Malvinas Gaming gonna go around and eat up OT's resources and wait for them to come out.
This is even scarier, right? He just, Joel Crew just locked himself in, the Malefic Roar, able to pick that up. Steffi getting this dominant ice. So still, Occupy Thrones trying to play catch up. 7.5k gold lead and no turrets for Occupy Thrones here. They're literally just trapped on their side, if not their base. And I mean, Joel Crew, the turret plater, number 2 highest turret damage per minute. That's 951 damage. And this has been a game for him. I mean, if it was Leo's game, the previous one, this one's Joel Crew here.
You know, for now, I mean, for all we know, this game could drag out longer, but let's have a look at Joel Crew, the turret plater. You know, the second highest turret damage per minute at 951. The man is able to push really fast and somehow is able to shred these turrets without taking too much damage or getting punished that heavily.
Yeah, another amazing statistic for one of these lower bracket teams. It definitely goes to show how much of a stars they are in their own right. But with Malvinas Gaming holding such a strong lead over this, is there an answer for OT?
Well, I think one of the biggest answers for them is still going back to the point. Like, do you use Gato to, whether it's the Brilliance, whether it's those Chaos Balls, to try to melt someone down here if you can at this point? Do you have Hulk either initiate with the split or peel for you? Leo also, I think he's got a couple items now on this link. He's got damage, but I feel like the big problem is there's just too much even durability from Malvinas Gaming because of that gold lead. Even looking at the items here, I think he's still got to build his third one, but at this point, you don't even really want to see them contest this Lord. They might be better off just defending in their base for another one while they can play catch up here.
Yeah, Maro will get the Tyrant's Revenge onto Steffi, but a nice arm offended comes onto Hulk and Fury. Bolt Alter does come out, but they don't want to let it up. Joel Crew popping off with that crossbow of Tang. Fury goes down, everyone else back to base. Leo caught in the midst of the field. Gonna try to get hunted down from Dragon, but this should be a possible Lord for the side of Malvinas.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. No matter what aggressive moves coming out from OT, from Maro specifically does, he instantly gets cleansed away. The peel coming in from Prince Fran, and not to mention just the counter engagement coming out from Steffi. He gets hit by it, doesn't care, quickly taunts everybody and pulls them in with a I'm offended. So now OT are on the back foot even further than before, and most teams can't recover from this position. 9k gold lead basically going to be 10 once that Luminous Lord crashes into the inhibitor.
Yeah, I think, you know, Leo's trying his best here, really to put pressure anywhere that he can, but he's also going to be careful because in this defense, you're probably going to see Steffi try to just set up a play with a Flicker, I'm Offended combination. They still have quite a few options, but now they've got to work on this Lord here on the bottom side.
Most definitely it does get the crash because it is enhanced. A lot of green dots on the side of Malvinas, but the same thing goes for Mena. Ults are ready to go. They want to move into this middle inhibitor, try to take as much as they can. They don't want to go too deep. Dragon will hold down the front line. Able to zone Leo and Gato away, but now the I'm Offended locks in. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Hulk coming onto the backside, but Steffi does fall. OT trying to make the response here. Looks like we're going for a ride along with Hulk, but Prince Fran is caught in the midst of 4 members and will fall as well. That is a 3-for-0 trade. They do take some inhibitors, but Occupy Thrones is answering back.
Well, I mean, you can consider that a at least successful defense here for Occupy Thrones. They also narrowed down that gold gap by about, what, 3,000 gold or so, and they might be able to make some more moves across the map. They didn't get Joel Crew, unfortunately, but the fact that Steffi initiated that, right? As we expected, he initiated that fight with the I'm Offended, and it didn't go the way they wanted to. They wanted to end the game there, but Occupy Thrones able to hold on for it.
Yeah, unable to close out, and man, quite the swing in OT's favor now. They might actually have a chance if they're able to find a fight like that once more, now that the blue does, well, I mean, Hulk in particular, is able to kind of tank just enough damage from Joel Crew to waste his time and allow the rest of his team to go for the bigger picks.
And looking at the items, I mean, at least for, you know, Occupy Thrones, they've got the damage in terms of magic, right? You've got Fury having that Divine Glaive now with the Glowing Wand. He's got the Lightning Truncheon. He's pretty much where he needs to be. You also have, again, Gato is that big thing, because that's what you chose to put in the gold lane here. Now, you do lack that marksman, but you've got a lot of burst potential. The penetration is there, and hopefully Leo can follow up. If Leo continues to put pressure around the map, open it up a little bit better, they could still play around that, but Morrow charging up here in the bush.
Oh, big flicker. That is huge. Harley goes down along with Joel Crew. Stephanie could be next. Leo gonna try to find him, use the conceal, just try to escape, but it's double kill for Leo. Prince Fran into the back line, will get immobilized, and Glue's gonna take him for a ride back to the team. Prince Fran trying to do everything he can, but Leo will get the triple and wipe them out. Nothing but Dragon stands against Occupy Thrones right now. Should be an easy lord.
Oh, I don't know what the thought process was there, but Joel Crew, unfortunately, purposefully showing himself walking into the lane rush like that against the Kufra, who doesn't mind if there's multiple. It means more value. I thought I was going to get a 1-for-1. He got a 3-for-1. That was massive.
I mean, as we were just trying to figure out how can Occupy Thrones get back into the game, just like that, that gold lead completely gone here. And even Gato picking up the Divine Glaive because of that whole skirmish. They've now got the Lord marching with them in the bottom side. They're going to be looking to focus on possibly even Inhibitor Turret if they can get there. So now Malvinas Gaming in a very dire situation. You've got Leo also pushing into the tier 1 on the top side. Let's see if Malvinas Gaming can defend this, because that was a huge blunder on the bottom side.
I mean, let's look at the high ground defense at this point, because now Occupy Thrones are taking the lead, but it doesn't really technically matter at this point other than the situational items. Probably not the best use of Feathered Airstrike there. Probably could have waited a little bit until it got closer towards the Inhibitor turret, because they knew that the outer turrets are basically gone at this stage with a Luminous Lord 17 minutes into the game. However, if we talk about oh no.
Yeah, a little bit of suppression. But wait a second, I'm Offended comes in, and Fury goes down. Joel Crew gonna pick that up. It comes across both Tang. Morrow will be next. Hulk forced to back off. Leo now on the boss side. Joel Crew wants to try to find him, but he is a slippery boy. Should be able to escape this. Wait a second. Joel Crew still hunting him down, but Leo is going to be able to get away. It is back and forth.
Man, Leo's doing work again. I mean, you got to give it up to the guy. He picks up the BOD here, but knowing the situation they were in, for 12, 13 minutes of the game, he has found wins where he could, and it's resulted into basically Occupy Thrones being in this game, possibly ending this and sending Malvinas Gaming home, right? And Leo, whether he's pushing lanes, whether he's pushing turrets, it's opening up the map for Occupy Thrones here. I mean, look at the gold for Leo.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing a different game from the rest of his team, and honestly, wait, hold up, Leo, are you in trouble?
Oh, maybe. Force uses Tempest Blades as an escape. In comes Dragon, trying to sandwich it in, but man, Leo. That's all I gotta say.
The Leo. He is the literal economy of OT at this stage of the game, right? And Malvinas Gaming, this has been a series of unfortunate events. Like every particular play that they've thought of, either they didn't think it all the way through and got punished for it, and now if they had just closed out this game, we would have already been on game 3 and Malvinas Gaming would have the momentum, but now that it's been stopped, OT are starting. This is a real test of the mental between both of these teams. Throw the strategy out right now, because if they cannot execute, and more importantly so, if their mental breaks at this crucial part of the game, it's going to be over.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, everybody's items are almost at this pretty much locked in, right? You're going to see some juggling, especially from the side of Occupy Thrones, because they've got to juggle the Winter Truncheon when Joel Crew pops that crossbow of Tang. If they can negate that and time it well.
Morrow doesn't want to juggle anything except for Joel Crew. now.
You don't
Prince
need
Fran
to.
on the run. Fury gonna pop that Cult Altar. Aro pushes him back. Bit more damage. Leo looking for Harley. Can't quite find him. Gonna get pulled in from that I'm offended. Leo may go down here. Immortality does pop. Fury wants to try to keep them at bay. Leo will be able to escape. Fury uses the flicker, but the taunt comes in. Prince Fran wants something. Morrow gonna come in to try to create more distance. Well, all of this is happening. Gado working on the Lord, so it is a good play from Occupy Throne.
You called it. You called it, Naisu. They found it as you mentioned it.
Why was he there? I mean, that's, again, Joel Crew, you're wondering, like, you know, you don't have to be there in the middle of that, in between that pit when you know Morrow is in a bush. And that's the thing. Remember, you can't hear that charge up, right? You can't hear that. So that's just a surprise effect. And again, why Kufra seems to be picked up so often, because when he charges up, comes in with that Tyrant's Rage, it's really hard to deal with. So now it's, again, Malvinas Gaming on the defense here, and look at that gold lead that Occupy Thrones has. Really, at this point, it just comes down to juggling those items and marching in with this Lord here.
Joel Crew is getting very impatient here. He knows he could have ended this game much sooner, but here we go. A potential final push.
Lord has encroached into this base. Feathered Airstrike does come down, but the Cold Altar is enough to sustain, and Harley will bite the bullet. Next will be Steph, possibly very low. Holt trying to get in the backside, but they are going at it, and the base falls. Occupy Thrones will claim the victory tonight. Malvinas Gaming will be forced to go home. GG's, well played.
Congratulations, Occupy Thrones move on to the next stage, but our heartfelt goes out to Malvinas Gaming. They were so very close to closing this. They had everything, but they couldn't close it out. Well done, Occupy Thrones.
Man, I gotta say, it's great to see these guys smile too. And like I said, I feel like Leo there is just like, whew. You know, the work he put in on that Ling, bouncing around, grabbing the objectives, putting pressure where they needed to. Again, what was the gold lead? I think at one point it was, what, 10K in favor of Malvinas Gaming when they're pushing into that base? So that is a game where you just feel like, oh, everything we did, it paid off here.
Regardless, the sportsmanship at an all-time high here. Both of these teams playing like absolute champions and in the heart of champions. But with that being said, Occupy Thrones, enjoy your Walk of Fame down all the way outside. Please give them a round of applause as we throw it over to our analysts at the analyst segment to break down the games. Please give them the round of applause one more time. Analysts, please take it away.
The MPL MENA champions stand tall over the Liga Latam Super League runners-up. At your service, my name is Leo. Wrong Leo. Joined here by Mirko and Lafel. First up, let's talk about the draft.
Let's start things off by saying, hey, game one, didn't like the Lunox pick for Malvinas, but game two, Lunox pick, amazing.
But they almost lost, though, for a majority of that game.
Or were they? They were kind of losing it. But then they came back.
I guess that's what explains the whole fevered celebration by Gado as he stood up after that victory. All right, it was a long and scrappy match, possibly the most back and forth we've ever seen in M4 so far, and there's so much we can break down here.
Mirko,
3 base turrets.
Like first thing I gotta say, just like what Naisu said, like Leo tried his best. He's just trying his best. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Leo. One of the pillars of Occupy Thrones. The young man stands about 6'7" tall, and again, despite having a different time zone over there, he is just so in sync with his team. I think it was Gideon who said it best, that it looks like Leo's playing a different game from his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the way he played in the end, because that really started the movement to actually come back, right? Leo, he was mainly actually going for trades all across the board whenever the team was team fighting. And that just gave Leo a little bit more goal to play with that in the end really helped him.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it really started to shift once they have the correct items in play, because they try to fight, it's just that they didn't have the right amount of damage, because the 1-1 always overpowers them. Like, not only the 1-1 can dodge around, but out damage you. So the moment the last push for Malvinas Gaming was punished, that was the right time for Occupied Thrones to be like, okay, you know what, this is our game to lose now.
But it wouldn't have come to that if it weren't for Malvinas on-point answers throughout the early to the mid and even possibly to the late, because this did go all the way to the late game. Let's go ahead and look at the item builds and of course the rest of the stats for this game 2 in a best of 3, because again, Occupy Thrones, they did not give up. I mean, despite how difficult the early part of this 21 bout game was, they still stood tall in the end.
You know, honestly, funnily enough, I feel like Joel Crew gave too much respect to Occupy Thrones, right? Early on, he was so dominant. I think he was 8-0 at a certain point, right? Maybe even 9-0. I think if you're that ahead, just go full-on damage. Instead of going for the Athenas or the Wind of Nature, you might as well go for the Berserker's Fury, melt down the front line, or even just go for some more, you know, damage, penetration even. He gets the Malefic Roar in the end there, but maybe getting it earlier with the Berserker's Fury would have been able to end the game faster.
Yeah, but right now, looking at the draft, I gotta ask Mirko, why is the Lunox good in this game?
Hey, Fredrin, Ruby, Uranus, those are 3 tanks that get melted down so well. And we saw that towards the later stage. Early on though, Gado was just not getting gold.
Actually, in my head, Gado had worse than a 3-1-5. So in his credit, he actually conserved himself. Because again, it's less of maybe Gado having a hard time or not playing the Lunox well enough, but Malvinas being so aggressive in finding this soft Lunox. Let's talk about the stats. We have here the Sandbag Maro. Again, this is one of those heroes that he's been hyping up. He's been saying, bro, if I get my hands on the Kufra, it's over. And here, he actually did 125k damage on him alone.
Yes, how did he do that, Mirko?
Man, honestly, Fury 77 and Maro, right? These are the shadow carries, because Maro just took all the damage. Fury 77, he was like, hey man, if you take it, I'll deal it. Leo?
I'm sorry, because, you know, backstage, he's talking about how he's 20, he has so much energy, and I kind of feel like you really should channel it.
No, don't worry, old man, I got you.
You should talk a lot more. And yeah, Fury 77, 86,000 damage. How was that even possible? Because usually when we see the Pharaohs, it's more like, all right, I'm a utility kind of person, I'm pulling people in, but then the amount of damage is insane. Wow, how did that happen, Mirko?
Hey, Maro's 17. He's a prodigy, and he was hyping himself up the entire time, saying, if I get the Kufra, if I get my picks, I will perform. And honestly, in the later stage of the game, he really did, getting a lot of the crazy, crucial Tyrant's Revenge.
Let's see if he is up there in our potential MVPs, but I have an idea who it is. I already do, and I think it rhymes with my own name.
With
Let's
Neo?
give it over to Maro. Hey, it still does though. It still does.
100% kill participation.
That's
Mirko,
why.
how did that happen?
1, 5, and 9. He played passive, and he went in at the right time.
So going passive and going in at the right time is the best time to go in time.
It's about efficiency.
What's efficient?
Maro from Mina.
The fact that Maro here played a game that allowed the rest of his teammates, specifically Gado and Leo, to carry, helped him get to this point. None of the comeback victories in those skirmishes and teamfights would have been possible without his Tyrant's Rage and Revenge combo.
All right, now we're gonna look at a heat map. Mirko, shut down your mic. You don't have to talk about it during this segment, because looking at the heat map, we gotta look at the early stages of the game where unfortunately they didn't really look all that well because he's not getting a lot of catches. But looking at how he moved around all across the map, he tried, Leo. He tried so hard for Leo to make sure that everything is moving smoothly. In fact, if I remember correctly, because Gideon keeps talking about it, the first 5 minutes, it was a struggle to even get that first blood.
Yep, we were sitting at 0-0 for the time you're seeing on the heat map, and I think Maro is partly to be thanked here. It's because he's protecting his carry-dependent lineup team so that we can eventually get to this 21-minute victory.
It was insane, right? Again, how he was able to actually maneuver around the map too. He was very active, yet again, he was playing more to protect the team, and he did very well early on to protect the team. Here, you could see in game 1, these are the highlights, LaFell.
Yeah, looking at the highlights, Occupy Thrones in this kind of game is almost unfair just because there's so much one-shot potential. Isn't that right, Mirko?
Gato too, right? He just had a phenomenal game here. Even with Leo, who was insane at the Fanny. We actually had this discussion, but the way he was able to play with the cables here, a lot of crazy mechanical duels on top of Fury 77 who can set up. So in a lot of the fights, Leo was the one setting up. Leo, how'd you do it?
Well, I'll have to ask him later because again, Occupy Thrones have been training so much the past few weeks, and here tonight there is some results. They're reaping the benefits of their hard work, and it's interesting to see that Maro is able to switch up. Earlier he was a Kaja, he was the aggressor. Now, this is the defense of a lifetime. He was able to help his teammates hold back and punish Malvinas.
And this is what it means to be in the world stage, because even when you think you're winning, you're not necessarily winning. This is amazing. How did he predict they're most probably here? He even invested in his own flickers. Like, yeah, I'm gonna use my flicker. I'm 100% sure somebody's in there. I don't know who, but somebody.
Pure confidence and comfort, right? When you find the comfort and confidence on stage, like Maro did right here, you can do those crazy plays. Usually we see these kind of crazy plays from someone like Naomi, even a Chaknu back then, but now it's Maro.
And because of their scrappiness, their grit, and their hard work, they find themselves in the next round of the lower bracket. And here, ladies and gentlemen, it's evident hard work does pay off. In the words of our good friend Naisu,
they practice their minds off.
Let's go ahead and hear from Occupy Thrones themselves on behalf of the desk of LaFell and Mirko. My name is Leo. Let's throw it over to Mara and Clara with Occupy Thrones.
Yalla, Occupy Thrones! We almost got 3 games, but here we are, Mara and Clara with the winner of the last match.
That's right. You know what? A lot of people online were actually making comments that this was the best series of the day, the most exciting of all. Actually, I was reading one of them and they were saying, this is worthy of the grand finals best of 7. Ooh. It was back and forth, back and forth. At one moment we think one team is gonna win, and then you guys won. It was so unpredictable, so exciting. How did you think of that series? How challenging was it for you guys?
It was an exciting match, but I think we didn't do our all best.
Oh, really?
There's still. You gotta see it next games, inshallah. And yeah, so that's it.
When you say that it wasn't your best, what do you mean by that? What did you find that was lacking in terms of...
That's not our full potential.
But it's not your full potential. What were you expecting?
We were expecting, I don't know, a 10-minute game.
Oh, wow! That's a bold
10-minute game.
Because your games always win with a style. The first game, you win with a Fanny doing a split push. That's right, Mara. And how is the communication there? And you almost go back with the Fanny, but you try to split push and got the win on the first game. How was the decision?
Experiment.
Who was calling the shots?
I was the one.
What was the rationality behind that? Let's take us through that moment that Clara was saying. With that Fanny, there was a Lord coming, and then you took advantage of that. What was the reasoning behind it? What did you see? How was the comms like? What were you yelling to your teammates?
It was my brain told me that.
Your brain. The brain is very smart. Now, we have to talk about 17-year-old, right?
Yep.
17-year-old Maro with the Kufra, 100% kill participation.
Perfect setup.
And Clara, you saw it when his picture came up. He started jumping up and down. He was so excited. What was going through your mind when you saw that you were MVP?
I think it was Leo's MVP. Yeah, he deserves the MVP actually.
Wow.
But it's good I got MVP anyway, so.
And what do you think about his performance? He's crediting you. What do you have to say?
We all did great. I really trust my team and I'm proud of them. But I think next matches you're gonna see intense performance.
Next match.
Next match is going to be? intense performance.
Yes, versus RRQ Akira
Speaking
tomorrow.
of that, you guys are like batch mates, season 2, season 3. You guys came at the same time. How does it feel like to be in the lower bracket, in the world stage, going up against them tomorrow? Another region that's also just fairly fresh to the MPL scene.
It's going to be a good experiment, but RRQ Akira should really prepare for us.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Why?
Yeah, why is that?
We didn't show all of our cards. They're going to be impressed tomorrow.
They're gonna be impressed tomorrow. Now, okay, if you want to say a message to RRQ Akira tomorrow, what would that be?
You should take care and nothing else.
Take care.
Yeah, take care and be prepared.
Take care and be prepared. All right, congratulations once again to Occupy Thrones. Congratulations.
Maro, you want to say something again to your fans, maybe, or family?
I haven't shown my full bigs yet.
Oh,
Okay,
you want
you
to
wanna
say
say
it?
this?
I really want to say this message to Joki and Amr Sharif. They are origin, and I really thank my family as well and their families as well.
Yes.
They all should be proud, and we will go harder.
You'll go harder.
Harder.
Congratulations once again. You did amazing, and we can't wait till what you show tomorrow. Congratulations. You may now exit the stage.
Congratulations, Occupy Thrones. You may leave the stage, and we wish you luck tomorrow. Thank you so much. Their family matters, of course, with the prayers, with all of the cheer around the world, especially from MENA to our Occupy Thrones here in Indonesia.
That's right, Clara. And you know, it's a little bit scary what they said. That was a really good performance. Even Mara with 100% kill participation. But you heard them. They said that is not their best.
Not yet.
They're giving the message for their opponent to prepare tomorrow. What are we expecting for tomorrow, Clara?
It's gonna be an epic battle for the team that waiting for this today match because everyone from yesterday, they are waiting for this time. They from upper bracket, they go down and they want to fight. But on the lower bracket as well, they start hard and they will fight harder tomorrow.
Speaking of the bracket, how about let's take a look at the updated bracket here for M4.
Let's go. And of course, a lot of things happened today for
A lot of things
best of 3
happened.
matches.
We said goodbye to 4 teams, but 4 moves on to the next round. In the lower bracket, S11 Gaming, Incendio Supremacy, The Valley, and Occupy Thrones will move on for tomorrow. While we take a look at the upper bracket, Onyx, Echo, RRQ Blacklist, which is essentially Indonesia versus Philippines, waiting for their turn. They're preparing for that.
Yes, best of 5 on the upper bracket, but lower bracket, they're still fighting with best of 3 series. 4 matches for tomorrow that we have to say goodbye for all 4 teams today. But yeah, here we go. Tomorrow's schedule, Falcon will open the match. Best of 3 again, S11 Gaming.
Team Hawk will go up against Incendio Supremacy.
And for the 3rd match, we have Todak against the Volley.
And finally, RRQ Akira to watch out for. Occupy Thrones.
Wow! Best of 3 series. What's gonna happen? Because today we have clean sweep. 2 series for all matches.
That's right. Do you think it's gonna be the same for tomorrow?
I don't think so. Everyone learned something.
So it's gonna be a best of 3, just like today. What are your predictions? Let us know in the comment section below. And for those things that didn't get to move on, we still congratulate you and still continue your journey and dare to be great and continue your greatness. Once again, it's been such an action-packed day. But first, we have to thank our sponsors. M4 is powered by Muton, presented by TikTok, our official content partner, supported by Secret Lab, our official gaming chair.
And we have Esports Charts, our analytical partner. We have Kang, our official merchandise partner, and MeWatch, our media partner. Last but not least, our Ministry of Creative and Economy. And of course, we have Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
Tomorrow, only 4 will get to survive, and we will have to say goodbye to another 4 teams, so you better not miss it for another great day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great!
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. We shoot for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the